but I'm not here. I'm here on the phone.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to our City of Pacifica special meeting. It's June 13th, and the time is 5:07. And tonight we're having a study session. We're excited because we get to have the annual reports to City Council from our Beautification Advisory Committee, Economic Development Committee, Emergency Preparedness and Safety Commission, Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee, Parks, Beaches, and Recreation, and the Planning Commission. So let's go ahead and get started, unless there's anything else I'm supposed to say. Sarah, I don't think so. Great.
Yeah,
okay.
I think we can just jump in, and
Okay, so
I will start to share my screen for the first presentation, which will be by the Planning Commission.
Yeah, so we have Lauren Berman and Samantha Hauser and David Leal here from the Planning Commission. Looking forward to your presentation, and thank you for your service. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Commissioner.
Hello, Chair and Vice Chair. Glad to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
It's nice to see everybody. And I think, is Commissioner Leal in it already as well?
Looks like he is on.
He is.
Okay,
but I don't think I'm a panelist, so.
Oh, no, you are.
Hear you.
You're here. I
All right.
see you.
So I see the Parks, Beaches, and Rec Commission presentation on my screen.
Yes, I see too. We're having, a little glitches here and there today.
There we are.
All right, perfect.
All right. Well, it's so nice to see everybody. My name is Samantha Hauser. I'm with the Planning Commission. As you know, I'm here with Chair Lauren Berman and Commissioner David Leal. And we're excited to be here tonight to give you an update on our last year. I'm going to kind of quickly go through the purpose of the Planning Commission and our membership, and then I'll turn it over to Chair Berman to talk about our work summary and key metrics. And then Commissioner Leal will close it out with our major policy initiatives and public transparency and participation initiatives. So if you'll go 2 slides forward, please. The Planning Commission's role is established and governed by the city's municipal code. Our purpose is to recommend and advise the council on matters related to the general plan, local coastal program, zoning, and other development plans for future physical development and conservation of the city based upon geographic, social, economic, and environmental characteristics of the community. And we also review private development projects in accordance with state planning law and the city's established development review standards and processes. So with that said, if you go to the next slide, you'll see that there are 8 names listed. We are a 7-member commission, but our longstanding chair, John Niblin, became county council for the county of San Mateo in March. And so his tenure with the commission ended at that time. Our chair, Lauren Berman, myself, and commissioners Domrat, Ferguson, Godwin, Leal, and Wright are current members of the Planning Commission. And our kind of experience and past practices range from civil engineering, electrical and energy professionals, software professionals, construction experts, land use and urban infill development, as well as coastal resiliency expert, which is just a very laid back way of saying that Commissioner Domrat ran the Coastal Commission, or I'm sorry, the Army Corps for 40 years, which is really cool to have on this Planning Commission with so much of our coastal city. So with that being said, a couple of our members came by way of the Economic Development Committee. And if there are questions on that, happy to answer any, but I'm going to pass it over to Chair Berman to go through the meat of the presentation.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hauser. And hello, Honorable Council. Thank you for having us. If we could go to the next slide, please. Great. So what I'm going to talk to you about tonight is some of the work that we did as a Planning Commission last year. And I am current chair of the Planning Commission, but last year I was vice chair, as Vice Chair Hauser just said. But so last year we had 16 regular meetings, and we had one additional joint study session, and that was with the Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Commission and the Beautification Advisory Committee. And at that study session, we discussed heritage tree ordinance ideas and provided suggestions to staff. And we acknowledge that this is one of City Council's top priorities. And at our regular meetings, we had 12 development proposals before us. We had a wide range of topics last year, but some of my favorites were a feline veterinary clinic in Eureka Square, the proposal for ocean animal sculptures at the Beach Boulevard Promenade, and of course, the long overdue Civic Center project in Shark Park. And last but not least, we reviewed 2 ordinance text amendment updates, one of which was for accessory dwelling units. And the next one was clarification and updates to the special use permit standards. Next slide, please. Now, some of our key metrics for last year are that we had 19 new or continued public hearings, and we also had 32 speakers on topics that were not on the agenda. And this is a very large increase from past years. In 2019, we had 0, and in 2020, we had 9. So lots of open speaking in our planning commission meetings, and that really shows how we're a sounding board for the community. So of our 12 development projects that we reviewed, we approved 1 new residential dwelling unit, and we didn't deny any new residential dwelling units. And we had no new commercial floor area before us. Next slide, please. Now, this slide, as you can see, is not metrics of the Planning Commission, but it's metrics for the building department. So some building permit activity shown here is really to reflect past Planning Commission decisions that impact building permit activity in the city. And I'd like to draw your attention to the bottom of the slide, where in 2021, we had almost double ADU permits issued. And next slide, please, and then I'll pass it off to Commissioner Leal.
Thank you, Chair Berman. So here are some major policy initiatives that we worked on last year. So we participated in interviews and, as Chair Berman mentioned, study sessions on the Heritage Tree Ordinance Update. We reviewed the Civic Center project as well as the Corey specific plan, and also participated in the General Plan and Sharp Park specific plan update process. Lastly, we reviewed the wireless communications facility ordinance and housing element updates. And as referenced in the slide, these are all on the priority list for that's City Council laid out this past year. Next slide. And of course, in our role, public transparency is key, which is challenging due to the ongoing pandemic, which through the entirety of last year, we continued to hold teleconference and online meetings for the entire year. But as Chair Berman also referenced, we had 256% in public comment increase in participation, which may lend itself to the fact that it was more accessible due to being online for the majority of the community. Also, as mentioned, we had the joint study session where we were able to hear feedback and participate in a discussion with our fellow commissioners on the PBNR, as well as the Beautification Advisory Committee in regards to the Heritage Tree Ordinance Update. And so plenty of outlets for the community to participate on items before us. And next slide, that's our last slide for content. So we're here for any questions or comments.
Great, thank you so much. It's really good to have you here. And I just wanted to really quickly compliment you on the work that you did over the weekend. It was really amazing and thorough, and thank you for that. Does anybody have any questions or comments for our commissioners? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor, and I just wanted to say hi. I still recall my days on planning fondly, and it's really good to see you both here. And thank you for all the work you do. I think especially recently, between the joint study session with the tree issue and watching those meetings about general plan, you are such a crucial conduit in the community, between the community and a lot of the decisions we wind up making. And thank you so much for being here and for all the hard work you do, because I know how hard that work is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Vavalos.
I too was a planning commissioner, and this is much harder than anything that we ever did when I was on planning. So I thank you so much.
I'm just echoing what Sue and Tiger said. I was on the planning commission also, and I wanted to say thanks, because you are biting off a lot of stuff that wasn't there when I was on it. So thank you for the work, and I know the hours you put through it, and thank you for the vote, the long hours you spent the past weekend. I appreciate that.
Councilmember Beckman.
Well, I wasn't on planning, so I especially appreciate the level of professionalism and work that you put in, and how you help me learn when I have questions about what you're doing. And I've been able to go to you and to John Niblett in the past to just get some guidance and understanding, and just seeing how you conduct your meetings is really refreshing, and really it makes me proud. And so I really want to thank you for all that you give to us.
Hey, thank you so much. We're going to go on to our next presentation now, and I just want to remind
Thank you all. Bye.
Thank you so much.
I'd like to remind council that it's 5:20. We still have 5 more groups that need to present, so we're probably going to need to hurry it up a little bit so that we can get to everyone. Okay, so our next presentation is from the PB&R Commission. We have Commission Chair Cindy Abbott and Commissioner Carl Nicolari. And Sarah, can you click from current slide? Oh. Hi, Cindy. Thanks for being here. Carl, thank you for being here. We appreciate you so much. I probably just confused Sarah, and I did not mean to do that. So she's probably gonna have to bring up the slides once again. I'm sorry, Sarah. Just leave it. It's fine. It's fine. All right, go right ahead, Cindy.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Late afternoon, I guess, and thank you for your time. I'm Cindy Abbott, the current chair of the Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Commission, and I'm joined this evening by our newest commissioner, Carl Nicolari. Next slide. The commission is composed of 7 members appointed by the City Council. Current appointees are listed on this slide. Members of the commission have lived in the city of Pacifica from 2 to over 30 years. Some are working, some are retired, and we have a diverse range of interests, from love of the outdoors, parks and trees, interest in the ocean, trees, beaches, aquatics, bicycle access and safety, skateboarding and surfing, libraries and public art and poetry, as well as for programs that reach Pacificans of all ages, from youth to elders. Commissioners also share a belief in the value of community service and giving back, and current commissioners have served for varying periods of time, from less than a year to over 10 years, providing both fresh perspectives, and historical knowledge. You'll see here that we have a partial term opening, and I'll additionally note that Commissioner Kellogg's term concludes this year, reflecting that we actually have 2 openings right now. The PB&R Commission meets the 4th Wednesday of the month, starting at 7 p.m. We value public comment and hope that members of the community will attend meetings, whether they're on Zoom or in person, and maybe even consider applying for a seat on the commission. Next slide. The purpose of the commission is to recommend and advise the council in the acquisition, development, and maintenance of parks, beaches, and other recreational areas, and to encourage the planning and implementation of a comprehensive recreation and human service program which will serve the needs of the city. Next slide. The Commission assists in the preparation and adoption of long-range plans for parks, beaches, and recreation, working in partnership with city staff. We really appreciate it when you, the council, and staff reach out and request our review, detailed study, and opportunity to host public input meetings that shape our advice of topics of interest and concern to the community. Next slide. Additional duties and responsibilities are listed here. And one that we left off of this crowded slide was that the PB&R Commission also serves as the City Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, or BPAC. We'll cover a few of the things on this slide here in just a moment. Next slide. Surf camps and surf school policies was a big focus for us for over the last year and a half. In June of 2020, in response to public comment, City Council charged the Commission with evaluating the current surf camp, surf school policy with a focus on addressing concerns about racial equity relating to beach access and a legacy permitting process that had made it difficult for nonprofit organizations working with diverse communities to hold programs at Pacifica State Beach. The Commission fully embraced ensuring equitable beach access, and over a year and a half held study sessions and created a task force that recommended the creation of a community access permit program, or CAP, and a new RFP process for all camps. After approval by the PB&R Commission, these recommendations were presented and delightfully adopted by the City Council on January 10th of this year. Staff is currently working with the California Coastal Commission on a coastal development permit, with both commercial and nonprofit camps continuing to operate on the beach in parallel to the permitting process. In the months and years ahead, the PB&R Commission will provide ongoing review of this program, as well as act as the reviewing and approval body for the commercial RFP applications. Next slide. The PB&R Commission hears appeals regarding the removal of heritage trees on both public and private property. These appeals have been increasing over current years, though we only had to hear one of them in the past year. This was an appeal that resulted in the removal of one heritage tree due to significant concerns with pine pitch canker disease, and required that new trees be planted to replace the one that was being removed. The PB&R Commission has also been active stakeholders in the City Council's work plan item to update the heritage tree and tree maintenance and preservation ordinances. And as you just heard, the Commission took part in a joint study session with members of the Planning Commission and the Beautification Advisory Committee, providing input and comment to city staff and Davies Resource Group, the consultants hired by the city to work on this. And we look forward to ongoing engagement in this process. Next slide. Over the past many months, we were kept informed by staff about each of the broad areas that are underneath the umbrella of parks, beaches, and recreation. Those are aquatics, childcare, recreation, and senior programs. And the Commission continued to express their appreciation and amazement at staff's responsiveness to respond to programming and changes that were needed due to the health crisis. They worked on keeping everybody able to swim in the pool, worked through how to safely operate essential childcare services, provided healthy lunches for seniors, both through Meals on Wheels and the Grab and Go program. And they figured out how to host holiday events that provided community engagement, even though physically distanced. And they did this while being short of full-time staff. So that was a huge accomplishment that we really appreciated. Next slide. We also received presentations from Tree City Pacifica, a local nonprofit community group who offered information on the value of trees to both combat the climate crisis, offer shade, create great community spaces, as well as Tree City's work on Arbor Day and tree plantings in public spaces such as Fairmont Park that took place in November of last year. Additionally, staff considered a program for telescopes along the beaches. As a result, the installation of at least one has been included in the permit for the recently approved pier renovation project. Additional sites include locations at Pacifica State Beach, Lindemar, and the visitor serving area at Rockaway Beach. Just think what people could have seen this past weekend as whales were frolicking along our shoreline. The Commission continued work on the local nonprofit Pacifica Bike Park Committee, offering feedback to staff in October and November for the development of a citywide flashboat survey to gather community input. An update on the survey results and the Pacifica Bike Park Committee was heard in February of this year. And at that time, the PB&R Commission voted to recommend a location at Lower Frontierland Park. You agreed, City Council, and made the same recommendation to explore that location at the end of March, just a few months ago. Also along the coast, in response to ongoing Commission concerns and reviewing ways to enhance safety at our beaches, is a program to install life-saving buoy stations. These buoys were installed at Pilar Point Harbor in response to a tragic event where a youth lost his life being swept out to sea. And we're working on possible locations and a coastal development to install these life-saving stations along our coast. Next slide. So what's ahead? Some of these we had just talked about in more detail, but we're also working with the city's Parks, Beach and Recreation and Public Works departments on improvements in our parks, including 4 priority parks. These include Brighton Mini Park in East Shore Park, Imperial Park in the Fairmont area, Marvilla Park in Lindemar, and Skyridge Park off of Skyline Boulevard. And we look forward to public engagement on that process. So come and engage with us and at public meetings that are going to be held at about each of these locations. We're going to be continuing to work with the Pacifica Bike Park Committee as they work through design and more details about how they're fundraising for the potential pump track. Ongoing conversations about beach safety, that won't end. We've got more ideas in addition to the life buoys. We'll be announcing soon our new poet laureate. That will happen in August. And upcoming, we welcome everyone to attend an in-person 4th of July, which we haven't had in 2 years. That'll be at Frontierland Park. Starting at 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. with live music, food, craft vendors, and games. Of course, the watermelon eating contest and water balloon toss. Commissioners and staff will be there, and we hope that you will be too. Next slide. Any questions for Commissioner Nicolari and myself?
Cindy, thank you so much, and Carl, thank you both so much for being here. And I learned some new things, like the buoys is such a great idea, and the telescope, that's so exciting. Is there any comments or questions from council?
Thank you for your service.
There you go, good idea.
Thanks for all you do. Really appreciate your service.
Suvarolas, you're on mute.
We'll let Mary thank everyone. Thank you all from everybody since our time is limited. Thank you.
Tiger, you could say something real quick if you'd like.
Thanks. I just wanted to say I was impressed by the breadth and scope of all the work you're doing, and just reflecting on, especially the beach safety points. Every so often we hear that sad story, and it's really helpful for me to know that y'all are out there doing everything you can to make sure we hear those stories less frequently. So thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to go on to our next presentation by the Emergency Preparedness and Safety Commission. We have our Commissioner Chair, Doug Latke.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Chris Clements, Staff Liaison. We do have Commission Chair Doug Latke. I think he's just needs to be promoted to panelist, and then he's ready to proceed with the presentation this evening.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Beer, Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I just wanted to comment that we're working through some ghosts in the machine regarding the formatting of the PowerPoint presentations.
All good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We're working through a lot of things tonight. Okay.
I'm actually not seeing Doug on the list. Is he having any connection issues?
There he is. He's here. I see Doug. Great. Okay. Hello, Commissioner Latke. How are you? Thank you for being here. We'll go ahead and get started with your presentation as soon as Sarah's able to bring up the slides. Yeah, there's something going on with the slide deck tonight. So getting text messages that things are not working too well, but that doesn't mean we can't have a conversation with you. Doug, if you'd like to chat for a minute, we could talk about the commission. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Sarah, so much. Okay, beautiful. And I'm going to hand it over to Captain Clement and Commissioner Latke.
Good evening. First of all, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Excellent. Well, good evening. Doug Latke here for the Emergency Preparedness and Safety Commission. And I just want to go into our annual presentation. If I could go to the next slide, please. Our commission is made up, of course, of 9 people, well, very diverse and deep backgrounds that are relevant to the subject. But the main qualification that people have is they are citizens and residents, in some cases lifelong, long-term, and then some of the rest of us newcomers. But we bring a commitment to trying to do the best we can to be a connectivity for the city with regard to the EPSC. The relevant backgrounds are in medicine, emergency management, and law enforcement. As well as just a variety of other areas as well. If I can go to the next slide, please. We'd like to recognize quickly 2 of our commissioners who left this past year. One, Charlie Lutridge, who moved out, unfortunately, and also Commissioner Hitz, who hit his 4-year mark, and now he is no longer on the commission. If we go to the next slide then, please, Sarah. This is the only slide that I'd like to read tonight because I think it is the most important one. It is our mandate. It is our role. And so I will read it. The purpose of the EPSC shall be to recommend and advise the City Council on city programs, activities, and plans, and other related actions that assist the city in preparing for possible future disasters. What I really would like to emphasize here is that we're not an operational entity, of course, but our most important role is in advisory and in connectivity and a link within the city and for the City Council and with the city at large. We take it seriously. We really believe in the open government aspect of it, and that is our role. Next slide, please, Sarah. As mentioned, we have 9 members, of course, and we serve 4-year terms, but I'd also like to highlight our ex officio members from the school district as well as from the Red Cross. Next slide, please. And just to mention the excellent and robust expertise that we have provided to us, we have Jorge Machado, Marcus Peppers from the school districts, as well as Betty Fleming, who's very, very knowledgeable from the Red Cross. And I also like to point out that our connectivity with Mayor Pro Tem, as well as Mary this year as well, with the city, and our staff liaisons with the police department, Captain Clements and Sergeant Tom Cumming. It's a good group to get together, a little bit of levity, but main thing, we were focusing on the challenges that we're kind of looking at ahead. Next slide, if we can, please. The next few slides, looking at the role of the commission. Again, this is in concert. I'd like to go down to the to increase community awareness and also to let me get on the right slide here. Increase community awareness for possible future disasters. And of course, this is always a moving target. For the last couple of years, of course, with the ongoing drought, we've really been focusing on wildfire, but we don't know what's going to come up as well, whether it's earthquake, whether it's tsunami, or a number of other possible challenges. Sarah, next slide, please. Going into some more granularity and some other specifics for our EPSC, assist in the coordination of disaster preparedness with other governmental agencies. That is a very key and active part of what we do, but much of the actual liaison in these areas, we'll discuss it, and we get excellent liaison specifically through the police department and Captain Clement on this, because we don't want to cross-coordinate too much. We want to keep it in a lane and keep it somewhat sorted out. Next slide, please. This last part of our role, I'm happy to report that we have not had to deal with since I've been with the commission for the last 3 years. So we haven't had any appellate processes for parking. I know we're ready to do it. We've been dealing with other issues, but that really has not been on our plate. Thank you. Next slide, please. And now going into the next several slides, looking at the last year or so in review. Like everybody else, our commission and the city, we've all been dealing, of course, with the pandemic. Thus, we're doing these meetings. We've been doing most of our meetings via Zoom. As you know, we just started recently going back to in person, and now we're back to Zoom, and we'll see maybe in a month or two how we continue on with this. Next slide, please. We've gotten very good feedback with regard to specifically the 3-day-a-week mobile testing facility that's been put in place for the city. We've heard anecdotally some very nice things about it. People are using it. They're getting their results back in a timely manner. So that seems to have been a well done process. Of course, I mentioned that wildfire has been a major concern for us over the last year or so. And the teamwork there and the resource allocation as it is has worked very well between the Park Service and, of course, input from North County Fire Department. We know that we have limited resources. We have to optimize, maximize those to the best of our ability, but it has worked well. And, we're looking forward to a good, safe year ahead of us. We know that the city of Pacifica, we're so blessed to have these green open spaces around our city and in the city itself. And with the dry weather and climate we're having, we know it's going to be a continuing challenge. Thank you, Sarah. Next slide. And I mentioned we've had presentations and discussions with North County Fire, and they've really been excellent. They can speak in a broad strategic sense, but they're also really down in the details with regard to what resources they have and how they're moving forward. We're very confident with their assessments and how they can allocate their resources. Next slide, please. With regard to one of our primary missions, as we discussed, which is trying to do the best we can to keep ourselves as the city knowledgeable about what's going on and what our challenges are. Zone Haven is one of the things that's listed on here, and that has been it seems to have been pretty successful. We're trying to get more information out about it. Of course, what continues to be used a lot for communication within Pacifica is Nextdoor, as I'm sure you're all well aware. Next slide, please. We talked about that we do need to have shared and efficient use of our resources because like any community, we have limitations there. And so the local hazard mitigation plan that was just updated this past year, it speaks to that and the breadth of the jurisdiction, cities and other governmental entities involved. It's in order to bring that teamwork together and be able to allocate it in a somewhat flexible and scalable way in order to meet these challenges. Next slide, please, Sarah. As I mentioned, we had several coordination with several entities. I think it's 36 different governmental bodies involved with the local hazards mitigation plan. And the police department, as well as the fire entities and the public safety agencies, as well as utilities, they seem to do a very good job coordinating and communicating with each other. When we've had them variously come in and speak to us, it's clear they have strong relationships, and that's really beneficial and also reassuring for all of us. Next slide, please. This is just this I think portrays a sense of that community. And again, this is the fire department. But when we see fire and for example, police working together, they really do show a good collegiality and a good way forward on allocating these resources. And there doesn't seem to be any cross purposes whatsoever, which is great to see. Next slide, please. Again, we have challenges, but throughout even COVID and the pandemic, like other departments in the city, even the EPSC, and it seems like the commissions have been able to continue to plan and have the programs. Hopefully this year, as we start knocking on wood coming out of COVID, we'll be able to do more in-person, not only meetings, but activities that we are involved with. Next slide, please. Again, this shows the public media. We mentioned Zone Haven, but also the SMC alerts seem to be getting out there to many people, whether it's tests, whether it's some missing person or traffic issues, and of course, Nextdoor. Next slide, please. We've had virtual presentations. We've had some in-person meetings, but this past year, we've had some CERT classes. Now, again, we are not an operational entity. CERT, of course, is an operational entity in that they can be as appropriately tasked for certain support roles. But this past year, we were able to have some and assist some CERT classes via Zoom, which was heartening to do. Next slide, please. We had a number of very robust presentations by North County Fire Authority, and they're well received, and they obviously are very adept at where they're at. Next slide, please. And along with that is the necessary teamwork, interagency communication. Even as we mentioned, the utilities, the water district, they've come in and given us some very informative briefings. And the Park Service, the San Mateo County Park organization as well, specifically with regard to some of the grant money that was used to clear out some areas that were highlighted as priorities with regard to wildfire hazard and risk in our community. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we had some grants that were used, also a chipper program. These were both limited. We don't have unlimited funds, but They were targeted at locations that were deemed to be very, the most critical, and they were a positive step forward. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This year, we hope to getting back not only in-person meetings, but we'll have, I believe, currently FogFest is on the table. That's a, that is the Pacifica event that we'd like to support, and we're really very much hoping that we continue and this year are able to have FogFest as a festival. Next slide, please. Some of the events that we're looking forward to are listed here. And as well, getting back to, next slide, please. Hopefully this year we'll start having the CERT basic course. There's public interest in people wanting to join it, and it certainly adds another level of participation and resource to our community with regard to emergency preparedness and safety. Thank you very much. Please, if you have any questions, I'd appreciate it very much.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually have one question before I make my short comments. And Mr. Ladke, if you're not prepared to answer this question, perhaps Captain Clements might be able to help you. But if one of you briefly could just go over some of the background of some of the people who serve on the commission.
Certainly. And we had a slide for everybody. And we excised that just for the sake of time. But we have two of our commissioners are long-term nurses that have worked not only in the medical profession, but specifically in pandemic and other emergency-related areas. We have several members who are members of law enforcement. We have both at the state, at the federal and the local level. Some are retired, some are, a few are currently serving. And we also have a member of, just recently retired manager out of FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Administration. It's a very diverse group, but it has a depth, and we work together well. So if that answers your question, maybe Captain Clements has some more granularity on that.
I think that answers my question fine. And all I was getting at was I wanted to make sure that everyone saw clearly the breadth of expertise that serves on emergency preparedness, really rather like Planning Commission also, where in case to case, we get this breadth of expertise so that it's the experts in our community sitting on this panel, making sure that they're doing everything they can to think about how we can all be safe. And
yes.
As somebody who's not an expert, it's my sincere honor to be at those meetings month after month learning, and it encourages me to then try to rise to the occasion and learn as much as I can outside of that monthly meeting so that I can bring something to the table. So thank you for all you all do.
Sure, certainly. We appreciate the visits from everybody that comes in, participation. Sometimes, as many of us, I get a little edgy and a little concerned when I heard the term expert, but still, it's a big tent, and we have good people. So.
Well, thank you so much for your service and for your presentation. We're going to move on now to our Economic Development Committee. We have Committee Chair Daisy Fong, who's going to be with us tonight. And we're looking forward to your presentation, Daisy. I'm sure they're just going to be calling you up as panelists, and then we'll get the presentation up on the screen and we can get going. Oh, I skipped one, didn't I, Sarah? Yes, I did. Daisy, you're going to have to wait a second. Next is our Beautification Advisory Committee, and we have our committee chair, Melinda Moses. Sorry about that, Melinda. I didn't mean to skip over you by any way.
No worries. I imagined you would have caught up with us eventually.
Yeah, thank you for being here. Go ahead.
Sure, no worries. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick, members of the council. Thank you for your time tonight. I'm Melinda Moses, chair of the Beautification Advisory Committee. Next. Another year of Zoom meetings, but thanks to Public Works Project Coordinator Michelle Trayer, who organized the publishing of our agenda and established the links for each of the meetings, each monthly gathering went really well. And we've got a full complement of committee members for this as we move on into the rest of 2022. Next. Along with established BAC projects that you all have probably seen near the main roadways and high profile areas such as Lindemar Beach, we look forward to collaborating with the Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Commission in identifying feasible planning sites for sponsorship within the almost 24 city parks. Next. Yes, I think you're gonna have to keep it. Yeah, thank you. Some of these slides were set up with slightly different parameters. Thanks to retired member Dave Martinez, we continue with our mantra of mulching, lots of mulch in each of the sponsored sites. And along with having those sponsors plant native and drought tolerant plants, we've developed a planting list with our in-house expert, Julie Gossage, and the list has an emphasis on butterfly and bee-friendly vegetation. Next. The plots that you've seen along Palmetto, bump outs, and the Lindemar medians and Crespi Community Center are sponsored by local businesses, residents, and the chapters of international service organizations such as the Rotary Club. Next. So these next few slides are some of our sponsored sites, the Grace McCarthy Overlook. And if you could click next, Sarah, thank you. So we have Linda Jonas has been our lead for the Rotary and is working with Julie Gossage on a sustainable planting plan for the Overlook. So it's looking a little worn right now, but Rotary is having some internal changes of leads, and then we'll be moving forward on this Overlook area. Next. The Community Center planter boxes, they're at the Crespi Community Center. BAC member Dan Wells has been maintaining the Pacifica Garden Club's planter on the north side of the Community Center parking lot and will be the liaison for new sponsors, and the space is available on the west side planters. Next. BAC member Gail Bennett came up with a great idea of rather than putting out numerous versions of this sign, which seem to have disappeared in previous years, we photograph them and then just post them on the Pacifica's various social media sites and connect with the Pacifica Weekly newsletter. And this way we can advertise the availability of sponsorships. Next. The Crespi bioswales. I think these were built in about 2020, and Julie has developed a plan to put in native plants which would tolerate having their feet wet. And with the assistance of Public Works and the students and staff at the school, they're really coming along. Next. And this is thank you. This is an example that we've gotten through the county. I think this is one that's currently up at the Fair Oaks School District. And it's an example of the signage we'd like to install on the north side of Crespi by the bioswale, explaining how they work for passersby. Next. We had a really great work day, March 6th, in conjunction with Cabrillo School Service Day. Next. And Councilmember Beckmeyer with her unique watering system. Because unfortunately, some of these plants don't have ready-made irrigation. Next. And again, we've got our nifty Adopt a Spot sign out, ready to go and be advertised to get sponsors. Next. The Lindemar medians, retired BAC member Patty Huntalis worked with the Board of the North Coast County Water District to develop a planting plan and ongoing maintenance for these Lindemar medians there by Highway 1 across from the shopping center. And what you're seeing is this very western section, but when you drive by, you'll see that all three medians have some great plantings along with good fresh mulch that just went in about a week or two ago. Next. Palmetto Avenue. This has been ongoing rehab and planting out of the new, well, I say new, they're a couple of years old right now, but the bump outs at the intersections, Dale Bennett, Ryan Hoffman have done a great job in working with local businesses, the Rotary Lions, and individuals to sponsor the bump out plantings. Next. So again, just a look-see at, we had a planting day and what some of the bump outs contain. Next. And you'll see the signage that we've put up on the posts so that sponsors can be recognized. Next. Rotary Club has some great sites there at Clarendon and Palmetto, and the irrigation has been working really well. And we had great work day on February 26th. Next. Everybody was out in force, weeding, clipping off high bits of vegetation, and the site looks really great. Next. Pacifica Beautification Awards is something that's been developed to recognize residential properties as well as some commercial properties. Next. These are some before and after photos of submitted residential properties and what residents of Pacifica have done in improving properties. Next. Over at Manor, the State Farm Office has rehabbed their site. So next time you're pulled up close to the intersection there, you'll get to see all the great succulents and plantings that have been done there. Next. Mural Subcommittee is part of the BAC, and we've had some really great work go up around town. Next. One of our big projects was the Pacific Murals project at the Lindemar Beach and a pump station. Next. On the south wall, you'll see the work of Jason Badowski. Next. The west wall is Robert Luthen's work. Next. And the north wall is Jeffrey Wong. Next. The east wall is Danielle Gustafson. Thanks to Public Works, Danielle will be able to complete the east wall mural over the next couple of Saturdays when contract work to repair the structure will be away from the site. So some of you probably noticed there have been a fence line. There's a fence line that has gone up around this building for long-awaited roof and internal repairs. And so at some point later on in the year, we'll be looking at having a bit of an opening day, both for this pump station and for the ending of the works of the muralists. Next. 1298 Oceana Boulevard, this lovely retaining wall. This is a sort of our before look at it. And this was a project we called Splash of Color. It was part of a school-funded project that two young ladies, Lauren and Annalise, applied to create in Pacifica. Next. These are some of their workers. Their work started in August, and this is what they finally, final project. It's just a beautiful burst of color there along that street, and it almost warrants getting out of your car and taking a close-up look. And next. And we just would like very much to thank the sponsors and all the volunteers that come out Public Works, Lisa Peterson, Paul Everini, Michelle Trayer, and along with our liaison council member, Sue Beckmeyer, for all her pearls of wisdom as we go along from month to month. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you so much for your presentation. Sue Beckmeyer, did you want to go ahead?
Sorry. Thank you very much, Mayor Beer, and thanks, Melinda, for a great presentation. It's really, I know we've seen some of those images before, but it just is so important to keep seeing them and reminding ourselves of the great work that's happening. When I saw the State Farm site, I was super thrilled because that's one that I was thinking should be nominated. So I'm just really, it's like, oh, of course, it's already done. And by the way, I think we're gonna have to work out something, Kevin, if we could like put a pin in dealing with murals on private property, because that site is crying for a mural. But I know that's a whole other issue and another whole ordinance and every other thing that we don't have time for right now. But just really seriously, thank you, Melinda, and all of the team for the work that you do. Thank you, Cindy Abbott and Jeannie Jaquith for the ongoing support with the mural subcommittee as that unfolds and grows. It's just really important work, and I'm really grateful to all the citizens who give their time to make that happen.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. All right, we're going to go on to our next presentation from the Economic Development Committee. We have our chair, Daisy Fong. Hello, Daisy. It's good to see you. And you are on mute.
Sorry.
We're all on mute, trust me.
Yeah. Thank you all for having me. I'm really excited to present what the Economic Development Committee has done in the past year. My name is Daisy Fong, and I'm the current chair. So next. So these are our current commissioners that were commissioned from the last fiscal year. So there's myself and then all these other people. We did add 4 new members. And we also added a new position, a secretary position, to help us take minutes and to keep us in order, because you know how things could get during the meeting. And then we also add a new council liaison because Mike is no longer with us, and we do welcome Mary Beer, and we hope to work more closely with her. And of course, there's Sue. And then we also added 2 new staff liaisons, which are Yulia and then Alyssa, who's been great with us. Next. So this is, nothing's really changed from the last time, but this is pretty much what we've been working on in terms of the last year. So our objective has always been to promote Market Pacifica to out-of-towners, provide assistance to support local business in the city of Pacifica, and then to promote local business to the residents to encourage spending locally and to stop retail leakage. Next. So here's an overview of our key accomplishments. We launched the Shop Pacifica e-gift community card program to help boost revenue for local businesses or local participant businesses. We also organized a hugely successful small business job fair to assist and support business growth. We conducted interviews of 11 business owners to understand and address their business needs. And then we also continue to engage and connect with organizations to identify opportunities for potential partnerships. Next. Other key highlights is that we participate in the San Francisco Peninsula, which I didn't even know they changed their name, which was formerly the San Mateo County Visitor Bureau, to a tour of event and meeting spaces to promote Pacifica as a corporate business event destination. We increase exposure to Pacifica and participate in Pacifica restaurants by sponsoring and promoting the Peninsula Restaurant Week. And then we continue to promote Pacifica as a destination to outside visitors on the Discover Pacifica Instagram. Next. So I'm going to start talking about the Shop Pacifica campaign. It officially launched on 12/17 with 12 businesses. Next. Since then, we had double our number of businesses who are participating to 24. This is a snapshot as of the end of April. There were 132 gift cards sold, totaling $5,000, around over $5,000, which is about an average gift card amount of $41. There was 20 gift cards redeemed, which represents a 21% card redemption rate, or 18% of the total gift card total. 67 bonus cards were issued, and the bonus cards were as part of a promotion of a buy one, get one free offer, which the Economic Development Committee funded. And of those bonus cards that were issued, 26 were redeemed for a 39% redemption rate. Restaurants and food, no surprising, were the top redeeming businesses, followed by retail. Next. So for the Shop Pacifica campaign, we really target our promotion and marketing to both residents and local businesses. So we really focus on local media and channels where we feel that we would have the best reach to reach that audience. So newsletters with Connect with Pacifica, Chamber Wave. We also partner with the Pacifica Education Foundation to use their to email their distribution list. We also had local print publication of Pacifica Anchor, social media, and then we actually did a lot of grassroots outreach where we physically visit the businesses to get them involved and participate in the program. And we found that that was really effective to get businesses interest and to engagement, because when you send emails, they're just so bombarded with emails that they just don't even see them anymore. And then another good way to spread the word was word of mouth, obviously. So in addition to the promotion, we also create a Shop Pacifica Instagram account so that we could drive awareness and boost engagement of the program. Next. So this is our Shop Pacifica as a kind of a partial view Instagram snapshot. So right now we have nearly 200 followers and an engagement of 5.4, which is, you compare across all industries of 0.98. So it's a really good engagement. Part of the reason the engagement is really high is because we also don't have as much content. So anyways, and then this is what we've been posting on average, about one post per week. We would like to see more posting happen frequently, and we're working with CEA, the marketing agency that the city is working with, to ramp this up. Next. So this is kind of a graph showing you BOGO gift card sales during the time of it launched to 5/29. And what you're going to see and what you notice with the peaks is that BOGO and marketing were really effective in increasing gift card sales. So on 12/8 is when we kind of did a soft launch. The official launch was on 12/5. And you can see that over a period from December to February, we kind of averaged one or two here and there. And then we did the Valentine's Day, which was a buy one, get one free offer. And you could see that it spiked up. And then within the 2-week period when the Valentine's Day offer ran, we pretty much generate the same number of gift cards from the 3-month period. Then we kind of did not have the Valentine's, and then kind of went again down to kind of low numbers until we did the teachers appreciation buy one, get one free offer. And what happened here is that you could see the spike in sales, and a lot of it was attributed to the fact that we partnered with the Pacifica Education Foundation and dropped their email to their distribution list. And that resulted in, you could just see the number of sales that it resulted in. After the program expired or ended, we then did a graduation promo, which unfortunately did not result in the same offer. And we did also engage with the Pacifica Education Foundation to drop the email, but it is possible that because there are two programs so close together that it might have not had the same impact. Next. So just give me a real quick snapshot of the Valentine's Day buy one, get one free offer. 26 cards were purchased, and 11 cards were redeemed. So 42% redemption rate, 32%. The average gift card amount increased by 51% from the previous 3-month period, from $37 to $56. And that makes sense because that card was that you had to buy a $50 gift card to get the BOGO card. So of course that's going to make your average gift card amount increase. 29 bonus cards were issued, again, funded by the Economic Development Committee. And of those, 18 cards were redeemed. 11 cards were $275 expired because of buy one, get one cards. We have an expiration date. So of all the 29 bonus cards, only 18 were redeemed, but 11 were expired. So the 275 came back to the Economic Development Committee. So as a result of that, their realized ROI was 21%. If you take the 402 invested in the BOGO, which was what was redeemed, versus the incremental increase of 494, which is the $37 to $56, that's where I got the 21% ROI from this campaign. Next. Another snapshot of the teacher appreciation promo, which is still ongoing. The bonus cards aren't due to expire to 7/1, but this just kind of gives you how it's been doing. So 67 cars were purchased, and so far 6 cars totaling $400 were redeemed. The average gift card amount of $35 was lower than the Valentine's Day, but that's a result of the fact that this campaign was slightly different because it wasn't buy $50 and get one free. This was spend $50 and get $25. So the spend, they could buy multiple cards as long as they had $50 in their shopping cart. We didn't care what the amount was. We just cared what the total was. So that's why the gift card amount was slightly lower. And then we also did the graduation promo, and you can see the results from there. Next. So some of the challenges from running this gift was getting more business to participate. We did double, but we still want more business to participate because the more business that participate, the more value the card will seem to residents. You can see the overall low redemption rate was, I believe, I said in the overall program was 21%. If customers don't redeem, that means more money. The money is not getting back into our economy and into our businesses. So we really need to encourage these people who did buy cars to redeem them. There's limited promotional levers offered by the vendor. So far, it's just BOGO and waive fee, and we really like to see the vendor kind of offer up more types of promotions, so we have more levers to pull. And then marketing has been ad hoc and not consistent. So next. So next steps is we're working closely with the CDA, the marketing agency, to review and advise them on their marketing plan. We would like to see a campaign to increase redemption rate of current gift cards, provide a Shop Pacifica promotional calendar so our marketing is not ad hoc and we have better leeway time to plan, and that's already been done. And then recruitment of more business to participate, and then explore a gift card giveaway with hotels. Okay, next. The next thing I want to go over is the small business job fair. And that was done, that was Thursday, May 26th. Next. So this job fair was really, and I can't take any credit for this. This was done by Debbie Hirschlag, and she was the one that did a lot of work along with Alyssa. And Debbie was great because she also had human resource experience, so that fit her background very well. So they surveyed 1,213 businesses with over 500,000, with revenue 500 and under, because they really want to focus on the small businesses, because the thought process was that these were the businesses that need more resources. And so we want to give them the resources and support. 14 businesses were signed up. And if you really think about the incredible effort that was done to get this job fair, it was done within a month of when the idea was presented to the Economic Development Committee to when it launched. So kudos to Debbie, kudos to Alyssa, kudos to everyone who did this. All I did was serve as a receptionist or check-in person. So I can't take any credit for this. Anyway, so there was 15 employers, 60 positions, 75 attended, and the cost was $331, not excluding manpower. Number of hires was TBD, but anecdotally, I heard so far two hires already happened as a result of this job fair. So, And then what really helped was our partnership with the Renaissance Center. They offer a job train team that will help with people who came in looking for jobs with resume help, interview help, and so forth. So that they were a really great partner in helping to set up. And then it was advertised in our local media, and there was some grassroots efforts of passing out flyers, and the employers really appreciated the stop by from a few city officials. Next. Here are learnings next time. I think the ones that I kind of want to point out are like, let's be bilingual from the start, in terms of Spanish. And then I think contacting the candidates the day of, just to remind them that the job fair would have been more effective. Next. And then another thing that we also did was a small business survey. Next. So there was, or I should say, small business interviews. So the source of the list was the business licenses from the city, and they wanted to focus on new businesses. And since they weren't allowed to do surveys, they did interviews, and the 3 focus areas was, why did you choose Pacifica? What's your target customers? How easy was it to start a business Pacifica? And then what kind of support they like going forward. Next. And then, so the theme or the good coming out of the interviews was that many owners are Pacific residents and they feel loyal to the company they serve. So they really want to be here. And they felt like San Mateo County resources were easy to work with and consultative. Transferring license for existing business was easy. And they are open to being featured in Pacific social media. Next. The theme here was next steps to improve ideals. I think some of the things, and probably not surprising to you guys, building permits, slow and cumbersome, science permits, confusing and slow. Kinko, it was a challenging landlord. Coastal Commission approval, slow and expensive. And these are just, these business feels like we lost a chance to make Palmetto a family-friendly destination, so many cannabis shop. Somebody commented on Shop Pacifica as cumbersome, and then the other thing is little interest in newsletter and preferred networking events like roundtable mixers, which is not interesting, but it's that we're always saying, oh, a newsletter, let's send a newsletter out to people because they're going to want to know everything that we want to do. And in reality, they just don't want a newsletter. And like I mentioned, just from talking to some employers, their email's inundated. And so, next. And then these were the businesses that we spoke to. Next. And I just want to quickly go over other highlights. So these were other organizations that we engaged with. They either came to the EDC to speak and to find out about what type of partnership opportunities are. I just want to highlight a few of them. The Pacific Education Foundation, there has been great partners and letting us use our distribution list to send emails out. Of course, we have COSIDE and FOGFest and Pacific Anchor, which is run by James Crow, and he's been really great in terms of giving us promotion of the South Pacific campaign. And then the Renaissance Entrepreneur has been hugely great partners as they help with getting our small businesses up to date, but then offering resources like for the job fair, as well as, they did a webinar of an entrepreneur panel, which featured 3 women-owned Pacifica businesses. So they've been really great. Next. And then we also participate, as I mentioned, as what we call the Grand Tour of Pacific Group Conference Places. Councilman Member O'Neill had hosted members of the San Francisco Peninsula to a tour of event meeting spaces. The idea was to promote Pacifica businesses as a meeting, conference, team building, training, event destinations, and 9 venues were showcased. Next. And this just is a collage of the places that we showcase as potential meeting destination conference places. And you can see they're varied in different types of offers and size. Next. And then we also were a sponsor of the Peninsula Restaurant Week. We thought this was a great way to inform our local Pacific restaurants of a great opportunity to be part of this event, because this event was sponsored by San Francisco Peninsula, which had a lot of marketing and had a lot of promotion behind it. So this is an opportunity to get exposure outside of Pacifica. And just kind of give a snapshot. 127 total participating restaurants participated. 7 were restaurants participated, and you can see them on the left side, and you can see where they were advertised. Next. And then these are our priorities for next fiscal year. It's a work in progress. We still have to discuss this as a total committee, but we want to review feedback from the survey results, which I just walked you through, and select which areas to focus on. We also want to review and, if necessary, update the work plan to ensure that we're aligned with the city initiatives and whatever brings the survey feedback results. We plan to partner with the chamber, and this is something that's been an ongoing discussion and something that we've been working on, hosting Pacifica Blues and Brews events that will attract visitors to Pacifica. It's still in the early stages, but this also is part of falls under the umbrella of how we need to drive more events into Pacifica. And then continue to assist and advise CDA and the city on implementation of a workation program, Shop Pacifica campaign, and explore hosting business seminars, networking events to help small businesses connect. Update, and then we understand there's going to be update EDC and city website, and then continue to strengthen our relationships with key partners. Next. And thank you. And if you guys have any questions, you don't have to read the appendix. It's just, if you're a data person, I have all of the data of how I came up with all those calculations. So if you want to proof, you want back up my data, it's there.
Data is so important, right? Like, I'm so happy that you did the survey, and I also think this presentation is really important too, for people to see all of the work that you've done. Like, I've only attended like 2 meetings, so I didn't even know half of the work that the committee's done. A ton of work. Would anybody like to comment or have questions for Daisy? Go ahead, Sue.
Not really any questions, just thanks and appreciation to you and the team for all that you do. And again, we keep saying it, but the level of professionalism that is being brought to bear, combining with staff resources, this is how we can leverage not having enough staff, frankly. I think that job fair was a perfect example. It was just being nimble, responding. When Matt from Roslyn reached out, it was like boom, 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 and it just happened. So I can't thank you enough, and look forward to more and working on more. And also super shout out thanks to Councilmember O'Neill for his continual good ideas about like the gift card promotion with PATH, the destinations for Pacifica. You rock. Thank you, Mike.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you for being here. And I actually have a question, and the question is, with all that data about the gift cards, I was wondering where I might find it being advertised.
Of the gift cards in general, you can find it at the Pacifica Anchor. You can find it on Nextdoor. You can find it on Connect Pacifica, and you can find it on Chamber Wave and the Chamber website. You can find it on the Facebook accounts. So there are various places where you can find it.
Do we have a spot on PCT currently?
No, we don't, and that's something that we have just talked about. I think it's just, we just need to get in touch with them.
Right on. It's stuff that's way outside my wheelhouse, so I'm always impressed with the work y'all are doing. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Daisy, for everything. We're going to move on to our next presentation, which is the Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee. And we have our committee chair, Arlene Patton, here joining us tonight. Thank you so much, and thank you, everybody. It looks like we've caught up on our time. We're good. Colleen, how are you? Thank you for being here.
Yeah, see if I can get my video to go. Okay, hi everybody.
Hello.
Nice to see you all. You know, it's on the one hand, it's sort of sad that we're not doing this in person, but once again, grateful, you know, to be here and to be of service. And the best part is we only have 10 slides. Okay, so yeah, thank you, Sarah. This is, of course, my favorite slide in the packet. I love looking at all the green parks and other recreational areas that we have in Pacifica. In addition to the 6.5 acres of city parks and play fields, almost 3,000 acres of regional parks and beaches. And, you know, looking through the draft general plan, that is 47% of our city landmass, and that's pretty amazing. I don't have stats, but I think for Peninsula City, that is shows what a jewel we have here and the importance of protecting what we have. Next slide, please. We'll go through the benefits of open space, healthy communities, tourism and economic growth, natural beauty, boosts property values, buffers and mitigates impacts of climate change. You know, again, while the pandemic was tough these last couple of years, it also presented a real opportunity for the city in terms of being visitor serving. And so always looking for the silver lining in these situations. Next slide, please. The open space purpose, we, according to the resolution of 2015, natural areas that are proposed to be dedicated to the Golden Gate National Recreation Area, lands that are proposed to be dedicated open space, parklands that are under the jurisdiction of the GGNRA, areas operated by San Mateo County Parks Department, and ways in which these areas can contribute to the economy of the city. Next slide, please. The Open Space Task Force report, our guiding document, originally done back in 1988, but been revised in 2000, analyzed 34 properties within Pacifica, led to preservation of open spaces such as Maury Point, Pager Point Headlands, Malagra Ridge, and others, led to new trail developments, led to the establishment of Pacifica Land Trust, and it's our basic reference for OSPAC. Finds the city should investigate methods of funding open space acquisition, including bonds, and OSPAC may advise applicants on properties listed in the Open Space Task Force report and on other open space issues. Next slide. Our activities this year, we presented to council some of the issues that were associated with the increase to Maury Point. Very pleased with council's response and direction to staff. Also that staff reached out to Jackie Spears' office. That I think was really helpful. Next slide, please. We also made a recommendation to name a formerly unnamed trail on Cattle Hill, city-owned Cattle Hill, the Ani Trail. And that name recognizes the historic use of the area by the indigenous people, with a reach out to remaining descendants of the Ramaytush Ohlone. Also worked with the GGNRA the Golden Gate National Parks Conservancy, and a survey for the public to recommend a name. Next slide. We also participated or suggested actually to do a ribbon cutting event, which was a really nice thing to do given how COVID had really ravaged so much of our activities. This just felt like a real win. We also had an opportunity to give some feedback to the applicant of a proposed house at the back of Amapola Avenue. Next slide, please. We created a subcommittee to research funding opportunities to preserve and maintain open space. We had some really good non-traditional areas that I thought was very, very well done. We created a subcommittee to draft an updated resolution for OSPAC, presented it to council, and we appreciate you including this request as part of your council priorities, and I'm really looking forward to the workshop, future workshop. Next slide, please. This is one of the most fun things that we get to do is the Preservation Award, where we honor what I call the open space hero for the last year. This year, it was long-serving volunteer Kathy Kellerman, who's been involved with so many different things in our city. Next slide. I wanted to thank our members and to thank our city liaison, Mayor Mary Beer, and our staff liaison, Bonnie O'Connor, who has been so wonderful and so patient. I ask her a lot of questions and she gets right back to me with very good information, and really appreciate it. And then I reach out to you, council, for having faith in me and reappointing me for another 4-year term. So I'm here if there's any questions.
Thank you, Arlene, so much. And if you don't mind, I do have a question for you. Or sure. Maybe it would be good to update the council on what's going on with Maury Point, like the progress that's been made with the GGNRA. And
I'd have to turn that over to staff to answer that question, because since making our recommendation, it's been either political or staff.
Oh, okay. Well, we did have an update from GGNRA I think the last meeting, right, Bonnie? Go ahead.
Hi, Mayor Beer. Bonnie O'Connor, Senior Planner. We last got a formal update from GGNRA on that effort at our April meeting, and they are continuing to work with contacts at the Moose Lodge to arrange some shared parking arrangements at their site. And so they are continuing with that effort. And I think we'll likely get more information and more concrete determinations on that in the coming weeks.
Thank you.
There was one more update that happened a few months back that I thought was really promising, which was that they had added a half-staff position so that there'd be better service maintenance, especially for Maury Point. That was a good win.
Yeah, and that was a direct result of the committee. Right? Like working with the public and listening to the public and really showing up. So that's the direct result of your work. Hi, Joanne. You're on mute. You're still on mute, Joanne. One more time.
My computer's tired. I've been on it all day. But anyway, I want to just give us a boost, our committee a boost that in our bylaws, in our goals, is that we are an advisory committee to you. And this is the first time, and I've been on the committee for a while, that we had an opportunity to advise you. And the Maury Point was our package that we put together to present to you, and specifically Mary, is that a subcommittee interacted with the public, with a location, with a neighborhood. It supplied us with a lot of information, what the issues were, with pictures and et cetera, since we've become so popular with COVID. And we presented it and Mary, I always want to talk to her personally, but it's Mayor Mary. Anyways, she took it to you, and we recommended a task force of the stakeholders in the problem. And so I'm saying this, and I'm pitching it to you because you already know the work that we did. But why I'm pitching it is that we are wonderful allies to the City Council and wonderful advisories, and I'm hoping in the future that we can be used more on this kind of thing in terms of letting you know what we know and what the public comes to us for. And because we're open space and parklands, we have had better attendance in terms of our meetings and coming to us for whatever to make sure that we keep open space and parklands available to the quality of the lives of our citizens here. The other thing I want to say, or the last thing I want to say about possible update, is that at one of our meetings I brought up, and this was part of our package in making a recommendation about Maury Point and serving the city better, the Golden Gate serving the city better, is we had an idea about pack it in and pack it out. They were very open to taking that information and working on possible signs to put in the area approaching Maury Point and all the beauty that we have. And so that was a critical complaint from the neighborhood about garbage being left and et cetera. So thanks for listening to me. Appreciate working with you, and thank Mary for all of her support. She is our liaison, and we are so happy to have her. Thanks for listening.
Thanks, Joanne. Councilmember O'Neill.
Yeah, thanks to all of you for your service. But Joanne, you had mentioned that you were getting a sign from GGNRA. I have had a couple residents there complain to me, rightly so, that people are hauling barbecues, with open charcoal and everything up on Maury Point. Could that sign please include no fireboxes, no grills, you know what I mean, whatever's appropriate?
Right. Thank you. Thank you for the feedback. And Mary will take that. I think she's spearheading the committee now. It's gone from our report back to you. And so the interaction is not with us anymore in terms of specifics.
Yeah, that was definitely part of the letter, Mike. Yes, thank you for bringing that up. Does anyone else have any more comments or questions for Open Space? Tiger.
We have a little time, just quick comments. And I know that on emergency preparedness, we've been talking about Maury Point a little bit also. And so I really want to thank you for that work. It's important work, and it's really valuable to our community. And just one element of everything y'all are doing, ultimately being a custodian of about 50% of our landmass. So thank you so much. And I also look forward to opportunities in the future to collaborate as they arise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both so much.
All right. Thank you.
Hey, I'm going to open it up for public comment. Do we have any public comment tonight on this study session?
Mayor Byer, there's one comment. The first speaker is going to be Christine Bolt.
Thank you.
Christine, you may now unmute yourself.
Good evening, Council. I'm just so impressed by all these committees and all the talent we have in our town and all the time and dedication people put in. So I just wanted to add my thanks to that. The one question I wanted to ask was in relation to something I heard from the Economic Development Committee about business owners complaining about the length of time for permits. And I saw recently another new business that's trying to open here in Manor, the Whiplash Creamery, that is still waiting for their permits too. And a lot of people are getting impatient because we're dying to have some ice cream. But he compared his permits here to Daly City, where he's opening another restaurant. And there everything was done in 6 months. And so I'm just wondering if we could maybe take a little deeper look into our permitting processes. I know we used to have a building official, and that was cut for probably for financial reasons for staffing, but whether we're actually saving any money or losing money if businesses are taking longer to be able to permit and open their businesses, it affects them and affects our revenue too. So anyway, just think that might be a good idea to look into. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine.
There's no hands raised at this time.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'll bring it back to council. Do you have any more comments? If not, then we can take a break, maybe get a little bite to eat before our meeting starting at 7. Good with that? Okay. Sarah, we're good. We'll see you all back at 7 o'clock. Summer school?
Yeah, it starts tomorrow. Couldn't get into the technology, don't have access to the curriculum, like, oh my God.
All the stuff.
It's all going to be fine.
Good. Okay.
Sue V, your background is so pretty.
Beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Really beautiful.
It's
all right.
From my backyard.
It's nice.
Over the ocean.
Gorgeous.
Okay.
The nighttime.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ready.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Pacifica City Council meeting of June 13th. It is 7 o'clock. We're going to open up our meeting now. Can we please have roll call?
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Present.
Councilmember Vaterlas.
Here.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Present.
And Mayor Beer.
Here. And Sarah, can you go ahead and read the instructions?
Yes. So I have a few notes to note about tonight's meeting format. Tonight's meeting will be held by video conference with no physical location open to the public, pursuant to the provisions of Government Code Section 54953, as amended by AB 361, which authorizes teleconference meetings under the Brown Act during certain proclaimed states of emergency. The public can observe and participate in the meeting via the Zoom link provided in the agenda or by phone to the dial-in number and webinar ID provided in the agenda. This meeting may also be observed on local TV channel 26 or online at www.cityofpacifica.org/live stream. For this meeting, live verbal public comments may be made through participation by Zoom. For members of the public participating via Zoom, use the raise hand button, or if you're calling in, use *9 to raise your hand to indicate that you wish to speak on an agenda item or during oral communications when the mayor calls upon that item. For those participating by phone, *6 will unmute once you're called upon. And for those participating by phone, you will be called upon by the last 4 digits of the phone number from which you're dialing in.
Please clearly state your full name for the record at the start of your public comment. Written and email public comments will not be read during the meeting, but will be made part of the written record and provided to council members prior to the meeting, if received by noon on the date of the meeting. Email public comments are not monitored during the live meeting. The format of this meeting may be altered or the meeting may be canceled if needed. You may check on the status of the meeting by visiting the city's website at www.cityofpacifica.org for any updates.
Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate it. I'm going to read the land acknowledgement now. The City of Pacifica acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone people, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. We honor the Ramaytush Ohlone people for their enduring commitment to Mother Earth. As the indigenous protectors of this land, and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten the responsibilities as caretakers of this place, as well as for all peoples who reside in their traditional territory. We affirm their sovereign rights as First People and wish to pay our respects to the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone people. Councilmember Begmeyer, would you lead the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We have one special presentation tonight. We have a proclamation for Pride Month, June 2022. I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. Proclamation of the City of Pacifica in recognition of Pride Month. Whereas the City Council of the City of Pacifica recognizes and proclaims the month of June 2022 as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer Pride Month throughout the City of Pacifica. And where the City of Pacifica joins the County of San Mateo in observing Pride Month to honor the history of LGBTQ+ movement and support the rights of all citizens to experience equality and freedom from discrimination. And whereas LGBTQ+ individuals have had immeasurable impact to the culture, civic, and economic successes of our country. And whereas the City of Pacifica is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and equality for LGBTQ people in our diverse community, and acknowledges that the need for education and awareness remains vital to end discrimination and prejudice. And whereas the City of Pacifica raises the progress flag to commemorate June as Pride Month. The flag raised was designed in 2018 by graphic designer Daniel Quasar, adding a 5-colored chevron to the classic rainbow flag, which is widely recognized as the LGBTQ community, to include Black and brown stripes to represent marginalized LGBTQ+ communities of color, along with the colors pink, light blue, and white used on the transgender pride flag. And whereas the City of Pacifica collaborated with Coast Pride and local business owners to kick off Pride Month with its first annual Pride Parade on June 4th, 2022. And whereas celebrating Pride Month influences awareness and provides support and advocacy for San Mateo County's LGBTQ+ community, and is an opportunity to take action and engage in dialogue to strengthen alliances, build acceptance, and advance equal rights. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Pacifica hereby proclaims the month of June 2022 as Pride Month in support of the LGBTQ+ community and recognizes all LGBTQ+ residents whose influential and lasting contributions to our neighborhoods make Pacifica a vibrant community in which to live, work, and visit. On this 13th day of June 2022. We certainly did have a wonderful Pride Parade, didn't we? I'm sure we can all talk about that as we move forward. Before we move on to the consent calendar, I just wanted to acknowledge and send, so one of our fellow council members Anders Fung in Millbrae was attacked in San Francisco. And so I wanted to send out thoughts to his family and let him know that we stand with him, and that violence against our communities is just unacceptable. We're not going to tolerate that. But he is our friend and our colleague. And so we're thinking of you tonight, and we wish you well. Okay, let's move on to the consent calendar. Do any council members wish to pull anything from consent calendar this evening?
Not me.
Not me. Seeing nothing, we will go to public comment. Oh, and by the way, we have our new management analyst, Alyssa, with us tonight. So Alyssa, thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you for having me. There are no public comments at this time.
Okay, we'll close public comment and bring it back to council for a motion.
I move that we approve the consent calendar as stated.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
I had actually raised my hand because I had.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought you were raising it to second. Go right ahead.
No, I was trying to get in before the motion. I didn't have anything I wanted to pull. I just have a word and a comma to add to the minutes, and I wanted to request through the mayor if it's okay to pause on the vote for that motion, just so we could hear that.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm talking about packet page 178, and it's the very bottom of the page. In council communications, during my comments regarding the Coastal Commission having an event that's coming up, a collaborative meeting between Coastal Cities Group, Cal City staff, and Coastal Commissioners. On the fourth line from the bottom, after the word primarily, I wanted to add the word public and a comma after public, because that just got left out, and I was trying to make that point in regard to what the framework is about. So with that small, tiny change, I
amend my motion to accommodate the councilperson.
And I agree on my second.
You're muted, Mary.
Roll call vote, please.
Okay, and for the consent calendar with item number 2 as amended per Councilmember Beckmeyer's statements and Councilmember O'Neill's amended motion, with a second by Councilmember Vaterlas. We'll start the roll call vote with Councilmember Vaterlas.
Aye.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
Mayor Beer.
Yes.
And the consent calendar passes unanimously.
Thank you, everybody. We're going to now move on to oral communications, public comment. This portion of the agenda is available for the public to address the City Council on any issue that is not on the agenda. Any person wishing to address the council shall be recognized by the mayor during oral communications, provided, however, that during oral communication portion of the agenda, only items not on the agenda for this meeting may be addressed. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body and not to any member thereof. Council members shall not enter into debate with speakers under oral communication, and a maximum time of 3 minutes will be allowed for any speaker pursuant to the Pacifica Municipal Code, Title 2, Chapter 1, Section 2-1.118. Any person making impertinent, slanderous, or profane remarks, or who becomes boisterous while addressing the council shall be called to order by the presiding officer. Be nice. That's what that means. Be nice, respectful, and we will open up oral communications. Do we have any hands this evening?
There are no hands raised at this time.
Okay, so maybe I'll just give it another minute. Would anyone like to comment on anything that's not on the agenda tonight? Okay. Seeing no hands, I will close oral communications and bring it back to council for council communications. Who would like to start us off? Councilmember O'Neill.
Okay, hold on, my calendar just moved. Let's see, since the last council meeting, I attended a County LAFCO committee meeting. I also attended the airport roundtable, and the planes are still flying and they're noisy. Let's see, I also attended the Gay Pride flag raising at the community center. After that, I attended the hobo lunch from the Historical Society for fundraiser for the railroad car. I then drove to Atherton for the opening of the new Atherton library, which was really pretty. They were able to integrate the new library in with their heritage town hall, which was built in a Spanish tile roof and adobe look. So that was nice. I also let's see, going here to some reason I'm having a hard time reading. Let's see, the Historical Society had their rummage sale, and I think that was pretty much it. Yeah, that was it. So thank you.
How about the Eagle Scouts?
Oh, that's you know what? That was the highlight of the week. Yes, I did attend the Troop 256 as the council representative for the Eagle Scouts, and we had seven people over 18, and there was quite a few of them because they were catching up for all the ceremonies they weren't able to have due to COVID. So there were seven, and I'd like the council to congratulate Brian Joseph Solomon, Dylan Murphy Matthew Michael Macias, Lucas Roland Bo Tassio, Claire Ray Milby, Andres Ernesto Pranza, Liam Dean Milby, and Bryce Boyd Milby. And I would like to acknowledge Claire Ray Milby was the first woman to get an Eagle Scout in Pacifica. Her and her two brothers, and the rumor had it that she beat her two brothers, which, considering all the merit badges she had to get from when they allowed girls to there, she really had to hustle. But I wanted to congratulate all of them on their achievements and wish them the best as some of them are already in their jobs, so, apprentices and stuff like that, because they finished it when they were 18, and now it's 2 years later. But I wanted to congratulate all of them, and I did that for the council. Thank you for reminding me, Mary.
No, thank you for going, Mike. You were the perfect person to be there. I don't know if any of you saw the pictures, but Mike is all decked out.
Yeah. I had a tie on.
Yeah. Councilmember Vadawas.
Okay, I went to the Civic Center groundbreaking, and I was so happy to see now they have a sign around it. I mean, a fence around it. So we're getting going. I went to the Housing Endowment and Regional Trust member agency meeting, and also they had an event in San Carlos, and I went to their event, their big fundraising. I went to the Lions Police Awards dinner, as did Mike. And that was really great to see our police officer get an award. I went to I wrote Homelessness County meeting. Also the Pride flag raising with all the other council members. and I rode in a really nice convertible GTO in the parade. And that was just, I was so happy to see so many people out for our parade. And next year it's going to be bigger and better. I listened to the Plan Pacifica meeting with the Planning Commission. It's the Planning Commission General Plan meeting. I went to another Let's Talk Homelessness meeting. The City and County Association of Government Legislative. We went over all the bills that related to housing, transportation, seamless Bay Area, etc. And then we went over the budget, which is huge. So the bills are not yet passed, a lot of them, and it's going to take months for the governor to go through all the bills, but they all have to be in. And the City and County Association of Governments regular meeting, we had a presentation by Safe Routes to School. And I'm sorry, I don't like acronyms, but OBAG, OBAG 3 grants are giving out large grants for economic development and transportation, and that grant funding just opened up. They also mentioned Cal Cities is working on a project to take old abandoned tires and doing a derivative of the tires, compressing and turning it into various other uses, because the amount of tire debris is huge. They're finding that it will not destroy fish, so that they can use it in the ocean and it doesn't affect the ecosystem of the ocean. In fact, it can help. So it's an interesting project going forward, and I'm sure we'll hear about it more later. I also went and looked at the train car and saw it was interesting to be able to see inside the train car, because we usually see it covered, and it was nice to see it uncovered. And that's it for me.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Oh my goodness. Well, we've heard about a few of the items that occurred since our last council meeting, but one that I was able to attend, I was very happy to be there, was to attend the Rotary Club meeting the morning after our council meeting, and to have a fantastic presentation by Mayor Mary Beer and City Manager Kevin Woodhouse. Very well received, an excellent job. Attended the same day the groundbreaking, which was amazing and really just very satisfying to move forward on that project. I'm very proud of this council for making that happen. Attended the Small Business Job Fair, which was superb, as we heard in our presentation, and really looking forward to more on that, and really want to thank Debbie Hirsch-Tag and Alyssa Baranti, and Daisy says she didn't do anything, but I know that's not true. And of course, Julia, for all the work on that. Attended a meeting of some members of the chamber in regard to the bid, Business Improvement District, and got some clarifications there. Attended Beautification Advisory Committee meeting. One issue that needed a little resolution that was mentioned in our presentation tonight, the presentation, was to help bring to conclusion the mural on the pump station, which we know because we voted for it. We were super excited to have that work commence on those repairs, and all of us that have toured that facility know how urgently needed that is. And I really want to commend our staff, Lisa Peterson and Paul Lavarini and Nelson Schachter, I think, for working to come up with a solution to enable, even at a somewhat different scheduling, the continuation of that mural painting work. We're almost there. It looks very nice, and it's something to really, it's very bright and something we really notice when we're at the beach. Of course, the Pride Parade. Hats off to the mayor. Just absolutely fantastic job, truly. And I loved your statement in our committee meeting that we had, that brief moment before the Tuesday before or whatever it was, that, as soon as this is over, we're going to start planning next year, because we learned a lot. And it's very exciting to see the response from the community and the outpouring of support. I too attended the rail car lunch, and I think we need to, Councilmember O'Neill, if I could prevail upon you to carry a message back to the board about rethinking the title of that event. We can discuss it more offline, but I think that feedback was given a year ago, and I think it still needs addressing. The lunch was lovely. The approach was great. And I agree with Sue Batterlaws, to get a peek under that tarp was just the best. I mean, but what it did really reinforce to me why it is so necessary to be in a safe place, because you can see the graffiti and the tagging that was done on the inside of that historic resource when it was parked at on Shamrock Ranch land, because it didn't have security. And so it's just come along. I know it feels like a really long time, but when you're raising the dollars, month by month with a rummage sale, it takes a long time. And so the patience of the property owner, where that's located, supportive city staff with the use permit, and just let's keep on keeping on to get that done. Attended a planning commission meeting that was very long on Monday night. Attended another planning commission meeting on Saturday that was equally long, actually longer. And I want to thank our planning commissioners for their diligent work on both of those occasions. It was very impressive. Attended not as much of the Coastal Commission meeting as I would have liked, because it was falling right on the very last day of school. But I was able to pop in and observe some of it, and I'll be going back over the recording on that. And that's all I have. It was a busy couple of weeks.
Mayor Pro Tem.
It was a ridiculously busy several weeks. I'll start by starting as I've been starting lately, just by saying Ukraine is in my heart, on my mind, and I hope for a peaceful resolution to the conflict sooner than later, heaven willing. And then lately, refreshed on my mind is COVID. As you all are aware, I attended the last meeting by calling in because I had COVID. And I'm somebody who's happy to be public about my experience. It was, thank goodness, mild because I was well vaccinated, and I was able to get back on my feet relatively quickly. But mask up as you can. I know it's a pain, but it helps a lot. I attended the Civic Center groundbreaking, as most of you did. It was outdoor, thank goodness, so I masked up thoroughly and maintained my distance and went, even though I was about a day or two shy of when my viral load was controlled. We had Councilmember O'Neill and I had an ad hoc rules and ethics meeting, which went good. We're already starting to see some of the results of that, and we'll keep seeing more results. There was a PCE meeting. We started with a moment of silence for Texas. I'll say more in a moment, but we needed to, because that had happened the day before the shooting at the school. Anyway, PCE celebrated their 5-year anniversary, approved a new Citizens Advisory Committee members, and updated their work plan. There was an initial budget review. I'm finding that everywhere I go lately, all the committees are reviewing their budgets. And the next meeting will be on the 23rd of this month. There was a Working Together to End Homelessness meeting on the 3rd. The key term was permanent supportive housing. We had the opportunity to hear the stories of those whose lives were really saved through the program. And it was really heartening. All these organizations, Tipping Point, Life Moves, Project We Hope, Samaritan House, Dignity on Wheels, and Mental Health Association were all contributing to these solutions. And so it's amazing to see all the collaborative effort going on in the county right now to do everything we can to end homelessness effectively. And there was a salient quote that was used: "Life is about what we do with what life has done to us." That was a John Paul Sartre quote. On the 3rd, Mayor Buer and I got to attend a Stanford electric vehicle study that this group of students did in Pacifica. It was amazing to see what these students were doing. And it was good. Our staff was getting recommendation from these Stanford students. It was very cool. I was taken on a tour of the Pedro Point Headlands with John Keener, who's a part of our Pacifica Land Trust. I'd never been up there before. I'd wanted to check it out for years, and I had a wonderful tour guide for it. So thank you, John. I met with Jeremy Stafford, who's the vice president of the district fire union. So I learned more about fire. That's actually a recurring theme over the last couple weeks. I'll bring it up again in a moment. The 4th was the Pride Parade. It was a beautiful event. Everyone was there. It's so heartening to see all of council attend. I checked out the rail car very briefly afterward. I needed to take a look on my way to Atherton. It's beautiful to see the painting that they've done on it, and interesting to see the work they have to do left on the interior. And I agree with everything Councilmember Beckmeyer said about how important that project is and how nice it is to see its progress. Then I went over to the Atherton Library, the new Atherton Library. I got some cool swag. This is in the maker's space. They were just giving away these tape measures in their maker's space. Apparently they have the first digital lab in the county, or like some of those things you can print on the 3D printers. You can design them in their computer lab there, and CAD programming and music programming. They had a little robotics section and an outside deck where some of the messier projects the kids can do. It was great to see the kids running through the banner to open the library as becoming a ritual in the San Mateo County Library system. And of course, our new Congresswoman, she's been representing us really forever, but our regionally new Congresswoman, Anna Eshoo, was there, as was County Supervisor Don Horsley, State Senator Josh Becker, Ray Mueller was there from Menlo Park. He's running for supervisor. And of course, I got to enjoy time with Mike O'Neill there as well. And then later that day, I was taken on a tour of the firehouse, again by Jeremy, who's the VP of the fire union. He showed me around. I had never been inside before, way bigger than I thought it was. He showed me some of the vehicles. It's amazing the kind of work they do with what they have. I think they're pursuing some sort of grant funding for a rescue vehicle that I hope they get. What they have to work with it's amazing what they can do with what they're working with. It's great if they can get the tools they really need. I attended a second viewing of this movie, Everything Everywhere All at Once. I'd seen it once before. I actually attended it with a staffer for Josh Becker. But while I was watching it, it was occurring to me that there was this theme about how chaotic the world is, and how in this time in which everything seems like it's constantly chaotic, no one can agree on anything, and we're constantly trying to kill ourselves even under the most minute points that in the long run will probably wind up being irrelevant. The theme was, if we can figure out ways to be kind within that circumstance, we all might just make it through together. And so that was a very visceral reminder to do everything I can to maintain whatever practice of kindness I can, even when I feel disinclined. Which led into the Planning Commission meeting about the general plan that occurred a couple of days later. I got to listen to all the public feedback. The next day, there was election night. I got to hang out with the supervisor candidate, Ray Mueller, a little bit at his event, and then I popped over to Kevin Mullen's event. I imagine he'll wind up winning that congressional seat. Unfortunately, he won't be our representative. Fortunately, he'll be representing us anyway. But it was a trip to be at an event like that and see the way the media is there. And it was my first time kind of backstage on that higher level political stage, which was very cool. So congratulations to Kevin for his night. March for Our Lives I attended on Saturday. And I gave a speech in which I wound up, I was a little embarrassed at the moment. I, in my private life, swear fairly regularly. I felt inspired to swear exactly once because I got that worked up talking about the shooting that happened at that school in Texas. And simultaneous with that was the idea that we need to work together on everything that we're doing. And what I mean is, what the speech really was about was, look, I run into people whose views are not mine. And rather than just assuming I'm going to disagree with them, I figure it's a good idea to dig into tough discussions, but do that by specifically working with them to figure out what we can agree on. Because I don't care if you like guns or don't like guns, you don't like kids getting shot, and I don't care who you are. And if we begin every conversation with that premise, I don't know if I can talk to the lawmakers who I'm not voting for. But my friends who can talk to those lawmakers, I can discuss with them what we agree on, and then they can take it back to elect those people. There was a wildfire awareness event afterwards I got to enjoy. Then I went and watched as much of the Planning Commission meeting as I could. I made sure to DVR what I couldn't watch in real time. I think I've watched everything except about a half hour at this point. Great work they're doing. I'm looking forward to continuing to watch. I attended the Sanchez Art Center. There's a this amazing exhibit on death and dying. This was, 5 Wishes, which is about directives for when a person dies and they tell their loved ones what they want from them. And it was an art exhibit about that, kind of heavy. Tina Wehrmeister was there with me as we were going through this. And thank you, Cindy Abbott, for inviting me to check that out. Almost done. Today, this morning, I attended the library JPA meeting with Mike. If you ever wind up in a car with Mike, the entire San Mateo County community turns into a museum, and you have the world's best docent who tells just the most amazingly interesting stories at every turn. So thank you for being my guide. But we got to check out the Brisbane Library a little bit deeper. The meeting was held in their makerspace room, where again, I was, eyeballing the virtual reality and the laser etching and the 3D printing. And all of these elements were on wheels so that they can move everything out. And what was left was a space where we could have a meeting. They were really proud of their quiet room. And I noticed also that they have bicycle checkouts. That was an amazing feature there. They passed their budget. They're excited about the all-electric Maker Mobile, Makerspace on wheels that's coming through, and they're doing a pilot for their vehicles with solar electric vehicle charging. Sarah McDowell of San Carlos was elected chair. Karen Cunningham of Brisbane was elected vice chair. And I followed up, I'm really trying to discuss library with people lately. And one of my coworkers was like, oh, well, why don't we have a seed library? Which I brought up to the director of the JPA, and she was like, yeah, we could totally do a seed library. Apparently Woodside is already doing this. So I'm really excited about what a library could mean in our community. And that's all the report I really have. There was a public comment Christine Bowles made earlier about a building official and that whiplash business. I know that we have a building official on hand for all our needs on the one hand. So I just wanted to clarify that. And Kevin, during staff communication, you might update us on the Whiplash Creamery. So tell us what's going on with that. Thank you.
Thank you. So I attended a lot of the same things that my colleagues have attended, but I first want to talk about our Pride Parade, and I really want to thank Jenny Walters from Coast Pride and Katie Brookshire from Table Wine for being consistent and determined and strong in their planning and getting it all done. And it was just amazing. And it was amazing, beautiful, wonderful experience all the way around. And I'm always going to mention these guys because I think they're so awesome, but Pacifica Hot Rod showed up, and one of their founding members and longtime friend of mine and the people I grew up with had passed away before, just the day before. And I didn't know. And so while I was already emotional seeing them all drive into the back parking lot, when I went to the back to get into the cars and they told me, it just really hit me how much of a part of Pacifica they are, because they showed up and everyone was really sad, but they showed up. And so back them, they're having a gathering every third Friday night back at Park Mall, 6 to 8. Go out and check them out. They're wonderful. So thank you so much, Pacifica Hot Rods, for showing up. I can't wait for next year. It was just so beautiful. The whole thing was beautiful. Okay, so let's see. I did all the things. Thank you to the Rotary for having us out. It was really fun to be able to present. Kevin made me look good, so thank you for that. The Civic Center groundbreaking was amazing. I can't wait to see what happens there. I attended 2 separate meetings with the Economic Development Committee. One was a special meeting, and then the other one, Councilmember Beckmeyer already spoke about with the Business Improvement District. So there's some things coming up, and we're going to hear about that a little bit later tonight. What else? Oh, the Stanford presentation. If we don't do what these students have suggested, it's just crazy. Like, we have a whole work plan. It's all laid out for us. Like, the work they have done is just incredible. So thank you to Stanford and to all those young people who were just super fun to talk to. It was really great to be with them. I went to the Working Together to End Homelessness. It's really important for people to understand the process and all of the different agencies that are coming together. You know, you go from being homeless into transitional housing into permanent supportive housing, and it's working. It's working. And I am confident in it. And so confident enough to have, people I love that are going to be helped. And so that's a really amazing thing. I did go by the Historical Society train car lunch, which I am going to call it too. And wow, just looking into that train car and then thinking about the Little Brown Church and like all the work they did on the Little Brown Church and like what they're going to do with this train car is really like unheard of. And so we're very lucky to have the Historical Society. And thank you so much for having us out. It was fun. They had little whistles, and I got one of the items, the auction items. So I got to go pick that up. I haven't done that yet. Sorry about that. I will be by. I had a meeting with Fairway Park residents, super concerned about Ridgeway Drive, and I'm going to be meeting with the Little League board at some point to talk about their concerns as well. So keep meeting with me, and I'll get you all the information I possibly can. It always feels really good to be able to go out, even though I knew that they were upset. Right. But to go to be with them, and this is not the first, like a second time I've been out with them, and to create that relationship, that working relationship is really important for me so that I can speak up and advocate for them as we move forward. I attended the City and County Association of Governments Bike and Pedestrian Committee. We had presentations about Caltrans Bay Area Bike Highway Study, which is a really interesting thing of creating bike highways, which kind of led into the presentation from the San Mateo County Micro Mobility Feasibility Study. And so it was really interesting to talk about micro mobility, which is like the scooters and the bikes, and then bike highways. Very interesting stuff. I was chosen to be on the ad hoc committee, the evaluation panel for the One Bay Area grant, which is what Councilmember Sue Vargas was talking about. And so I'll be able to review all of the applications and score them. And so I'll be very busy for the month of July. But how exciting, right? That I get to be a part of that. And I'm happy to do it because I've been learning so much as I go along. I think that's it for me this evening. Yeah, and Kevin, City Manager Woodhouse.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Beer and Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick and council members. Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. As you could tell from all the council communications, it's been a very busy few weeks since the last meeting, since the last City Council meeting, and I do have several updates that I would like to provide. It's been an exciting few weeks as well. What I want to start with is to say that later on tonight's agenda, you're going to hear a couple presentations from Yulia Carter, our Chief Financial Sustainability Officer. But I wanted to announce that I have promoted Ms. Carter to Assistant City Manager and Finance and Administrative Services Director to fill the gap that was left when previous Assistant City Manager Planning Director Tina Wehrmeister left the city. So excited to announce that. Yulia has great experience in having been Assistant City Manager in previous jobs, as well as Finance and Administrative Services Director. And related to the budget presentation later, part of the recommended budget are some reorganization details related to covering the different business needs in the city manager's office. So I wanted to start with that. Also in the budget presentation, you'll hear in more detail some information about the vehicle license fee, in lieu vehicle license fee, and returned or excess educational revenue augmentation fund issue. And what I wanted to announce now about that is that the cities and all of the cities in San Mateo County and the county itself really launched a pretty aggressive advocacy campaign to kill a trailer bill that was being proposed that would have capped the returned ERAF dollars. And we were successful in that. So I just wanted to say that kind of legislative advocacy and our state representatives were really on board with it. And it really pays off. And that's a there's still a battle ahead for future years related to that issue, but it does preserve for us over $200,000 that will be able to go into our disaster accounting fund this year. So budget details are later, but I just wanted to mention the effect and thank you to all the council members for all of your work related to that very important topic. I wanted to speak a little bit more about the Stanford electric vehicle strategy that was launched. Just for background, there is a public policy class and program at Stanford called Local Government in Action. And early on, during last quarter, we had contacted with them and proposed this project. And a team of 3 Stanford students with another student advisor really were excited about looking at electrical vehicle charging in Pacifica and how a strategy could also tie to economic development. And we culminated that with their end of school year presentation the Friday before last. And it was just, as council members mentioned, it was a fantastic presentation with some really great learning opportunity for them. We had a room filled with staff, executive staff and commissioners and mayor and mayor pro tem to ask hard questions of them and push them, and they handled it really well. And it's a win-win situation because we get a great starting analysis for a strategy moving forward. And we're hoping that there's actually future phases of student-led projects that we can leverage for the benefit of the Pacifica community. So that was exciting. Let's see, last week, the police chief and captains and I spent about 5 hours in interviews for applicants for the police chief's advisory panel. We had a great response for folks that are interested in the 10 advisory panel positions. And so the interviews took quite a while, but it was a great result, and the results of that will be announced sometime this week, I do believe. I also wanted to announce another opportunity that's coming up is that KTVU and their Zip Trip program has selected Pacifica this season, the summer season, to highlight Pacifica in a program. This is a live program where they go on scene and do an hour-long show. And that will occur at the end of July, as of now, at least that's what they're planning. And so we've been working with them, and I want to thank Mayor Beer and Councilmember O'Neill, especially Councilmember O'Neill, as Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick, pointed out. He's a walking encyclopedia and history buff about Pacifica. So some great recommendations we've provided to them, and then they kind of go off and do their own due diligence and make their selections about what they want to highlight and such. But we're working with them to bring that promotion to Pacifica, and look forward to that happening at the end of July. I also last week had the opportunity to attend our once annual in-person joint city managers meeting between all the city managers in Santa Clara County and all the city managers in San Mateo County. So we got together for panel discussions and lunch down in Mountain View. And it was just great to see colleagues in person, but also had a couple great presentations. And one of them really related to the recruitment and retention challenges that local government has that's being felt everywhere. So there was some valuable information coming forth from that. And, I needed to mention the information that I have about the Whiplash Creamery and the building official. Let me first start with regarding the building official. The city does have a building official. We have a contract building official, and while the actual position building official is part-time, that same firm has a full-time staff team that evaluates all of our applications and handles all of the plan check work that runs through the building department. Regarding the Whiplash Creamery, all I want to clarify in the information I have, and Acting Planning Director Murdoch can come on and provide more detail if the council wishes. But for the Whiplash Creamery, they had applied, and their permit really sat dormant due to activity on their end for about a year, and then they changed their application. I believe they changed their architect and reapplied in May, and the city has processed their application in all of the appropriate city processing timelines, actually sent them back plan check comments on Friday, June 10th. So there was no delay on the city's behalf related to that application. It's, as happens with businesses, they really were inactive for quite a while on their end. And Mr. Murdoch, did you want to add anything to that?
Thank you, City Manager Woodhouse. Just that if business owners feel like they're experiencing delays or problems with the building permit review process, that's what I'm here for. So I encourage them to reach out. I can help where there is an issue or explain where there's not an issue. So I am a resource for that.
Thank you.
So just to be clear, the applicant put in an application, you responded, and then they sat for a year not responding to your questions or comments, and they have yet to go to San Mateo County Health, being they are serving food.
I don't know about the status with the health department, Councilmember O'Neill, but the first part of what you said is correct. They submitted in April of 2021. We returned plan check comments to that first application in May of 2021. There was no response from the applicant until May of 2022. And we have already responded to that May 2022 application, releasing plan check comments last Friday, as the city manager indicated.
Okay, well, I'd like to thank staff for their prompt reply to the applicant, and inactivity or not responding to staff is not staff's fault. And maybe members of the public could get accurate information rather than spreading misinformation.
And thank you, Mr. Murdoch. And then just finally, I just want to mention that I was excited to be able to spend a long weekend with my family and be with my oldest son who graduated from college this weekend. So we had a great time and busy, and it was just a great milestone.
Thank you.
Completes my comment.
I forgot to thank Laura Palmer-Lohan, who is a council member from St. Carlos, for coming down to our Pride Parade and sharing her story with us. I appreciate you, Laura. And also, I also had COVID. And so I thought that I was just tired and had headaches because, you know, I work too much. But no, I had COVID and my family got COVID. So thanks to Tiger and Mike for filling in for me, and everybody just keep masking up. Okay.
Mayor, I just have one tiny addendum to something that Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick was talking about regarding the bikes available for checkout at the library. Pacifica also has bikes available for checkout at the library. My understanding is at both libraries. I've seen the ones at Sharp Park. So where the upper entrance is, there's a railing there and a side door that you go in. That's where they were located, and any of the staff could help any of our citizens who would want to check out a bike.
If I had known of the resource sooner, I myself might have checked it out. So it's good to know that resource is there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. We're going to move to our public hearings. We're on agenda item 11, which is a public hearing on proposed ordinances adding section 7-2.214, utility pavement cut recovery fee of Title 7 and Chapter 21, construction vehicle impact fee of Title 8 of the Pacifica Municipal Code, and adoption of resolution setting rates for the utility pavement cut recovery fee and construction vehicle impact fee. There's 3 proposed actions tonight, and we have with us Director of Public Works, Lisa Peterson. Hello, Lisa.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Lisa Peterson, Director of Public Works. And yes, we are here tonight to have a discussion related to the recommendation to the council to introduce an ordinance adding a utility pavement cut restoration fee and construction vehicle impact fee to the Pacifica Municipal Code, and adopt a resolution related to those fees. Next slide, please. To give a little background and overview, council has heard this a couple of times. We did come to council with a council study session on the 14th and talked about it for a good period of time. We had the consultant there as well, who is part of NCE Engineering, and they are experts in pavement, and they are also experts in these types of fees and doing these types of studies. And we did also most recently talk with council on May 23rd, talk specifically about these fees and relation to the master fee schedule. And as the council may remember, the city did complete 2 pavement studies with NCE Consulting Engineers to look at the impacts that utility cuts were having on the city pavement, or if they were having impacts to the city pavement, and also heavy construction vehicles. So vehicles that are traversing back and forth to development sites. And as council may remember, state law does allow for these one-time construction damage fees, but not for any type of general road use fee. And at the end of the study, what the data showed is it did connect this type of activity, cutting pavements for, putting in utilities, these heavy construction vehicles going back and forth to developments, to pavement damage. And specifically cutting the streets showed that when those streets were cut, it was increasing the rate of deterioration of the streets. And specifically, when you had 10% of the street cut for a block, going from intersection to intersection, even if those were a number of small cuts that added up to 10% or one large cut that was 10% of that section, it would drop the street an entire pavement condition category. And what this means is you would have a street that was in good condition that would drop to poor condition because of these types of impacts. Additionally, looking at the heavy construction trucks, that back and forth construction vehicle traffic was equated to street damage. So what the study did is it developed a fee that was equal to the amount of damage that was being caused by these activities, and also would relate to the amount of activity that was going on. Next slide, please. Just to give council a reminder of our street conditions in Pacifica, we do have the worst street pavement condition in the 101 Bay Area cities. So it is important for the city to make sure that folks that are cutting the streets or that are running these heavy construction vehicles, that they do pay their fair share for the damage that they are doing to the streets. Next slide, please. The utility pavement cut recovery fee is based on the pavement area that's affected, the functional class meaning is it a residential street, a collector street, an arterial street, and the age of the street if it's less than 10 years old or more than 10 years old. An example fee and a very typical fee that you would see in Pacifica would be a cut that's a small cut, meaning less than 10% of that roadway section on an older road, meaning 10 years or older, and on a residential street. And an example fee for this would be $1 times the square footage of the impacted area divided by 10%. And it's divided by 10% because, as I mentioned, once these small cuts add up to 10%, they do take that pavement down an entire category. So we do want to make sure that those small cuts pay their fair share for that damage. And if you had, for example, a 4x4 street cut on a residential street for somebody, let's say they were selling their house and they needed to replace their sewer lateral, this is a very typical cut that we see for that type of replacement. That fee would be $640. For the construction vehicle impact fee, again, as I mentioned, this is based on damage from trips going back and forth to the construction site. And when the data was looked at in the study, the data came up and developed a fee that equated the damage to be $1.19 per square foot of building area. So for example, if you had an 800 square foot multifamily unit, that would equate to $952. If you had an 1,800 square foot single family dwelling, that would equate to $2,142. Next slide, please. There are some fee exceptions. So we are not, there's no fee for accessory dwelling units, ADUs under 750 square feet. And this, of course, is state law. Additionally, there would be no fee for any size ADU when it's built at the same time as a single family dwelling that pays the fee. There is a fixed fee for sewer lateral replacements that are not needing a lateral compliance certificate of $500. This means that if a resident comes in, they need to, or they want to replace their sewer lateral because it has a break in it, there is just a set fee of $500. It doesn't matter how much they cut the pavement because, of course, we're trying to encourage that to happen and have them do those replacements. Staff is recommending that council adopt the fees tonight and then discuss fees associated with low-income housing during the upcoming housing element meetings. Next slide, please. So the recommended actions tonight for the council from staff is to move to waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance establishing a utility pavement recovery fee, and also move to waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance establishing a construction vehicle impact fee, then to adopt a resolution setting these rates for the utility pavement recovery fee and the construction vehicle impact fee, and adding both of these fees to the city's master fee schedule. And that is the end of my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Lisa. Do we have any questions from council? Councilmember O'Neill.
Okay. Hi, Lisa. Let's see. There's some streets in the city that when we took over, they were never accepted because they were the old county roads, such as Pedro Point, Valamar, East Shore Park. Are we being, we really aren't even maintaining those streets since we never accepted them? Are they subject to this fee?
And thank you for the question, Councilmember O'Neill. Typically, the way that the fee has been developed, it's taken into account any fees, any streets that we are maintaining. So I'm not sure if these streets that you're talking about have asphalt on them, but because the way the fee is set up, it looks at the actual condition of the street. So because the city has, low PCI overall for the city, our fee for an older street tends to be fairly low, which, for example, for the street cut, it's, only $1 per square foot. And it's based, so the fee is based on the condition of the asphalt on average for the whole city. And I'm sorry that I don't know exactly which street you're talking about, but if it's a street that is considered a city street and it has asphalt on it, it would be included.
Well, I happened to be driving down Loma Vista today, and it looked like there was more patches than there was asphalt. Okay, and I understand why we're charging the fee. I support the fee, but it's hard to justify, you know what I mean, when you're basically replacing a patch that's been there for, since Sam built the castle or whatever. That's the concern I have. Another concern I have, I'm switching here to my questions, is we don't really have a definition of a heavy vehicle there. Is that just like the big flatbeds that drop plywood or other building materials there? And then how will that be enforced? Like the neighbor down the street just got new siding. So and another neighbor just got a new roof. So there was one truck came, dropped off the roof, and then the other neighbor got one that dropped off siding. So those were both delivered by heavy vehicles, but they didn't pay. So how is that, those kind of trucks subject to the fee?
So the way that the fee was determined was based on the number of heavy construction vehicles that are going back and forth to build a standard 1,800 square foot home. So that's how the fee was developed. So the fee does not take into account somebody that is not adding on square footage to their house. So there would be no charge for somebody who's replacing their roof or putting on siding.
Okay. Also, recent developments we've done in the city, well, recent is kind of I guess, term that's used liberally, but such as Saltaire and Marvilla, and there's some condos that are off Rosita. Those streets are considered private streets, and there's a homeowners association that's paying for it. And I don't, like Marvilla, we aren't maintaining the little playground there, or the Department of Public Works is doing minimal, just the thing. So what is considered a private street? Are they subject to this fee? Is basically what I'm asking.
Yeah, so thank you for that question. Any private streets would not be subject to the fee.
So if somebody just use Marvilla and Saltaire, if they replace the lateral, there's no fee for that?
Well, I guess I would have to, if it's a private street, so the city does not maintain it, such as a street that's, part of a condo complex, I don't know the exact history of that street, but if it is not a city street, they would not pay the fee.
Okay, and I think I have one more question. Nope, that's all the ones I had. Thanks.
Councilmember Vadalas.
First of all, Marvilla doesn't have homeowners dues. They have no association. My questions were like, we just got a letter from someone who was adding on to a property, but he only drives his pickup truck, and he was subject to fees, and he was rather disturbed because he said, hey, I drive a pickup truck just like everybody else, but yet Amazon and UPS drives their big old giant trucks and they're not paying. I did see that in there you have an exception, and they can appeal the fees to you if there was no damage or on. So I was glad to see the exception. Sorry, am I deliberating and not asking questions? It's kind of a question.
And I can jump in and talk about this a little bit. And I actually have a call into that resident. I wanted to just state, related to the information that I have currently, the person was putting on a 500 square foot addition on their house. And that person, because we don't have any of these types of fees that can determine the size of what somebody is doing, there was, I think back in 2018, a requirement for that person to put a slurry seal on their street in front of their house in order to, kind of assist with the pavement damage. And one of the reasons that we're encouraging these fees is, in this instance, I think I calculated under the current fee that property owner would pay $595 instead of a slurry in front of his entire property. So this allows us to be much more equitable about how the fees are being distributed. So somebody who's doing just something small is going to pay a small fee, where someone's building a large house, they're going to pay the larger fee.
Thank you. And one more, you said if you were getting a sewer lateral and you didn't need a compliance certificate, when, like, okay, I had to put in a new sewer at my house, I still have a compliance certificate because it shows that the sewer is good for 20 years, basically. So is that, my question is, it said not needing a compliance certificate. Is that just for selling houses?
Yeah, thank you for your question. So that there are certain times that it's defined when you have to get the sewer lateral compliance certificate. One is when you're selling your house. Another time is if you're adding in a certain number of fixtures to your house or doing a certain amount of, like remodel on your house. So in those type of circumstances, those folks are being required to get this sewer lateral certificate. However, somebody who's been in their house for 10 years and they find out that they have a broken sewer lateral, they're not required to get a new sewer lateral certification. They're not required to do that. And so what we would be asking them to do is just kind of pay this set $500 fee, no matter how much they cut the street, because we want to encourage them to fix that.
Right. Okay. Thank you for answering my questions.
Yes, sure.
Any other questions from council? We can open up the public hearing and public comment. Hello, Alyssa.
Hi. There are no hands raised at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Seeing no hands, we can close the public hearing and bring it back to council for deliberation. Thank you for asking about the streets that are not paved. A couple of my neighbors also had that question, Mike. So I think that kind of detail might be important, especially for my little community here on my block, just to understand that a little better so I can explain it as detailed as I can. So, Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes, I wanted to follow up on the Councilmember O'Neill's points about that and pursue that a little further, because I think now we are at the deliberating part of the meeting. So in general, with roads that are lower than 41 PCI, the ones that are absolutely bringing down the entire curve, I have the same concern about applying this new fee as if, I mean, I compare it to something pretty recent, like the slurry seals that we did in last year's work in the lower part of town in Lindemar area, which we're doing this year in the north part of town on, I think off Monterey and places like that. Or I compare it to when we were fortunate enough to be able to repave Lindemar Boulevard with the machine that eats up the road and lays down a new road, which you can only use on straight streets. So, and I don't mean straight downhill, like Loma View or Loma, whatever, where you were, Mike. You can't use that necessarily in Rockaway Beach up in the back. You can't use that in Reina Del Mar. You can't use that on most of the streets in Pedro Point. But those streets are in terrible shape. And I have a hard time with a straight face charging people a fee against a pavement cut on a road that is almost not a road. And so I need to talk about this more and figure out what is the exception policy, what are the alternatives, how can this be resolved? Thank you. That's I guess it's not deliberation, it's a statement, but it's kind of my sticking point on this.
Anybody want to comment on Councilmember Beckmeyer's statement?
Let me just ask a question. So all these fees from all these different houses are going to go into a ledger fund, right? It's not going to go to the specific street that they're collecting the fee on. So you don't have like patch, nice slurry, and then patch, right?
Yes, so that's correct. So the goal was, instead of having people do these kind of spot repairs in front of their house, and especially related to the construction vehicle impact fees, all of these fees are going to be going into our street maintenance funding, which would allow us to do more streets, including these streets that are in worst condition category, which we did, quite a few of in the last couple of years, where we would put the seals on them to keep them from getting into worst condition category. So it will allow us to fix more streets by putting those funds in that street maintenance CIP program.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm gonna, no pun intended, continue down this road because it hadn't been thinking about it, but I guess it bears discussion, even though it's uncomfortable to discuss it. And immediately Rockaway comes to mind, where my understanding was the condition of that road is so poor, we cannot do the slurry seal on it. That's not an option for them. And to the point, you know, I think what it is if we're going to be having these folks put in their fair share, I want to know that they're getting something out of it at the end of the day. And I've been watching long enough to understand that sometimes that means it takes years before you see that come to fruition. But at least the knowledge that it will come to fruition is important in this moment, in this conversation. So can you help us navigate that a little bit, or is...
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, so what I would say is that we have done streets that, you know, were probably in worse condition than Rockaway with this seal coat that we talked about. So what we've been doing, and as council may remember, when we came back to council in October of 2020, we talked about, yes, we want to keep our good streets in good condition by putting slurry seal on those good streets. But we also are recognizing that we have some very poor streets in Pacifica, and we don't want to just forget about those streets and just let those streets turn into rubble. So we took a number of those streets and streets that were very low PCIs, and what we did is we put different kind of seal on them. It's called a Cape Seal product, where you put, it's basically what we call a chip seal, and you cover it with a slurry seal, and on top of it you do pavement repairs. So for example, if you look at some of those streets that were next to Balboa and you drive those and you look at those now, those streets were very low PCI streets, you know, probably some of the lower ones that we have in the city. And if you go and you look at them now, you know, they're being held together, they look pretty good. You know, it doesn't mean that we don't want to then come back maybe at a later date and look at trying to put another seal coat over those streets or an overlay. But what I would say is we are using this money to also address those streets that are in very poor condition by keeping those streets from dropping into worse condition category. And some of them actually look pretty good after the treatment that was done.
And I appreciate that I haven't asked this in advance, so if you don't have the information readily available, I apologize for not preparing ahead of time, because it really didn't occur to me until this moment. But are you perhaps aware of some of those streets on the horizon that might be benefiting from the cap seal treatment, so that we have some idea of some of the streets that will see this work?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I think generally what we're doing is we do use our Street Saver program in order to see which streets we need to address. But as council may remember, there were a couple areas that we just said, okay, you know, we're probably not going to look at these areas. And some of those were, you know, Valleymar and Pedro Point and, you know, East Sharp Park, you know, because there are so many bad streets in those areas. But, you know, we could also start saying, if we have more money that's going into this fund, that we can start addressing some streets in those areas as well with these treatments that we've used in other areas, where we're taking low PCI streets and capping them to prevent them from becoming worse condition category. So what it's going to do is expand our ability to look at all streets, including streets that are worse condition category, including some of these areas that we haven't been addressing streets because we don't have the funds and most of the streets are in poor condition.
So essentially what you're saying is this is a beginning to be able to start doing this work.
Correct. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I wish I had, well, it is being recorded, but I should have written down every single word you just said, because it makes so much more sense to me now than it did in the beginning of the conversation. So thank you so much, Lisa. Anybody else have any deliberation? Yes, Sue Bartelos.
Sorry, I kind of have another question. What about when the city does new sewer lines? I was on a street where the city put in a new sewer line, but they didn't go back. They didn't actually go back and fix the street after. So there's a huge long cut that the city trenched out, and nothing has been done. Does that particular street have to wait until it's on the CIP project list?
Thank you for that question. part of the way that these fees are implemented, I can talk specifically, moving forward, and then I can talk about that particular street. But moving forward, the way these fees work is you have to treat everybody equally. So that means that, when we cut streets in our sewer department, we will have to pay that fee in order to put money into that fund, because that's the way the law works. You can't treat yourself differently than you're treating other people. Specifically, what has been happening, and sometimes it's been delayed, and perhaps you can give me the name of that street in an email later, and I can look into it. But typically, what the sewer department has been doing is they have been trying to get a few projects together and then get the slurry done on the street. So it could be that that's what's currently happening with that. But please feel free to send that to me, and I can let you know what the schedule is.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, so there's a few proposed actions. There's 3 of them, actually. One is to waive the first reading and introduce the title. There's 2 of those. And another one is to adopt the resolution. So we should probably get started with the first one. And I'm sorry, but the cat's going to jump in here. I know he is.
Okay, I'll do item number, move to waive the first reading of and introduce by title an ordinance of the City Council, the City of Pacifica, establishing a utility payment cut recovery fee and finding the ordinance exempt under the CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act.
Second.
Can we have a roll call?
Item 11-1, motion was by Councilmember O'Neill and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick. We'll call the roll call vote, starting with Councilmember Vadalas.
Yes.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Reluctantly, yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
And Mayor Beer.
Yes.
11-1 passes unanimously.
Okay, number 2, move to waive the first reading of and introduce by title an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Pacifica establishing a construction vehicle impact fee and finding the ordinance exempt under the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA.
Second.
And the motion for 11-2 was made by Councilmember O'Neill with a second by Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick. I'll start the roll call vote, starting with Councilmember Vadalas.
Yes.
Councilmember Beckmeyer. Councilmember Beckmeyer, you are on mute.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
Mayor Beer.
Yes.
And 11-2 passes unanimously.
And number 3, adopt a resolution entitled a resolution of the City Council of the City of Pacifica setting rates for the utility payment cut recovery fee and the construction vehicle impact fee and adding both fees to the city's master fee schedule.
Second.
And the motion for 11-3 made by Councilmember O'Neill and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick. We'll start the roll call vote with Councilmember Vadalas.
Yes.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Again, reluctantly, yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
And Mayor Beer.
Yes.
And 11-3 passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you, everybody. We're now going on to the next public hearing, which is item number 12, to conduct a public hearing to consider adopting a resolution confirming the annual report from the Pacifica Hotel Business Improvement District, approving the program expenditures and assessing the levy for the fiscal year 2022-23 at the same rates as in the fiscal year 2021-22. So we're to review and discuss the available options provided in the report. And we have Yulia Carter, our new Assistant City Manager.
Well, thank you, Mayor. And while Sarah is pulling up the presentation, I just wanted to thank the City Manager for the earlier remarks today. I look forward to the new challenges. And most importantly, I would like to use this opportunity to express how much I appreciate the trust and confidence placed in me in continuing serving this beautiful community. So thank you. And with that, so we have a presentation on the screen. Tonight we are continuing with the Pacifica Hotel Business Improvement District discussion. We are holding the public hearing to consider continuation of the BID program and levy the assessment for the upcoming year at the same rate of $1 per night per room. Next slide. We put together key dates timeline on how we got to this meeting tonight, just kind of put it in perspective. So on May 13th, Chamber of Commerce that serves as a mentioned agency for the BID filed the report on behalf of the Pacifica Hotel BID, they filed the report with the city. And on May 23rd, the City Council adopted the resolution of intent to continue with the BID program and levy the assessment. At the same meeting, City Council also directed staff to meet with hotel representatives to seek clarification for proposed activities that were listed in fiscal year 22-23 annual report. On June 1, 2022, we held this meeting between city staff, chamber representatives, and council liaisons to the Economic Development Committee when we discussed modifications to the BID annual report and some collaborative efforts between the city's marketing plan and the BID proposed activities for the upcoming year. At that meeting, Chamber requested to have another meeting with the city consultant, which we held on June 9th. And at that meeting, we had a meeting with the Chamber, the CDA, which is CDA's consultant, to clarify the marketing program, specifically those elements that will directly benefit the BID members. And we also discussed some collaborative working guidelines and access to Visit Pacifica website, social media, marketing promotions for content posting and outreach. So on June 11th, Chamber of Commerce filed the modified annual BID report with the city. So I believe we shared this with the council and also published it on the website today. And that brings us to tonight's public hearing meeting to consider and confirming the report and consider approving expenditures in assessing and levying the assessment for the upcoming year at the same rate as the previous year. You may have noticed in the staff report that staff does not have specific recommendation for you tonight, but we did put together several options for the council. And Sarah, if you can go to the next slide. Option 1 would include adopting the resolution. So if the council is satisfied with the BID annual report as amended, it can proceed with adopting resolution to renew the BID program and levy assessment. I'm not going to read the direct title of the resolution, but it's listed here before you. So you would move to adopt the resolution confirming the annual report. And the full resolution is listed in attachment 2 to your reports. And next slide. The council may choose to select the second option in case if you believe the report still does not fully describe the improvements or activities for the fiscal year 22-23. So if that's the case, that you may choose to order changes to those services that are not currently contracted by the BID. So the action here, again, to move the adopted resolution, another resolution of intent. And again, the title of the resolution is listed here and also presented in attachment 3. If this option is selected, then the item will return to you on the 27th, and you would have to identify the desired modifications tonight in order to meet this tight timeline that we are working against. One of the modifications you may consider includes removing the expense that was listed in the amended report for $8,500 for website expense related to development of the Shop Pacifica and Workation sub pages on Visit Pacifica website. And I believe we already mentioned to the council, so this cost is already included in the scope of the city's consultant. So it shouldn't be any additional expense to the BID members. And let's go to the next slide. So the last option before you tonight, you can delay the decision until the later date. And if you choose to select this option, this will end the assessment for 22-23. And it's also important to mention that in conjunction with any options that we've discussed so far, the council may direct staff to work with the city attorney's office to develop and bring forward considerations for the alternative organizational structure of the BID moving forward in the future. And that concludes my quick presentation. And I'm not sure if we have BID representatives in the audience.
Mayor Beer, Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I just wanted to add a couple additional comments to the presentation, and thank you, Ms. Carter, for that. We do have Archie Judan from the Chamber of Commerce that has been promoted to panelist. So if the City Council has questions directly of the Chamber regarding the bid assessment, he's here to answer. What I wanted to comment on is that each year during the budget process, this bid assessment process is challenging. It's been more challenging this year than normally. And when we've been working, for months to achieve collaboration with the Chamber of Commerce on a variety of marketing and economic development programs. But as we reported out in the staff report at the last City Council meeting, the city's obligation is to ensure that the $1 bid assessment that's recommended is benefiting the hotels. That's an obligation by state law. And when we received a work plan and a budget that was with some to be determined or some ranges of money, that was legally concerning to staff. And so that's why we brought this up. That's why the City Council directed staff to meet in more depth. And I also do want to thank the Economic Development Committee members, previously Councilmember O'Neill and now Councilmember Beckmeyer and Mayor Beer for their work with the Economic Development Committee and in the bid meetings and the attention they paid to this. But we raised those concerns. And so what's been challenging is really, carving out the time, finding meeting times to work collaboratively with the Chamber. We didn't receive the revised plan until Saturday. So it was, posted today. And that's part of the reason why, normally I really like to be clear about recommendations to the City Council. But on this item, there's a few options the council has that are before you for discussion. We'll do our best to answer questions and make specific recommendations within those, depending on what you want to do. But I just wanted to express why this is, and I do want to thank Ms. Carter and others just for a lot of time that they have spent on this spring. We are working really hard as a city and as an economic development program to really benefit the hotels. And this is one tool by state law that allows us to do that. And we want to make sure it's really effective and does benefit the hotels and therefore the Pacifica community. So I just offer those general comments before we turn to questions.
Are there any questions? Or should we go to public comment first? Public hearing, open the public hearing. All right, we'll open the public hearing. Alyssa, is there anybody out there?
Madam Mayor, there's no hands raised at this time.
That's what I thought. Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back and close the public hearing, bring it back to council for deliberation. So I'm just gonna, go ahead, Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
I was looking at that and I see Archie is here. And a couple of these expenditures, I'm concerned is I see VIA and Pacifica Anchor magazine. Now, VIA, I think, is the AAA magazine, which I can understand. But can you tell me what's the distribution of the Pacifica Anchor magazine?
Good evening, City Council members. The reason for the distribution for Pacific Anchor is actually to target and redistribute those magazines to specific geographic regions, perhaps neighboring cities, into their visitor bureau centers to increase the visibility of our branding of Visit Pacifica within those actual cities and target more staycations within those particular regions. So that's going to be the output for that specific type of expenditure.
So is this ads in the magazine?
There'll be ads in the magazine that's going to be reflective of the bid and all the representation of the hotels. And these magazines will be placed strategically in geographic regions outside of Pacifica.
Is there any contract or anything as to how many are going to be done and where? Because, you know, strategically neighboring cities, I don't know of a lot of people in San Bruno that come to a hotel in Pacifica.
No,
or how, you know, go ahead.
Definitely as far as the neighboring cities, but also target dry spell cities as well, whether it be Stockton or Sacramento, areas where, you know, they want to actually just get away from the extreme heat and then come to a coastal environment that's more cooler weather. So that's going to be within the scope of that specific campaign. But no, we don't have a contract as of yet to support that, but it has actually been, we wanted to include that within our projections for that specific type of marketing effort.
Well, isn't that typically usually handled by, let's say, brochures, which would be far cheaper than ads in the magazine, and you can hire a company to actually distribute brochures for the brochure racks at, you know, train stations, plane airports, and etc.
Those are definitely good ideas on a brochure, but for right now, we have a publication that's already in place. And so we wanted to maximize that capabilities of that specific traction that was generated already with that publication.
Okay, and then I looked at here in item number 9, you have a digital campaign with SF Media Company, San Francisco, and you used as an example, San Francisco bucket listers and Do the Bay. And I really saw no tab on there or anything having to do with, it looked more like a place like you wanted to go and buy a ticket to go do something to the museum or to a play or something like that versus hotel stays. And I checked the websites and I didn't see that. You know, what we're looking for is hotel room occupancy and transit occupancy tax. And I didn't see that on these websites mentioned. Now, SF Travel, I did do that, and I did a search of Pacifica, and a couple of our hotels did come up there. But that was through bookings.com, because when you clicked on SF Travel, it just brought you to bookings.com. It didn't bring you to their, you know, that website. And I mean, that's similar to what we're members of the San Mateo County Convention Visitors Bureau, and they do our hotels already. If you go to their website, you can reserve Pacifica hotels. So do you have any comments about bucket listers, Do the Bay, and SF Travel?
Yes, those platforms are actually developed for us to highlight specific events that are occurring within Pacifica and being able to complement that with the increased participation to those events, therefore increasing the use of hotel occupancy because of that. For example, it would be whether the dog surfing competition or Fog Fest, where definitely we should see a sudden influx of hotel occupancy just because of the promotion of those events. So utilizing these platforms as ways to complement those campaigns will be key.
And then continuing blog creations or reposting blogs with substantive content. Isn't that what that hook, line, and sinker did?
It was.
You've let them go, I know.
Yes, currently right now that is the case, but to justify what blogs are, the importance for blogs is included in our search engine optimization process, which helps the website generate more traction. So it's very important that you maintain content for that, as well as being able to use that as a way to disseminate public information that could be viable for to increase auto occupancy just by promoting specific events within the city of Pacifica.
Those are my thoughts right now. I'll have more comments later.
Someone else? Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions. I'm going back and forth between what was in the packet last time and included this time from the bid proposed budget and the updated supplemental materials that we received. And I just need a little bit of clarification about the website consultant or web manager. Did that figure change in the original proposal? And why I'm asking these questions is because what we were talking about at one of the meetings, in the meeting that I was in with the mayor, we were talking about the collaborative work of the bid, and by extension, whomever they hire or contract with to do work, and the city under the auspices of the CDA marketing contract, and working toward having those two groups work together in a complementary way, not in an overlapping way. And so what I'm driving at here is I want to understand what was adjusted in terms of any ad revenue and anything specifically, ad budget, and specifically with regard to website maintenance. Is that still happening, Archie? Is it happening more, less? Like what changed in terms of the budget?
So we consider to maintain a stance of just checks and balances to make sure that when we enacted on the marketing campaign with the city, that we was understandable that we monitored everything as far as the content creation, but let alone we found we're able to come to a compromise as far as some of the accessibilities for the website as well as our social media platforms. I've reallocated some of the hours, especially for our webmasters, in order to complement some of the efforts that are required for the third-party consultant with CDA, let alone we were also just notified by CDA that they are not even familiar with the platform that our website is actually currently hosted on. So for them to learn, to develop, and actually have full autonomy onto that website was concerning on our end. So I had to reallocate some of the hours to make sure that our website manager could help support the needs of CDA when they're going to be developing content for the website, because a lot of their considerations that they wanted to do was to actually create more pages within Visit Pacifica, but let alone had no understanding or not very familiar with utilizing the platform that the website actually sits on. So we just wanted to make sure that there wasn't any tampering, or if there was anything that was supposed to occur on the website, that we'd be able to actually review it prior to it being publicized.
So when I look at the packet, and Yulia, if you can help me out, if I'm looking at the wrong thing, please let me know, because I may be like comparing apples and oranges. I'm looking at packet page 415, and I'm seeing the marketing action plan. And the first item on there is website. And this was the old iteration of this budget, right? Archie, you're with me, right? And it said,
yes,
website bid rep web consultant, 10,500 to 14,500. and as a portion of the budget. And that would be an ongoing time frame. It's continuous throughout the year, as you were saying. But when I look at the new document, which is listed as Exhibit F, I see item 2 is website, and the cost is $8,500. So was the budget for that website portion of the bid work reduced? Because it looks like it was, but maybe it was put in somewhere else that I'm not seeing right now.
Yeah. So it was actually a portion of that was actually relocated over to the next item for
the SEO.
It was for website net. Yeah.
So 8,500 on item 2 and 4,500 on item 3. Is that right?
Correct. Correct.
The new
because we had to make adjustments. We had to make adjustments with no longer being able to have our third-party marketing consultant, Glide and Thinker, one that was able to help us with our blogs. So we had to find another way, another option as far as to help develop, or to actually help into the SEOs.
Is that part of what CDA is going to be working on, Julia? The blog content? Or the
well, we discussed with the BID members, so with Archie and Lynn, the overall guidelines for collaboration. So what CDA wanted to do, they wanted to create 2 pages to the Visit Pacifica website. One for Shop Local, called Shop Pacifica program, and another one for workcation programs, because both will directly benefit the BID members. So the cost of creating these programs or pages is already included in the CDA contract. So there is no additional maintenance or there shouldn't be additional maintenance to creating the cost. So what Archie is describing, if I'm hearing him correctly and understanding it right, he is just adding additional consultant hours to, supervise the CDA's work and kind of work side by side while CDA will be creating this content. And Archie, correct me if I'm wrong on this. And before you jump in, Archie, so the total website cost, and it's 2 pages down the in Exhibit H. So the total cost that is proposed by BID is $17,000 a year. It's quite significant.
For website.
For the website. For the website portion, and the breakdown, that's exactly what you quoted before on Exhibit F. 8,500 of it is for creating these 2 pages.
That cost is being covered by our contract with CDA.
Correct. So if they had development rights, they would have created this 2 pages.
Archie, your audio is really bad.
No, I don't think Archie's feeling very well. Archie, hi, it's Mary. Hello. Hi, Archie. Can you, so last time that we talked, right, you guys were gonna meet with CDA. How did that go?
We think it went fairly well. At least for us, we actually understood exactly like the type of work that was going to be created and how well we could support that type of work.
Right. Okay, good. So, for me, I think it's really important that we all like trust each other, for starters. So, and I feel maybe because I'm just new to this liaison position, so I'm still learning, but I really think it's important that we come at it from that platform, that we all trust that we all want the best thing for Pacifica's hotels, right? And so then we can work through this to get there. I just, anyway, go ahead with your questions. Who else has a question?
If I could continue, I wasn't quite done. Sorry. So I was trying to reconcile what Yulia said, and now I figured it out because I was on the wrong page where Exhibit H is at 17,000, but I was still only adding up to 16,000. But then I saw the $1,000 social marketing paid campaign, additional costs for boost posts on Facebook, sponsored links, etc. So is that the extra 1,000 that then adds up to the 17? Yes? Okay, so
yes.
What I'm hearing is whatever the specific nature of the daily work or monthly or weekly work is, together, it adds to $17,000 worth of the bid budget. Is that accurate?
Okay.
That's what you understand, and I'm understanding that. So I want to make sure I'm correct on that, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So when you guys met with CDA, was there any conversation about what we talked about, capacity building within the bid? So that
could you please describe more about capacity building?
Well, basically, it's, working with the staff that you have that executes this work within the bid so that they move, develop skills and are able to expand, I guess, what the capabilities are within the bid and within the chamber to be ongoing. Because the reality is, as I said in that meeting, the CDA is not a permanent part of the city. It is a temporary part of the city, and we're very grateful for it. Thank you, ARPA money. But we want to maximize that investment. And when I say capacity building, what I'm talking about, assuming, people stay around or whatever, people could change, but the idea of developing the capacity within the chamber and the bid to continue in an ongoing basis to do this work. And so in that vein, with that in mind, what I'm trying to understand is if the $17,000 that's been allocated to your website would be sufficient to approach some of that goal.
It is, but definitely, and let alone a lot of that is also going to be contributing to a lot of the campaigns that CDA will be promoting as well, and we want to be able to complement that. I mean, for example, for the boost posting, we did notify, and we told CDA that they're going to be utilizing perhaps social media influencers to actually help promote some of these campaigns. And what they told us was that the city would not actually be responsible to pay for those types of search activities, perhaps for getting social media influencers to back up some of these marketing campaigns. So I felt the need to actually help incorporate that into the marketing structures at our end so we could help with that campaign by taking and covering, relieving some of the financial encumbrance for the city, especially if they can't pay for that specific type of accessibility. So
is that under what Mike was asking about a minute ago, the bucket listers thing, item 2 on Exhibit H?
Yeah, that's what our goal is, to really take all of our marketing efforts to complement the city's marketing efforts, just as long as we completely understood and were identified what those efforts are. You see, we've never had this conversation with the city before prior to with CDA. So, and not to mention, for us to submit a report in time for me prior to not meeting with CDA was impossible. So I truly apologize if I could have submitted a report prior to not meeting with CDA.
So I agree with what you said, Archie. We haven't had this conversation. And I've, before I was on council watching the bid presentations, I haven't seen this kind of interactive dialogue between the bid / the chamber, because the chamber is the agent of the bid, if I understand if the relationships correctly, and the city. And so I'm glad that we're having it, and I want to build on it. And I'm not sure that this is the very best use of time, I realize, to nitpick every single detail about this, but I'm trying to understand what's changed and how we're going to move forward in a different way so that we can evaluate when we're done, when the year is up, how did it go? Did it work? Did it not? What worked? What didn't? How are we going to measure that? And that's kind of what I'm driving at. So I'm not sure, like I said, I have a lot of questions. I could keep going, but I'm not going to right now. I'll let someone else ask questions if they have them. But I think that's kind of where I'm at, is I want to make sure that we have had sufficient time and an opportunity to create those task lists and understanding of who's going to do what and how it's going to mesh together.
And I think in order for that to happen, there has to be time, right? So that's going to take time. Like you just said, like this is a new conversation. And so in order to do that, we have to agree on something here so that they can get started, so that we can keep having those conversations and create the documents that we need and get the feedback that we need. So in my opinion, we just need to allow the work to get started and then go from there, because it's going to take time to get all those things, to answer all those questions, to get all the lists made, to see how it's going with CDA, to see how you know what I mean? To look at the evaluation points. I don't know. I just feel like we just need to allow it to begin so that we can see how it goes.
I hear you. If I might, I think what I'm going to ask for then is a formal meeting of the group that met before, a representative group of the bid. I would love it if it was the whole bid. I realize everybody can't do that, but I'd like to have those be quarterly, because I want us to break down these goals and really look at it in terms of what our goal is in the next quarter. How are we going to get there? Then we meet again. Here's what we did last quarter. What's coming up on the horizon for the next phase? I think that's really the only way that we can build that understanding. And so then my only remaining question is, and maybe I just don't have a good handle on the detail, is the Item 3 on Exhibit H, the $11,000 for Via Magazine and Pacifica Anchor Magazine. What I'm not understanding is how much is allocated to each thing and what the span of distribution would be. It's along the line of what Councilmember O'Neill was asking.
Yeah, no, definitely. We actually have to reevaluate our contract license with Via Magazine, especially with the changes in current rates and prices. So that's currently still under review. And then with Pacifica Anchor, it's going to be based as far as of the advertising pages that we let per their publications. And right now, we still need to understand from a calendar perspective when those publications are to occur for us to appropriately adjust how or whether or not we can afford for the specific type of pages we need for the bid. So if it's a monthly publication, whether we can either afford either a quarter page or a half page or a full page just for the bid.
Did anybody see the promotion that Pacifica Anchor did for Pride? If you haven't, you should take a look. It was really good. Like I posted it out everywhere. It was really, really quality work. Anyway.
Yeah, well, just on a side note, definitely, I take in consideration a lot of trends that these are occurring within the city, and I think to hop on board with such a tool like this, with such an effective dissemination tool, the progression rate, it's really, really worth supporting. It could really benefit the bid a lot, especially it could benefit the city as well with maximum exposure just throughout the content that's provided through this type of tool.
So you mentioned, Archie, that you don't have the contract set yet for those two items on Item 3. Or no, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong page. Back to, yeah, it's still Item 3.
Correct.
Is that something that could be accomplished for the first meeting?
That is something we are prioritizing to really complete that, so that we can continue on with the marketing proposal for 2022 to 2023.
And evaluating what the city manager and the assistant city manager were saying about, the whole objective being to drive business to the hotels. I think the idea of reaching into communities that are not in the immediate adjacency of Pacifica is key. I was noting the temperature and getting these weird weather report things, like temperature alerts on my phone about extreme heat and all of that. And I realized that's almost like wherever those hot places are is who we need to be reaching out to. And that's where the placements need to be happening, going along with what Councilmember O'Neill said. And so what I would hope to have would make me feel more comfortable if I had a more detailed budget of how that outreach is going to happen. Or are you saying, oh yeah, that happens because it all happens with Via Magazine, which is AAA, right? So I'm trying to get my hands around that. I'm not saying you have the answer right this minute. I'm just saying this is an important piece for me of what a council evaluating if this bid budget is accomplishing what the ordinance says it's supposed to do. For me, that's an important piece. And that's all I'm going to say.
Definitely. Yeah. And we would be happy to definitely share with you our contracts once we formalize it with these with both of these entities.
And then wouldn't that be, something that's done in collaboration with CDA? So like people who are professionals at doing this work know where to outreach to, right? I mean, it just seems like that would be something that CDA would do as well. I don't know.
Oh, no, definitely. That is a question we could actually, a discussion that can happen with CDA. And we are planned to actually have another meeting with them. So that line of communication is now open, which is really important.
Yeah.
Okay. I personally, if the city's already paying for the $8,500 for the Shop Local Workathon, I really see that's part of our contract with CDA. I see no reason why this even has to be included in this thing with the with this, okay? And then also, I just don't see any point in us advertising in Pacifica Anchor magazine and having full magazines delivered to Stockton, Sacramento, etc. I mean, you can put, you can hire a company that would put the brochures out. I think we need to explore what options we can get with the San Mateo County Convention and Visitors Bureau. The city is already a member of that and funding them through to get hotel reservations and any conferences or whatever they can do. So I just don't see any reason to Pacifica Anchor magazine or the 8,500 if it's already being done by CDA. And Archie, what is the management fee that the chamber is taking out of the bid?
So negotiations, first of all, with that, addressing that specific question, the way that actually worked from my general understanding was initially for the management for the visitor center was supposed to be done where it was an arrangement by our predecessors that the city and the chamber was going to help manage the actual visitor center. Somewhere down the line, the city pulled out. So the chamber was left having to manage the visitor center all by itself without any help from the city. So in doing so, what happened
but Archie, that was also the chamber's office.
No, definitely, but it's two in one. But also to get it clear, the bid was created to help support the chamber and the visitor center. So that's why
the bid by state law was to fund hotel rooms, to help bring hotel rooms. That is what state law says it has to do.
Okay, definitely by state law, but actually at this time that it actually helps support maintaining
the visitor center, and the office for the chamber at this time. But also to take note, because of the lack of hotel occupancy for the previous periods, the chamber hasn't even on or actually haven't taken any, or at least 50% of that for the past 2 months. So because of the lack of funds that was provided by the bid. So like I said, we take a lot of these into consideration. It's just been very challenging right now when you're really trying to work out of nothing. And then projecting a lot of these campaigns with not knowing whether or not you actually are going to be able to have this type of budget allocated and available. So a lot of the numbers we put here is not fabricated. We're just actually using them as buffers because we don't really know exactly how much money we're going to actually have to operate. We might not be able to actually accomplish and utilize any of these action items if we're not successful in increasing hotel occupancy. So
correct.
Julie, I have a question for you. So well, would we be able to Councilmember Beckmeyer was talking about having quarterly meetings, right? So if we have a quarterly meeting and see that things need to be changed in the budget, is that possible to do? Like, can we amend the budget after tonight? Does that make sense?
Well, I hope Michelle can help me with the legal perspective. So if you continue with the assessment
As soon as this item's done.
And accept the report with the budget as proposed.
Yeah,
I believe things change, right? So any budget is a plan. So it's not given. Okay. So a lot of things can change. So throughout the year, we can continue working with the BID and continue. We can bring different recommendations to you. We can continue working on even different structure or different plan.
Yeah, right. And evaluate, right, how things are going.
Evaluate and one item
things.
To this point, I wanted to also mention that when we negotiated the contract with CDA, we specifically negotiated certain key performance indicators. So we can measure success in a specific way. And that would be a kind of indication for how well they are doing, right? So every quarter, we would see like what they've done and what it produced. And it would be helpful if we could align those indicators with the BID so we can on the same page. And that would be very helpful in my mind.
Yeah, and I think
the challenge is here is that the CDA hasn't been able to start the vocation program because they have no platform to launch it, other than the city website, which is not the best platform for the for the visitors attraction.
Mayor Beer, I think specifically to answer your question, I think that the city wouldn't amend the budget or their work plan mid-year. That's an annual process that then sets supports the reassessment. But I think what council members are talking about is the importance of in working collaboratively together. And now that the city has this professional marketing firm involved and we're all working towards the same goal, is let's evaluate, and you in your professional work, you certainly know about evaluation, right, of program progress and success. Let's evaluate as we go along on a quarterly basis about what's working or not in order to learn and put together the most effective budget and work plan for each fiscal year. And as Ms. Carter mentioned, we have key performance indicators with CDA. So let's try to align some of those so we can, really look at it and let's meet quarterly and say, okay, how many anchor magazines were distributed to Stockton or other regional areas, and report out on that information. So that's information we'd like to get from the bid, and I'm sure the hotel bid members would like to know that information as well.
Yeah, and then it's setting up a structure, right, for moving forward, where there is this total program evaluation and things can be changed.
And
I think that could work really well.
And I think to kind of some of the comments I made earlier is that this is sort of a transition year. We're coming out of COVID. Things have been very difficult in the tourist industry, and it's an opportunity to look at throughout this next year, how we work collaboratively and any tweaks, restructures necessary to the bid and just, be on the same page about that. We can do that programmatically and periodically report back to the council. I know City Attorney Kenyon came on, and maybe she can clarify, but I was suggesting that we wouldn't want to set up an actual amendment, or I don't know if we can, mid-year to the budget and the work plan.
No, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. I do want to make clear that there are essentially 3 options for the council to do tonight. Number 1 is if you agree with the annual report as it was provided to you at the last meeting and attached to the staff report without any changes, then you can just have your final action on the bid tonight and approve the resolution with the attached report. If the council wants to make any changes to the report, that can be done tonight, but we would need to know exactly what those changes would be. That's your second option. And I don't really hear any discussion on what those changes would be. So
Michelle, you're talking about line items in
correct.
Correct?
Correct.
So,
correct. So
Eula's comments about $8,500 already being paid by the city is a line item that can be removed tonight.
Correct. If the council believes
and my concerns about Pacifica or the Anchor magazine, and shipping whole magazines to Sacramento and Stockton and everything else is a line item that can be removed tonight, correct?
Well, why don't we talk about changing line items instead of removing things? Because they're still going to need this. They're still going to need them to be able to work. Right, so we don't want to just take away money, but maybe we can move it to something different if that's not where you think it's supposed to be.
So, Madam Mayor, I think the discussion once you begin deliberations, which I don't think you've begun yet. I think you're still just asking questions, but once you begin deliberations among the 5 of you, you will want to perhaps direct the council to discuss first, does anybody feel like they need to amend the report for any reason? And then you'll get a consensus, sort of a straw vote of, yes, I do. So then you could have that discussion. If you don't have a majority who want to amend the report and are actually happy with the report, well, that will be a much different conversation. So I think once you begin deliberations, it will be important for the council to focus on what changes, if any, do any council members want to make to the report? That's my suggestion.
Thank you. I will take that suggestion and pose that question.
And Madam Mayor, at that point, when the council does start deliberations, I believe the city clerk will be making Mr. Judan no longer a panelist. So if you do have any more questions for Mr. Judan, that you
He's already
now.
Disappeared.
He's not here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So she might have removed him already as a panelist. So I just want to make clear that if you do have any questions for Mr. Judan, now is the time to ask them, because he will be removed as panelist once the council starts doing their deliberations.
Does anyone have any questions, additional questions for Archie? Sue Bartolus?
Yes, I have a question obviously in the whole bid group, they discussed this and decided that this was the best way to go. They decided that they needed, if they're going to add pages on the website, it's going to cost money to get the company, sorry, I'm not, back on track with what they're doing, because they don't have the same platform that the chamber BID has. So that's going to cost money. So I kind of think that, never mind, this is not a question, but it seems to me that that's where this is going, and that's why they have this, and they don't know yet what they're going to spend. And so is that right, Archie? You just don't quite know right now how much it's going to cost for certain things?
Yes, correct. That's what we just estimated a specific buffer. Because what we got the general understanding through CDA was actually the amount of hours they're going to spend for this specific type of campaign. So we took that, did a 1:20 ratio, because they were saying for every campaign that they were going to put in was about 20 hours of work a month. So we needed to make sure that our expenditures would complement them to support the staff that was going to complement their efforts as well. But our intention is not to utilize all of it. All we needed was just put a safe buffer on it.
Any other questions for Archie? Go ahead, Sue Beckmeyer.
I need to understand something that goes along with what Mike was just saying. This goes to Michelle's question about, am I satisfied with the report? Do I have any questions about the report? I'm specifically looking at packet page 412 that says Pacifica Hotel Business Improvement District Report of Resources and Uses projected July 1, 2022 to June 30, 2023. And it shows that the projected bid assessment is $70,000, right?
Yes.
And off the top, under uses, the first thing is it's halved. So 35,000 goes to the chamber as the managing agency.
That's correct.
So the document that we received today, last night or recently, that shows an updated budget of 36,000 is meant to replace the rest of the uses, I'm guessing, on this page, yes?
Yes. The other half going to the chamber has never changed. That.
Okay. But you said we're not, the public relations hook, line, and thinker is not currently on the budget.
They're not. Their contract, we gave them 90-day notification, and their contract will be ending at the end of August.
Okay.
Archie, I asked you how much was the management fee for the chamber for this, and I had seen that $70,000 figure, and I added up these expenditures of 36,000. And I know the chamber has consistently taken a large percentage of the bid money for management, okay, and stuff. But how come you just didn't say that, our projected revenue was 70,000 and the chamber was taking roughly 50%? How come you didn't, when I asked that question, you didn't say that?
Oh, my apologies if I did, but that is what we did. And it's the majority, it's not even a majority, it's 50%. So that's basically the common practice that was offered, or that was in place when I actually took on the position. So we have never reevaluated that set of conditions. I've always just been going along with it.
So I think my question on that is, when we had the visitor center that was set up, I understood better what the purpose of that, how that played out, how those funds were expended in light of driving business to hotels and serving hotel guests. And I guess what I'm trying to understand now is how is that different? How is that shaped differently? Since the chamber doesn't have the office on Rockaway Beach Avenue anymore.
Well, we still have an office in Rockaway, and we are actually paying for staff members to actually be on location so they can support visitors that come through the office. So,
okay, so it hasn't changed then.
Yeah, we're still there. And the visitor center is still there and accessible as well. So the funds that is allocated to the chamber is also used to actually pay for on-site staff to support the visitor centers during operating hours.
In future reports, I'm just going to ask, it would be helpful to have a listing of that included, like chamber, managing agency, chamber of commerce, and whether in a footnote or whatever, open this many days, this many hours, you know, how it's staffed. So we have a better handle on what that $35,000 is actually doing. I understand what Sue Bauerlas was saying, I think, which is they need money to do the work, to be able to refine and create this collaborative opportunity, right? So generally, I think we're in the ballpark of where we need to be. I think where, you know, none of us probably tonight in this meeting right now can specifically zero in on exactly how much should be in the web, how much should be in the advertising. My general feeling is, perhaps tagging on to what Councilmember O'Neill was saying, is leading, you know, putting in a lot of expense into advertising in whatever form that may take. And you said you don't have a contract yet for Via magazine. That's where I think we need to place some dollars. And so where right now it's specifically limited to Via and Pacifica Anchor magazine, going to the mayor's point of not take away things but reallocate things, perhaps we need to think about adding more funds into that segment, because we actually want to do the advertising to reach those potential visitors. That's a suggestion.
No, definitely. Those are great suggestions. And definitely now that we have this, you know, open line of communication, we'd be happy to make those adjustments, especially if we do intend to have quarterly meetings. I mean, our intention is to definitely establish a symbiotic relationship with the city to support the city's marketing efforts and campaigns. So definitely the door is open, and we definitely should take up opportunity of that.
When was the last meeting you had with all the bid members?
Our last meeting was for the first quarter of this year, which was in March. So we are due for our second quarter meeting, although I had pushed it back because we have to actually get all the board members in. Like I said, we had challenges already to get them in for the bid meeting with the city as well. So I'll still try to coordinate with a lot, because a lot of the hotel representatives.
Archie, the question I asked you was how many bid members were there at the meeting?
The one with CDA?
No, I asked how many bid members did you have at the last meeting of the bid? When have you had every bid member there, or a majority of the bid members?
Well, we always needed a majority for a quorum, so we had 5 at our last meeting.
And when was that?
March, for Q1.
And which hotels were those?
We had the Anchor Inn, we had Seabreeze, we had the newest hotel for a while. We also had the Best Inn. The ones that were missing was the Lighthouse and
the American Motoring.
It was American Motoring.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'm going to go back to my original request for quarterly meetings, and I'm going to request that that meeting occur in due time to allow a preparation of the agenda for the quarterly bid meeting. So they're not one and the same. They're pulling together the information that we're asking for so that it can be presented to the bid. For me, that would be, to answer the city attorney's question, I would feel better about this report if I had a sense of that.
So do we need to not have Archie here for now, this part?
Well, I'm just, are we still, I thought we were still asking questions of Archie. So are we still asking questions of Archie? Because if we are, then he needs to stay on. If we're done with questions, then, you know, we need a majority of the council to give any direction to, you know, staff or anybody else. So I think it would be clear, Madam Mayor, if we actually conclude our discussion or questions for Mr. Junan and then start deliberations formally.
All right, thanks a lot, Archie. We appreciate you.
Goodbye, Archie. Thanks.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too.
I would like to propose, because I think I've heard of I think I've heard from at least 3 council members that we need to look at the governance structure and maybe put on the staff work calendar, revising some of the ordinances that were cited in the city attorney's memo today. Because there seems to be, you know, Sue has mentioned items, I have mentioned items, and Mary has mentioned items, and it's all regarding governance. So I think we need to consider that. So I'm kind of putting a motion on the floor or getting a sense of council.
And if I can add, Councilmember O'Neill, to what you're suggesting and coalesce a little bit what I've heard from other council members. I've heard the importance of periodic quarterly meetings to talk about performance and specific, you know, how different marketing money is being spent and how it's effective. And I guess an idea that might make sense is to right around mid-year, so during the winter, after a second quarterly meeting, to look at all of that information and potentially come back to the council with a summary report at that time and talk about, at that point, any ideas for refining, restructuring, or whatever you want to, you know, call it, literally, that could happen to improve the whole process. And so gather some data for a couple quarters after the bid has and the chamber have gotten more specific about how they're applying the marketing money, et cetera, and distributing the Anchor magazine, et cetera. Report back to council with that data and options for how to improve the bid moving forward from that point at kind of a mid-year, which would then give us time to prep for the consideration and reassessment or other code changes by the springtime, you know, by budget time in the spring. That's just an idea. I'm throwing it out there kind of timing wise and what might make sense.
Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate that. I agree with that. Anybody else?
Actually, yes, I do too, because I think the timing of that could lead right into goal setting.
Yeah.
In terms of a work plan item, because if we're going to update the ordinance, we're talking about a process.
Right.
From what I understand from the city attorney. So we would have to really get our arms around what that would look like. We've been talking about changing bid for, you know, randomly over years. So I think this is a structured way to go about that. So I like that.
I agree with that.
Me too.
Tiger, Sue?
Are we taking public comment on this?
We already did.
There weren't any.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, sorry, someone had their hand raised. Yes, I think that we go forward now and look at it again in 6 months, my opinion.
All right.
And so going back to the 3 things that we have a choice to do tonight, what are we doing?
Well, I would like
second one.
I would like us to consider. I just don't see. Okay, the Anchor magazine being an effective use of the advertising. Okay, I don't drive to how are you go put the magazine in surrounding communities, Concord or Danville, Pleasanton, something like that. Where are you going to put a magazine on display that's going to be effective versus if you were to do something online, it's much more cost effective, less use of resources, less labor intensive because you're not having somebody drive to Pleasanton to deliver it or hiring somebody to do an advertisement in Facebook or Instagram or something like that.
So, but they're not only a magazine. And I think that's where you're missing the point about Pacifica Anchor. That's all. They have a blog, they're on social media. So it's not just a paper magazine. So I think there might be a
He said this is ads in magazines to distribute to neighboring cities.
No, I understand that. I just think we need to give it a chance, give them a chance, and so that we can evaluate it. So I think what Kevin said is appropriate, so that we can have some evaluation measures and really take a look at it and then change it if we need to.
And is it appropriate for the city to pay for CDA to do this same project and then to have the bid pay the same amount again, $8,500? That's a duplicate.
But that's what we can work on between now and the next quarter, right? So that we can figure out where the money really needs to be. But they don't have an answer right now.
I don't even think they'll know how much money is going to be there. Look at the differences in what they estimated and before and what it is now. How do they know? It's a hard measure. You don't have an exact measure of what things improved the TOT.
But that's what we have to work on.
Yeah, because it's hard to know where it came from. I mean, because the whales came, maybe maybe more people come and stay in the hotel because the whales came. It may not have anything to do with advertising.
Yeah, it's a really
how do you really know that?
Super hard thing to measure.
It's hard to measure.
Well, what we do know, if I'm not mistaken, Yulia, is that we get a report from HDL that tells us what our TOT is. Correct?
Yes.
So you're right, Sue, maybe can't divine exactly what levers were pulled to make that happen, but we at least can track the revenue, and with more communication, knowing what the different campaigns were, some along the line of what Daisy was presenting earlier about the Shop Pacifica, right? With more data, we'd have an opportunity to look at it.
If I remember correctly, we did hire that consultant that will be able to track where people came from by their cell phone. So we should be, if we can access that data, we should be able to find out, did these people come from San Bruno or did they come from Sacramento, Stockton, or Fresno?
Mm-hmm. So that would be one of the items, I think, on the work plan, right? In terms of the quarterly meetings.
And just to jump in and kind of draw the distinction between options 1 and 2.
Thank you.
If the council wants to make a change to a budget line item or an item in the report, such as specifically how the marketing money is spent, then you can direct that change tonight, and then we need to reschedule and do I think I have this right, Yulia and the city attorney can jump in, but we need to reset the public hearing for June 27th and do the adoption on June 27th. If you don't make any changes to the report, but you just are generally saying, let's it's a budget, it's a projection, let's evaluate it in our quarterly conversations and analysis and key performance indicator evaluations, and we come back mid-year to reassess, but you don't make any specific changes in their plan, then that's option 1, and you can adopt the assessment tonight. Do I have that right, City Attorney and Ms. Carter?
Well, yes. And I would just, clarify that response just a little bit more and say that what I'm hearing is that the council thinks that they will be able to modify this report mid-year based upon your discussions with bid members. And that's not the case. This report and the line items that are on the report will stay, and the council will have no authority to make any amendments to these budget line items. The bid members may, voluntarily choose to make those changes, but there's no leverage for the council to impose that on them. I just want to make that clear that, this is what I'm hearing is that one option is to make no changes to the report, but then to meet with the bid members to actually work on how this report and analysis could be improved for next year, but it will not be improved for this year. I just want to make that clear.
Thank you.
Yeah, and what I heard some interest from council members on the mid-year piece is not making changes to the report at that time, but just evaluating the data and performance to be able to work towards potential restructuring next year in the spring.
Right, because what I want to be able to tie the actions that happen to this budget. I want to be able to say, okay, these placements happened on the website, through the website. This blog, these 5 blog things were done, so that we see where the specific actions are coming from. Right now, it looks to me like, frankly, I would probably lump item 4 with item 1, because I don't understand what the real difference is from the blog site and the website. Aren't they kind of like related? But since it's listed that way, and they think it's going to be $1,000 to do the blog site only, and then the rest is website, I don't have a basis for telling them it's not. I just need to know that those are the actions that got done.
So would you be more comfortable, or I don't even know if we can do this, is ask them to come back because they didn't have enough time to give us the details that we asked for? Can we ask for them to come back again with more detailed line items?
So and that's where I want to be clear, and I apologize for stepping in.
No, please do.
Your options are limited.
Okay.
Either you accept the report.
Got it.
Or you amend the report. Those are the formal actions that you can take tonight. These other measures that you're asking to meet with the bid members mid-year or quarterly, that's unrelated to the formal actions that you need to take tonight.
Okay.
So my suggestion, Madam Mayor, is that you get consensus on the council as to whether or not they want to accept the report as is with all the line items in there. And then, if so, then you're going to choose option 1. Just because you choose option 1 doesn't mean that you can also, to Councilmember Beckmeyer's suggestion, that you can then give direction to staff. Staff, I would like you to schedule meetings with a subcommittee of the council and bid members mid-year or quarterly to talk about their progress. But you're not going to be talking about amending the budget because the budget cannot be amended. If the council is uncomfortable with the budget as described in the annual report, along the lines of what Councilmember O'Neill has raised, then you're going to want to decide, okay, do we want to amend the report to perhaps reduce one line item as was offered by staff in their PowerPoint presentation, the $8,500 or another figure, and then you would take that out of the line item for the report. you could still do that, but that's all that motion would be. And then you could make another motion to direct staff to continue to work with the bid on a quarterly basis or, mid-year to address how this budget is working. But the formal motions should be either, from what I'm hearing, I don't think option 3 is on the table any longer. It should be either you want to accept the report and meet with the bid, or you want to amend the report tonight and then meet with the bid. Those are really your 2 options.
Okay. Sue Barlos, Tiger, what are your thoughts?
I think we should accept it and and vote on that, then come back after and meet with the bid quarterly to assess what has occurred, how the things that they proposed worked, and if the people in the bid want to change those, they can change it themselves at that time, but the budget stays the same. But they will determine at that time whether the items that they're doing are actually working, and they will have seen what it's like to work with the other company and how much maybe they don't need as much as they've budgeted for, and they move it to something else, but they choose that.
Thank you, Tiger.
Yeah, what I appreciate about what this seems to be bringing is essentially a sense of self-awareness to the bid that wasn't there before, and a sense of the word was in my head and then went out, as is wont to happen. Anyway, that sense of self-awareness in the sense that we're now more aware and that collaboration genuinely has begun to occur in a way that it hasn't before. Accountability, that's the word, a sense of accountability to what we need this to be. And so within that context, I think the quarterly meetings are the proper mechanism for that to happen. The one, and it's just a technical thing that mildly annoys me, is that we have this newer report that came through today. And like the thing I can easily point to is the hook, line, and thinker that apparently was just let go of, that's in the original report and is not in this one. So I don't know that it much matters. They've been given 90-day notice and they'll be gone. But that'll be in the original report, but physically will not be existent going forward. And for just philosophically, I favor the second one, but that means another meeting, and I appreciate why that might not be a thing we want to do. I don't know that it matters, but it annoys me enough I decided to mention it.
All right, so do we have, okay, so I guess we have to go ahead and so number 1, how many people I want to accept? How many people agree with number 1? Okay.
Wait. Let me clarify. If we don't agree with number 1, that means we change it and we have to do this again on the 27th. Yeah.
Correct.
I would hope that as a result of this meeting, we've gotten most of our deliberations about the guts of the issue out of the way, and it doesn't seem like the public is overwhelmingly clamoring to add an extra half hour to the process. So I figure if we bring it back with the changes that we really want to see, it may not be the worst thing in the world.
Okay, so that's 2 weeks. Is it reasonable to think that they can meet and change things and bring it back in 2 weeks?
We and specific about the changes, correct, Michelle?
Correct. Yes, that's what I was going to say. You, in order to do option 1 or option 2, you have to make a decision tonight, and you will not be consulting with the bid about those changes. Those changes either will be made tonight by this council, if a majority of you have line item changes that you want to make, or you will accept the report as is. Under either option, you will still, it appears to me that you will likely still have an additional direction to staff following whatever motion is finally approved to meet with the bid on a quarterly basis to go over progress on the budget. That is adopted tonight, whether it be an amended budget or the budget that was attached to the staff report.
So it seems like three of you want to make changes, so maybe you should talk about what those are going to be. Sorry, Kevin, go ahead.
I just wanted the city attorney to clarify specifically, once the council specifies changes, then we need to go get a revised report from the chamber on behalf of the bid and agendize it for the next city council meeting for the decision about assessment of the fee?
No, the report has to be modified tonight. There will be, you're not going to get another report back from the bid.
Okay, so the council is...
Because what we need to notice prior to June 27th is the final report.
Okay, but on the 27th, we do notice this revised report that the council revised
tonight. Yes.
And that gets agendized for the 27th for adoption. Does that need to be, sorry for the procedural question, but does that need to be a public hearing, or can that?
It's the same hearing as we have tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Sue and Mike, before you recommend changes, I want to be clear about my stance, which is that fundamentally I'm neutral. I have an existential concern because there's an obvious discrepancy between what reality is and what the first report says, which means that if we're changing one of these reports, I would favor changing the second one and working with that one that we received today, because that seems to be the most up to date and clear of what should be amended to make it whatever it is it's going to be. So that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, so the thing that I am having a hard time with, and I'm also about to run out of battery, so if I fall off, I'm gonna have to log in on a different computer. When I look at the report we received today, the new Exhibit G is a text listing of activities with the priority given to maintaining visitpacifica.com website. It states in the opening paragraph, which I agree with. I think that's a valuable asset. I think it's the thing that we want CDA working with the bid and the chamber on. It sounds to me like we're making progress on that. Is that your impression, Yulia? With the chamber staff and CDA working together on Visit Pacifica and access to those assets?
Well, we had the initial meeting on the 9th. We haven't started working yet, so this work is coming. So we still need the city to have access. We still have plans how it's going to work, create the budget pages. Budget pages.
But in principle, the agreement is that that's going to happen.
Right. So it was definitely progress comparing to the original report that we prepared for.
Okay. With that said, the website. It's kind of where I see it going, and blog, that other blog item. But on Exhibit G, the text list, there are 4 items, one of which is public relations. There are a number of action items underneath that about hosting media, about doing a wellness media influencer FAM, which is a familiarization trip. I don't see those action items reflected in Exhibit H, which is the marketing action plan projected budget. So when you talk about changes to the report, either what's going on with number 1 on Exhibit G needs to be reflected in Exhibit H, or maybe we set that aside for the time being and focus on website, social media, and advertising as reflected in Exhibit H. And with that, and also strike item 5 other bid rep / marketing consultant TBD ongoing, because that doesn't mean anything to me. So if the budget is for 36,000, that's what we project is going to be available. The rest of it's going to the chamber as a management fee. The way this is broken down, I'm okay with, knowing that we're not going to know the specifics of exactly what they do every day at this point in time. Michelle, I get it. We won't know, and we won't be able to change it after tonight. But I'm not comfortable with public relations PR, number one, and a whole list of what appear to be action items when there's no reflection of those action items in the budget on Exhibit H.
Councilmember Beckmeyer, if you're able, and Ms. Carter, to take what you were just saying and make it a specific change recommendation to the plan, that will be one thing. Then the council can, you could take each change piece by piece and say, change number one is this, delete the list on H or whatever, however you want to express
okay,
that.
Item one for me is.
Wait, are we going to be voting on number F or H? Because Sue is revising H, but I thought we were voting on F.
I think it's the whole report, Mike.
Okay, so it's the whole thing. Okay. Is that accurate?
Yes. That's what Michelle said.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's any item that is part of the annual report. So,
okay.
And actually that's a very good question though. So, Ms. Carter, can you assist the council in figuring out when they are making a mention, like Councilmember Beck, oh, I'm sorry, I realized my video is not on. When Councilmember Beckmeyer is making suggestions, it would be helpful if staff could then say so that would be change blank to page such and such of the annual report, and to help the council sort of,
yes,
because this is going to get very confusing given the length of a report. We need to help the council figure out we need from the council first, what changes do you want to make? And then staff, as soon as they make that suggestion, it would be helpful if staff could help them figure out where in the report that change would be made.
Thank you. If I understood Councilmember Beckmeyer correctly, so she wanted to reconcile Exhibit F to Exhibit H in the table, in the budget. And
Well, actually, at that time, I was only looking at G, not F. Mike was looking at F.
Well, the Exhibit F is tied to Exhibit H in the dollar figures. And Exhibit G is not represented with the dollars. And that's what the Councilmember Beckmeyer was not comfortable with. Right. She wanted to remove this item, if I understood you correctly.
Right. I mean, maybe we remove the whole item. Maybe it's not useful. But for sure, I don't see item one on Exhibit G reflected in F or in H. I don't see PR. I don't see familiarization trips. I just don't see that. Maybe in the day when they had more money coming in, they were doing that. Maybe they cut it out because the budget is lower. I can't say. All I can say is you're receiving this report. It's internally consistent.
Okay, so would it be safe to say you are proposing we eliminate item G1, erased, just to kind of move this along?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the first cut. Is there 3 council members that agree with that?
Wait a minute.
It's on the new email we got today from Yulia.
From Sarah.
Oh, is it from Sarah? From Sarah, sorry. It's the attachment.
I don't mind that. I would hope that in the future they put dollar amounts to it because it looks, I like the ideas that are put there, but I agree with you. There should be dollar amounts associated with it. That's the idea. So it would be great if in the future that wasn't just abandoned by the bid, but they'd come back with a plan behind it, or a monetary plan behind it.
So since exhibit G does not have any dollar figures, would the council will be comfortable moving this exhibit into our mid-year checkpoint as far as the progress concerned? So you're not amending the budget because it's not part of the budget.
Okay, so you're recommending just deleting item G and it comes back in the meeting mid-year.
Right.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
there is no budget for that. Yeah.
Let's do that.
Okay.
So now all we're considering is F and H.
Thank you for helping this along.
Do we need to change the language in paragraph 1 of Exhibit F to reflect any agreement that's been made between CDA and the bid around how they're working together? They will work with the Chamber of Commerce's bid representative and the city's third-party marketing consultant, CDA, to ensure the implementation of the strategic plans that complements the Chamber's and the city's initiatives to promote Pacifica. I think we know what we're talking about there, but I'm asking Yulia, does there need to be any more specific language in there around this now collaborative working relationship that they've forged?
Well, it's hard to me to understand what it really means. So where we are with this work, we had a meeting and we now send the request to BID what exactly would need to be happening in terms of collaboration, and for us to form this collaboration, it's a very specific list of items, how we can work together. So if that, well, as the mayor said earlier, we need to start the work to see how it goes.
Yeah.
Well, do we need to put any parameters around that? Like by June, this will happen. By October, this will happen. Or are we just going to the mayor's point, trusting that we all understand each other and we're going to make these quarterly meetings happen and we're going to work on it?
Well, I think they've been pretty evasive, the bid. Okay, Yulia asked for clarification on the budget and it was delivered 3 days late. So it was not being able to be included in the budget, in the packet to the public, but we got the supplemental today. Okay, so I think they definite that, the first meeting will be held by June 30th. Oh no, excuse me, that's June 30th, it's only 2 weeks now, right? But something to that effect.
Remember that they're like us. They're basically volunteers.
The chamber's being paid $35,000 according to their budget.
But Mike, what is that? They have to pay for their space and they have a part-time person there. That person isn't in charge of the bid. So, I mean, consider that they have to pay for PG&E. They have to pay for a copier. How much is really going towards a person? So you have to, I don't know, if someone's late, you have to consider all the things that they're doing and that they have another job just like we have another job.
Good point.
Okay. I think we understand what our goal is.
So what changes then are we going to be making?
Why don't you just add a phrase on there? This budget's being approved by the city council on the condition that the bid works with the city and CDA.
So, and that is fine to put that language in there, but I think it's important that the council understand that language like that would not allow the council mid-year to amend this report to make any changes to the numbers. Usually when there are amendments to annual reports made, they deal with monetary amounts. as opposed to narrative about, meeting, because there are no conditions to this report, frankly, in terms of the money being allocated. The money will be allocated. I really think the vehicle that the council will use to try to get cooperation from the bid is really your quarterly meetings. Or if you want more control, which actually I'm hearing, it sounds like the council would like to have more involvement in what is being discussed and entertained for purposes of the budget of the bid. There are ways to restructure the bid, which you can talk about mid-year as the city manager outlaid. But really, when you're talking about amending the annual report, most councils will look at the monetary issues for amending the annual report, as opposed to goals of cooperation between the city and the bid for what it's worth. And I say that also because what we're going to have to do tonight is actually read into the record whatever changes are made to whatever pages in the annual report are being changed. And if there is one page in the annual report that implicates another change, somebody's going to have to read the whole report and make sure that it's consistent. So, and I'm bringing this up because this is a Herculean task if the council really wants to make more than just budget line item changes to the annual report. We can do that, but it's going to take,
goal setting.
Yulia, Kevin, and I quickly going through this whole annual report to see if there are references in other narratives that would contradict the language that you're drafting in one section. So, we can do it, but we're going to have to be very precise. And
but would an idea, and Ms. Carter, you can tell me if it fits in that section that Councilmember Beckmeyer raised, to add in there general language that says the city and a quorum of bid members in the chamber will meet quarterly, will review, performance and discuss performance measures in gathering information to report back at mid-year to the council. We're not saying anything about, revising the report. We're just being more specific about the quarterly meeting process. And, quarterly typically means by the end of September, by the end of December, by the end of March. But, I don't know if you want to specify those actual deadlines, but, does that fit in that section? Does that add any value to that section? Because that's a general change that's, not overly specific, but if it adds value, that might be good.
Right, and I think that change could work. I would just want to ask Ms. Carter, we need to make sure that there isn't contradictory language somewhere else, and I cannot recall, Ms. Carter, if there might be. If you're not concerned with that, then that's fine. But let's just remember that this report needs to be internally consistent, and so I don't know if this report at all in any other location talks about other meetings with the city. If it doesn't, that statement is perfectly, capable of being inserted wherever the council wants in this report.
Correct. And to the best of my knowledge, this section of the report is brand new. That's one of the modifications that was done with this revision, and there is nowhere in the original report that the BID talked about the quarterly meetings.
Great.
And I also want to emphasize it would be really helpful if we can align the key performance indicators and bring them together on the same page. Well, it kind of aligns to the quarterly reviews and see how we're doing. And those indicators will include something like, well, how many posts were done in the last quarter and what did they produce?
And I appreciate, Kevin, you mentioning the quorum of the bid. I think that part's really important. Those words need to be there. because we need that too. So I agree with those changes.
Okay, so if one of the council members would like to say that specifically, or just repeat what Ms. Carter, you could kind of throw out language, and that would be change number 2 to the report.
And where would that change be? Let's be specific, city manager, for the council. What page, what exhibit, and what is the exact language that you would, that if I did not write down what you said, but if you could say it again so that it would be easier for the council to say what the city manager said. Just because we're more familiar with the report, I think, in terms of where would be the appropriate place to make that change.
And Sue did drop off, so she'll be back on, I'm sure, as soon as she possibly can. Her battery.
Okay. I'll ask Ms. Carter to identify the page and paragraph, but the general language I said was that the city and the chamber and a quorum of the bid will meet quarterly to discuss performance, alignment of performance measures, and gather information to be able to report back to the council mid-year.
And those changes will be made to item number 1 on the exhibit F.
Yeah.
So that's where
perfect.
It will go.
Seems like there's some head nods.
Yeah.
So moved.
So moved.
So moved.
So that's
accept the report. 2. Accept the report with the changes made to section 1, exhibit F, as read by the city manager.
Do we have a second?
Well,
we're not. You don't need to vote yet on it because we have
right. We're just
number
trying
1
to get
that was
consensus.
identified.
Sorry.
This is change number 2, and now the question: were there any other specific changes that the council wanted to discuss?
I'm sorry. And what was the first change that they already agreed on?
Get rid of exhibit.
Getting rid of exhibit H. And directing that those items be discussed, or G, sorry.
G, yeah.
And that those items be discussed as part of the periodic.
Well, you can just, the motion would be just to delete item G.
Okay.
Exhibit G, forgive me.
And then the last one is to strike line 5 from the budget in exhibit H.
Got it.
Okay. Do we have enough direction? Are we ready to move on?
Well,
you need a motion and
right. We need a formal motion. My guess is somebody's going to make a motion for option 2 as amended per staff's discussion.
So moved.
Make that motion as soon as I find it in the staff report.
Right. So it would.
I move.
Oh, you got it. Fine. Great. Thanks.
Well, need to adopt another resolution of the intent.
It would be to adopt, and maybe you can share your screen with the options.
I thought that's Sue Bartol's party.
Oh, did Sue make a motion while I was off?
I mean, didn't you, Sue?
No, we were not. It was not the formal motion that we need.
Full motion.
Yeah. So do you see the action item on the screen?
Yeah, of course.
Yes. Oh, I see. Move to adopt
the resolution.
Adopt a resolution.
A resolution confirming the receipt of the annual report of the advisory board of the Pacifica Hotel Business Improvement District bid and declaring the City Council's intention to continue the bid program and levy the annual assessments for the fiscal year 2022-23 at the same rate without change as levied in the fiscal year 2021-2022 as amended. And then do I need to enumerate the amendments?
But you maybe as amended by the 3 items specifically identified by staff.
Do we need to specify it, Michelle?
I think the city manager just did.
Okay, as amended by the 3 items
referred to by the city manager.
By staff.
By staff, correct.
Second.
Okay, can we have a vote, please?
With the motion by Councilmember Beckmeyer and seconded by Councilmember Vaterlos, start the roll call vote with Councilmember Vaterlos.
Yes.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
No.
And Mayor Beer.
Yes.
Okay, and that motion passes with a vote of 4-1 with Councilmember O'Neill opposed.
Okay, can we have a 5-minute break before we move on to the next item, please? Thank you. We'll be back at 10:16.
It was a very fast 5 minutes.
It goes by fast.
Okay, I'm back, but I'm turning off my camera for a second.
Okay. All right. We are back. Councilmember Beckmeyer will be turning on her camera in a minute or two. So we are now on consideration item 13, which is consideration of a resolution calling and giving notice for holding a general municipal election on Tuesday, November 8th. To elect one member of the City Council from Districts 2, 3, and 5 each for a full 4-year term. And then the second one is to adopt a resolution for the City Council in the City of Pacifica calling and giving notice for holding a general municipal election on Tuesday, November 8th for submission to the qualified voters of the city an advisory measure regarding the sale and use of state-approved safe and sane fireworks. We have Sarah Coffey and Michelle Kenyon will be here to talk to us about this item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Sarah Coffey. I'm the City Clerk for the City of Pacifica, and this item is for calling for the regular municipal election for city council members. And if you recall, the city in 2018 transitioned from district at-large elections of council members to district-based elections of council members. This November 8th, 2022 will be the first district-based election for council members for districts number 2, 3, and 5. So the first resolution is calling for that election for council members for districts 2, 3, and 5 for the November 8th, 2022 election. And this is based on the ordinance number 874-CS, which was adopted by council following the redistricting process that was done after the 2020 census, which adopted council district map 505B. The attachment A in the packet, which is on packet page 444, has a draft version of the election services agreement with the county for consolidating election services for the city with the county to conduct the election services for the November 8th, 2022 election. Since the packet was published, I did receive a final version of the agreement from the county elections office, and there are a few changes to the agreement from what was published in the agenda packet. Those changes are minor, and one is that there were some enumerations of the sections and paragraphs in the draft agreement in the packet that do not appear in the final agreement. So some of the section headers are the same, but they are just not enumerated to the extent that the draft in the packet was. There's an additional paragraph under terms that does not appear in the final agreement. It is on packet.
Madam City Clerk, we need to be more specific. Can you cite to the actual paragraphs that you're referring to?
Yes.
And just so that the council does not have to, otherwise the council will have to recite those changes. So I'd rather that you cite them on behalf of the council.
Yes.
And then they can just make the motion as amended by staff.
So in the leading paragraph, the first paragraph, the service agreement for the provision of election services, the final agreement omits the last sentence in that first paragraph. The sentence, the municipality and the chief elections officer shall be collectively referred to as parties. That sentence is stricken from the final agreement. And for the—
But Madam Clerk, are you saying that this agreement needs to delete? What you're working off of the agreement that was attached to the staff report. What needs to be amended in the agreement that was attached to the staff report?
Right.
And go to that paragraph and say, these words should be deleted.
The sentence in the first paragraph of the agreement in the staff report, the municipality and the chief elections officer shall be collectively referred to as parties, shall be stricken. So,
okay, great. That's one change. What's another change?
The section services to be performed by the municipality does not have a section number 1 enumerated. So it's just the heading services to be performed by the municipality.
So what is being deleted in the report that is that is attached to the staff report?
The enumerator 1 to that section.
Roman numeral 1.
Roman numeral 1.
Roman numeral 1. Got it.
Similarly, Roman numeral 2 is not included.
Should be deleted. So remember, you're amending the contract attached to the staff report. So you're deleting Roman numeral 1 and Roman numeral 2.
Yes. And deleting Roman numeral 3 in front of terms. Under the section terms, these paragraphs are not enumerated, so removing 1, 2, and 3, but keeping the paragraphs.
4, which will be renumbered 1.
They will not be numbered.
Okay, well, we are keeping paragraph 4 and we are deleting paragraphs 1 to 2 under Roman numeral.
No, we're keeping paragraphs 1, 2, and 3, but they are not. They will not be enumerated in the.
Okay, what is being deleted?
We are deleting. We are deleting under section 3, paragraph 4.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And for
next,
for cost for services, we are
deleting Roman numeral 4
and deleting the numbers 1 and 2, but keeping the content of those paragraphs.
Great.
We are deleting the section miscellaneous in its entirety.
We're deleting Roman numeral 5 and the section miscellaneous entirely.
Entirely.
Great, thank you.
And these changes are non-substantive in nature, and it is for the purpose of the county services agreements being consistent across all cities.
Thank you, Sarah.
And so that will be the amendment with the service agreement. And the second part of the second part of this item will be a resolution calling for the election and adding a ballot measure to the November 8th, 2022 election for the purpose of an advisory measure regarding fireworks, which was regarding the Safe and Sane Fireworks program, which was discussed by City Council at the February 8th, 2021 City Council meeting, at which time the council provided direction to the public, to the staff to prepare a ballot measure for the next regular election, which would be November 8th, 2022. And the ballot measure will be advisory in nature, similar to the 1996 Measure U. The ballot measure language will be, shall the City of Pacifica amend its municipal code to prohibit the ignition, use, discharge, or sale of all state-approved safe and sane fireworks in the City of Pacifica. And
sorry.
Based on the result from that advisory measure vote, the City Council would then review that vote and then provide further direction to staff if any changes to the program are advised.
And Sarah, when it comes time, we'll be calling for a motion and a vote for each one separately, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember O'Neill?
I have a question. Are we voting on the actual verbiage tonight that's going in regarding the fireworks?
Yes.
Okay, yes. So what Sarah just read is the actual verbiage that we're going on.
That is the ballot measure language, correct?
Okay, the only thing I would ask is, given the large, the income to a lot of the nonprofits is kind of major, we should put an effective date in there. So this is happening November 22. Do we want to put in there effective January 1st, 2023, or do we want to go like effective January 1st, 2024? Just so people know. You know what I mean? I just think that's only fair.
Well, remember, this is an advisory measure. So this is not, so this takes no action. This is just giving the council an indication of what your community feels about this question. So,
right. But I would bet, dollars to donuts that however this turns out, it will probably go that way. delay. But I think it's only fair for the nonprofits to know, okay, if this passes in November, you don't get fireworks in 2023. Or if we delay it, it's 2024.
Well, I think what most cities do when they have these types of resolutions is as soon as the vote is certified, and if in fact, whatever the direction is on this vote, it will immediately come back to the council for direction on what to do, because there are a lot of actions that the council has to take to eliminate safe and sane fireworks in the city. There will be actions that will need to be taken. And it's during those actions that the council can decide at that time when you want this to take effect. So, the council would...
What is the problem with telling the public the date the council will want to make this effective?
Then that's a discussion that the council needs to make now.
That's what I'm asking for now, is have a discussion with the council to see, do we want to put a date in there so everybody's aware that it's effective? And I just arbitrarily picking January 1st, 2023 or January 1st, 2024, because it's over $100,000 a year the nonprofits get, and they will need some notice to try to make up that loss of income, as well as the city preparing their budget for the loss of the 35 or 40,000 over money that pays overtime for the police and fire. That's what I'm throwing out for discussion.
And so do we have any questions too? Because maybe we should bring it to public comment first and then we can discuss that. Tiger, did you have a question?
I was going to ask if we were deliberating at this time or if we wanted to pause in the deliberation until after public comment. Thank you.
Sure. All right, I'm going to open up public comment.
Madam Mayor, there's no hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you. Close public comment, bring it back to council for discussion. Let's discuss. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't know that I feel one way or the other when I would want to implement. I think a part of the bigger discussion for me is what involvement, if any, the council is going to have in contemplating a replacement program, whether or not that means just strongly encouraging the community and to take whatever actions to get money together, or if we actually contemplate putting a task force together before we get rid of it. I think that it's a much larger process question, and I'm perfectly comfortable having that discussion after the vote of the people telling us whether or not, in general, they would favor getting rid of fireworks or not.
Yeah, I appreciate that, because I know other communities do it too, like, Coastside gives, like they do one full day of giving for all their nonprofits, things like that. So that'd be a good discussion for us to have.
Okay, but my question would be, can that be, okay, we do, they usually certify the election like first week of December. Okay, so that means the nonprofits usually have their first meeting in February. So if we put January 1st, 2023 in there, you know what I mean? You're given the development of a whole funding alternative for the nonprofits 3 months to develop a program, implement a program, and replace a budget and implementation of January 1st, okay, or do we want to be, faithful to the public and tell them you're voting to kill this to 2023 or 2024? That's my only concern. That's all.
Yeah. Councilmember Badalas.
Are you putting the cart before the horse? Because we don't know how they're going to vote. And we make the decision. Say that overwhelmingly, like in the past 2 elections, people vote to keep safe and sane fireworks. If you put an end date on when it's going to take effect, you've basically canceled the program ahead.
I'm throwing it out for discussion. We're discussing.
That's what I'm doing. I'm discussing just like you did.
I just think
I'm smiling too, Mike.
Yeah, no, fine. I mean, whatever.
Mayor Pro Tem.
For the record, I'm comfortable with the language as it currently is.
Councilmember Beckmeyer, do you have any thoughts about the date?
No, my thinking is that this is advisory to the council, and that when we have the result of this vote, we will have an immediate agenda item, and then we would determine things like effective date and all of that.
Yeah, I agree with that. We're definitely going to need to give them heads up. Like if it comes to if they vote against the fireworks, then we're going to have to talk about what that's going to look like for our community and go from there. So they'll need the heads up then.
And as an advisory, the council, still makes the choice.
Yeah.
Well, never mind.
Tiger.
We seem to have a consensus. If there's no further discussion, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, we have to make two separate motions. Okay.
Gotcha. I move to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Pacifica calling and giving notice for holding a general municipal election on Tuesday, November 8th, 2022, for by-district elections to elect one member of the City Council from District 2, 3, and 5, each for a full 4-year term, requesting San Mateo County to consolidate the city's general municipal election with the November 8th, 2022 statewide general election, and to provide election services, adopting regulations pertaining to the candidate's statement of qualifications, and authorize the city manager to execute the service agreement for election services as amended by staff.
I just want to ask the city clerk, in the past when we've done this, and I don't know if it comes now or if it comes later, the decision, does the city pay for the candidate statement or does the candidates pay for it? Is that later? We vote on that.
It is included in this in the text of this resolution that the candidates will pay for the printing of the candidate statement, and provides for a deposit amount of $300, and then that will be refunded or invoiced pursuant to the actual cost provided by the elections division, the county elections division.
Thank you, sir.
So we have a motion and a second.
So I had a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick and a second by Councilmember Vaterlas. Call the roll call vote, starting with Councilmember Vaterlas.
Yes.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
Mayor Beer.
Yes.
And item 13-1 as amended passes unanimously.
I move to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Pacifica calling and giving notice for holding a general municipal election on Tuesday, November 8th, 2022, for submission to the qualified voters of the city an advisory measure regarding the sale and use of state-approved safe and sane fireworks in the city, and requesting San Mateo County to consolidate the city's general municipal election with the November 8th, 2022 statewide general election, and to provide election services.
Second.
And with item 13-2, moved by Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick and seconded by Councilmember Vaterlas, we'll start the roll call vote with Councilmember Vaterlas.
Yes.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
Mayor Beer.
Yes.
And 13-2 passes unanimously.
Thank you. I'd like to do a time check. It's 10:38. So do we have a motion to extend the meeting to a certain time?
I'll move to extend to midnight.
I'll second.
With the motion by Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick, seconded by Butterlos. Start the roll call vote. Councilmember Butterlos.
Yes.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
Mayor Beer.
Yes.
The motion to extend the meeting to midnight passes 5-0.
Okay, so we're going to move right along to our update on the implementation of the short-term rental program. Proposed action is to receive the update, and we have Christian Murdoch and Yulia Carter here to present to us tonight.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I am Acting Planning Director Christian Clark. The City Clerk will hopefully pull up the slides for this item in just a moment. Thank you. So, I worked together with Assistant City Manager Yulia Carter to prepare this update for the City Council on the city's short-term rental program. Next slide, please. We're going to cover a few topics tonight. Hopefully we'll move quickly given the late hour. But the topics are here, taking from an overview of what it is, the short-term rental program and the city's regulations through the staff's summary and recommendations. Next slide. So the first order of business is to understand what exactly a short-term rental is. Short-term rental is a type of rental of residential property for a duration of less than 30 days. As compared to a long-term rental for 30 days or longer, which is your typical apartment residential type of rental occupancy. While short-term rentals have been around for a number of years, the city first enacted regulations to regulate them in 2018 through Ordinance 835-CS of the City Council, and that's codified in the city's zoning regulations. The first component of the city's STR regulations is the requirement for a permit to operate a short-term rental. And the city's regulations typically are generally focused rather on guest safety. And so it requires a diagram of exits, fire extinguisher locations, and certain contact information for fire and police, as well as the permittee in event of any issues that come up. And then a reminder of what the city's noise and social host liability ordinances require and the standards for those ordinances. And that information must be provided to guests before they arrive, as well as be in printed form within the short-term rental. Next slide. Short-term rentals occur throughout Pacifica. As this map shows, they're distributed, north, central, and southern parts of Pacifica. The question often comes up, how many short-term rentals do we have in town? And that's a difficult question to answer. That number varies, week to week, day to day sometimes, and certainly through various times of year with periods of peak and off-peak short-term rental utilization. So for this update, we picked a point in time in mid-May of 2022. And using information provided by the city's consultant that we rely on for some of our licensing, taxation, and enforcement activities, we identified 77 registered, meaning fully compliant with the city's license and permit regulations and the tax registrations. 77 of those operating in Pacifica, while the system that the consultant uses to actually scrub listings through a variety of platforms like Airbnb, VRBO, and others, actually found 103 active listings. And so you can see a discrepancy there between the number that have fully registered with the city and those that are active on the various platforms. Next slide. The question has also come up, what's the relationship of short-term rentals and the city's housing stock? And so we tried to gather some information on the types of housing units that short-term rentals are using. And we found that they occur in a variety of structure types, main structures, multifamily, such as apartments or condominium, townhome buildings, and then other. Other in this case means the information provided in the listing or the conclusions supported by the information found online couldn't determine what the unit type was. So that other and unknown category, I think, are somewhat interchangeable in this case. Sometimes, as you may know, if you've booked a short-term rental, you might just see a couple pictures of the inside of the unit, but not really know exactly where it is unless you've actually booked it. And so there are limitations to some of the data that we can pull, particularly for unregistered short-term rentals. You'll also note here that accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, are being rented as short-term rentals in violation of the city's zoning ordinance for accessory dwelling units. And so that is going to come up later in this presentation. The data that we gathered found that short-term rentals also come in a variety of sizes, but they're overwhelmingly concentrated in small residential unit types, studios and one-bedroom units. 57% of those identified through the data that we gathered were studio or one-bedroom units, and then roughly even proportions of two-bedroom, three-bedroom, and four-bedroom units. And then the pie chart here is a depiction of the proportion of housing units within the city's housing stock. So whereas the 57% reflects short-term rentals, the pie chart shows the overall city housing stock of over 14,000 dwelling units. And so of those, you'll see a very small proportion, 11 or 12% perhaps, are studio or one-bedroom units, whereas the largest share of units are actually three-bedroom dwelling units. And so as we think about impacts to the city's housing stock, you can think, okay, those small studio and one-bedroom units may be disproportionately impacted by short-term rentals. Next slide, please. However, we think it's important to put the short-term rentals in context with the city's overall housing stock, as well as compare it to other similar type cities in the region. And so while we mentioned earlier, Pacifica had, at that point in time in mid-May, 103 active short-term rentals. As a proportion of its housing stock, you can see it's a relatively small proportion of less than 1%. 0.72% of the 14,180 total dwelling units of all types that exist in Pacifica. And that is the lowest share of the comparison cities that we looked into, but all of them are around 1%. You can see Capitola in this instance at that point in time was the highest proportion of short-term rentals compared to the housing stock of 1.35%. And then the bar chart just shows it in visual form. Next slide. Regarding revenue from the city's transient occupancy tax, you can see those collections have been increasing over the period since the city enacted its regulations. One of the policy focuses for the city council at that time was to legitimize a process for short-term rentals to register with the city, with a key priority being collection of the transient occupancy tax, or TOT. So you can see those revenue collections have grown from the inception of the program in the fiscal year 2018-19 through FY 2019-20, and then through the last full year for which we have TOT data, which is FY 2020-2021. And so, give or take, the TOT collections have nearly tripled in that 3-year period. The average daily rate for short-term rentals in Pacifica is $236 per night. And those figures vary, larger units, maybe in newer locations or locations closer to the ocean might fetch higher rates. Other smaller, older, more distant from the coast units might fetch different rates. But the average rate on the data we collected was $236 per night. And we observed peak activity in April, the July-August timeframe, and December. And you might, I don't have the data, but you might speculate, the spring break for families traveling, the summer vacation season, and then the holiday travel season. And so our consultant has estimated that if the city was able to get all operating STRs into compliance, the city should expect to generate $742,000 a year in TOT just from STRs. And so you can see, somewhat more than $100,000 currently doesn't seem to be collected through the unregistered short-term rentals. Next slide. And then the last component of our program overview is compliance and enforcement. And so I contacted the police department as well as the code enforcement officer that works in my department. And both of them reported very low levels of short-term rental related complaints. It's not a large or problematic aspect for them in their law enforcement capacities. The police department, I think, described them as infrequent, the complaints, and I think there were a half a dozen notable cases from the code enforcement officer, all of which were able to be resolved relatively quickly by engaging with the property owners, with one exception. And so since the inception of the program, the city has revoked one license on account of poor conduct or non-compliant conduct by the operator. But out of the, the 100 or more that have been operating over the past several years, I think that's a relatively small number of serious enforcement issues. Next slide. And so a summary is the city's short-term rental program is still relatively new. The council's ordinance took effect in mid-2018. And so, in regulatory terms, it's still relatively new and young, and the city's continuing to gather data. It's staff's opinion and assessment that short-term rentals comprise a small share of overall dwelling units in Pacifica, less than 1%, around 0.75%. We think that's especially low for coastal communities, and of the other comparison jurisdictions that we showed, all had higher proportions of their housing stock utilized as short-term rentals. We did notice some concentration of short-term rentals in the West Sharp Park and Pedro Point neighborhoods. Understandable, perhaps, given those desirable locations near the coast and the active mix of visitors serving commercial uses, the public beach amenities, pier, et cetera. But overall, there was no evidence of significant neighborhood problems or impacts to public health, safety, and welfare based on complaints submitted to the police department and the code enforcement officer. And so at this time, the city manager's recommendation is not to undertake modifications to the short-term rental program. But there are a few next steps that staff has identified as part of our ongoing program administration responsibilities. And those include continuing to gather data on the number and types of STRs, particularly identifying unregistered STRs and bringing them into compliance. And then also, as I mentioned earlier, those STRs that are using ADUs or accessory dwelling units, contrary to the city's zoning ordinance, need to be identified, notified, and then where they fail to comply with the prohibition, appropriate enforcement action taken. So those are the follow-up steps that staff has identified, and we are here to answer any questions. Next slide.
Thank you, Christian. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Christian. So presumably code enforcement will be going after those who are using the ADUs?
My sense is that the first follow-up will be from the consultant that I mentioned, HDL. They have the primary responsibility at this point in time for follow-up with unregistered short-term rentals, thinking through the taxation component that they're primarily responsible for. In the event that the operators do not respond or fail to comply, the code enforcement officer following up, as well as other legal remedies, civil remedies, for instance, are the options that the city can exercise to achieve compliance.
So for the operators utilizing ADUs, HDL is the starting point?
Yes, so they are the ones that are sifting through all of the available data to identify where these are. It can be challenging. Again, as I mentioned, the limited information that is published on some of these postings can make it difficult to find the physical locations. And so HDL is using a variety of data points and sources to try to locate and contact the owners and then initiate that outreach and notification process. As detailed in the staff report, not all operators know that there's a requirement to register, right? Some of them could be, unwittingly violating the law. And as with most people, once notified, they'll take the appropriate steps to comply. And so we've really taken that cooperative enforcement approach thus far, and HDL is our primary source for that.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question, I don't want it to be inferred that I'm thinking in terms of this is what I would want. It's more of a general, I want to understand this question. And so my question is, if we wanted to, we can't limit the number of ADUs in our community if we wanted to, can we? Or are there ways to amend the ordinance?
I think you mean limit the number of short-term rentals, and
yes, yeah. I know we can't limit ADUs. Thank you for catching that.
I think we don't want to do that. But, as far as STRs, yes, the city has options for imposing a cap. That would require some more significant research to try to determine the best regulatory approach for doing that, given Pacifica's unique considerations. A number of cities have imposed caps, and so it is legally possible. The program administration and all the consequences depending on the regulatory approach, something we would need to really flesh out and give the council the appropriate set of options to consider.
And it sounds like we're still kind of on the beginning end of really putting our mechanisms in place for identifying the ADUs and making sure we're monitoring them to begin with.
That's right. So this update, the research involved in it, I think was illuminating for me. I wasn't aware that a number of ADUs were being used for that purpose. And so this first report is the first step, and certainly there will be follow-on action by staff to try to rectify that situation for ADUs.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Thanks, Christian. I had a couple questions. Is if any short-term rentals we have in a multifamily unit, are they considered a hotel so that they would fall under commercial building standards, meaning, sprinklers, et cetera, et cetera?
It's a good question, Councilmember O'Neill. I'm not aware of a trigger for that, but it's something I can look into and follow up with you.
Because I've a couple years ago, I was given an address of a 6-unit building in Sharp Park that converted every unit to a SDR, and to me, that guy is now running a hotel in a residential area, and he's probably not doing I'm just saying but he probably doesn't have a sprinkler system, et cetera, or fire escapes that a commercial building would have. And I think that's something that we should maybe consider. Another thing in going at the League of Cities is some cities actually limit the number of guests to a house. So you don't have a huge party house of 25 people in a Linamar Rancher. You know what I mean? And that's something I like to throw out and see if we would like to maybe amend, because I think we've all gotten the emails from the neighbors of people, and it usually is Party City with a lot of cars and a lot of people. And would that actually give police more options to clean it up, and our city to actually revoke the license or whatever we need to do? So I'd like to, bring that up. The other thing is, let's see. And there was one city that actually had a requirement. The owner had to be on the premises, which I don't know how you would enforce that, but I don't know. So those are my statements. This is an information item only, right? We're not voting?
Correct.
Yeah, thanks.
Councilmember Vadalos.
I just have a question about how they find the short-term rentals, because I actually was trying to do research, and it was almost impossible because, like you said, it doesn't have the address, and they'll go to a site and it'll say plus 150 more. So you go down a list and they're not Pacifica, they're in other cities, but you definitely pinpointed them on a map. So they must have the exact addresses of the short-term rentals from somewhere. Because I thought it was, and the company I called did not call me back or provide the exact, all I asked them for was the exact number. And I tried it several times and they didn't get back to me. So I don't know. I'm thinking about what Mike said about a 6-unit building, and you'd have to check and see what the zoning of that building is. It might be zoned commercial already, because most of the corners in Sharp Park are zoned commercial. And if it's a building on the corner, it's zoned commercial. And if it's over 6 units to start with, anything over 5 units is commercial, right? So just something to look into.
Christian, I just thought of this right now, but is there any like notification process? Like if there's going to be So I'm being selfish right now, but one opened up right like kitty corner to my house. It's super loud all the time, and it's just weird, right? Because there's all these strangers there. So is there like a notification process that has to go out when they start, like when they open up?
Right. So the current set of regulations does not contain a notification requirement. The standards outlined in the staff report on packet page 453 at the top.
Yeah.
That's it. And so the council might remember, those that were on the council at the time, they chose a light regulatory approach. I think there was a let's see how this goes, and at minimum, let's get folks registered and take care of minimal public safety requirements for the people in these units, and begin to collect the tax revenue. And then, if there's a need that arises later, we can revisit the regulations. And this report to you is part of that process of saying, hey, a few years have gone by. Let's see how things are going. And does the city need to revisit that as a policy item, or are things generally working well as intended, and make that decision.
Okay, thank you. Let's open up public comment unless Councilmember Beckmeyer, did you have something?
Actually, I do. I realize there's not, because I asked this question of staff, and there isn't really a way that is immediate to determine what benefit the opportunity to have a short-term rental may be affording. I phrased the question, our residents, but technically would be the property owner. And, it's very anecdotal, but what I'm hearing is that homes are being purchased and they're being converted directly into ADU. I mean, STR. And I'm hearing from neighborhood in Lower Lindemar where they thought it was going to be a family moving in because they told them it was going to be a family moving in, and they were excited so their kids would have people to play with. And it became a full house STR. And so I have to be honest that I feel, and I realize that going to the point earlier this meeting about we can't differentiate, I think Director of Public Works brought this up. A property owner is a property owner is a property owner. But when I think of somebody who invested in a home in Pacifica for a length of time, raised their family here, are now in retirement, and maybe need a little supplement for their retirement income, or want to travel part of the year and Airbnb their house part of the year, for me, that's one kind of category. The kind of speculator who comes in, buys a home, and intends it to be an Airbnb income generator is another kind from my point of view. And I don't know how you address one versus the other. I don't. I think some of the things that Councilmember O'Neill brought up about the limiting the number of residents and or vehicles in each space. I think what the mayor brought up about the possibility of noticing, when we have a use permit to close a street for a rail car demonstration, we actually have a process when we have to ask the neighbors, is it okay? And I feel that at minimum, we should be looking at something like that. Because this is one of those situations where, and I was on the council when we did agree to that let's see how it goes approach, but it can, become Pandora's box. And although I will say this, I was surprised, as Acting Director Murdoch stated, it was a little bit eye-opening to see the data, because when you hear anecdotal concerns from different people in your district or anywhere in town, it feels like, oh my God, this is a huge widespread problem. And when you look at the data for other coastal communities, our numbers are very low. But looking at this little scatter chart, you can, as reported in the staff report, you can see where they're concentrated. And I'm a little concerned about Pedro Point, I'm a little concerned about Sharp Park. I mean, I'd like to look at this map in a way that I could expand it so I can see where all those dots that are standing on top of each other, like really, where are they? And so I encourage staff to explore and work more closely with the data, the people who have the data, Councilmember Bauer-Loss, because the people who are collecting money had to say where the address is. And they're on this side of, the firewall, right? But they work with the city. So I think we need to explore that further. And I really think we council members need to listen closely and pay attention at Cal Cities and other opportunities that we have to understand how these STRs are impacting other communities that we interact with. That's my long-winded observation, but I'm not asking for action right now, but I'm thinking about goal setting next year. That I think before this gets out of hand, I think we need to think about how to find some staff time to work on this.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a question?
I'll save my deliberation till the other side of public comment. I just wanted to dovetail that I have observations about one-bedroom stock on the other side. Thank you.
We open up public comment now. I think there's a hand.
Madam Mayor, there's one hand raised from Cindy Abbott. Great. Cindy, you may now unmute yourself to speak.
Hello, this is Cindy Abbott, resident of West Sharp Park. I concur with one of the concluding remarks in the staff summary that the STR ordinance is still relatively new, and so potentially this isn't the time to make significant changes. However, since this item is listed as having a relationship to City Council goals of an engaged community and a healthy, compassionate community, I need to raise that the program has an ongoing potential to degrade the community aspect of our neighborhoods. The sharing economy that in the case of short-term rentals was to create opportunities for individuals to share their home has, as some council members have spoken about, quickly morphed into a big business venture with real estate bought solely for the purpose of operating STRs and individuals managing multiple properties as commercial ventures. I've come across multiple articles about how cities of all sizes are struggling as this business model has been expanding. Some good. Short-term vacation rentals can bring in revenue, as Pacifica is doing through the licensing, registration fees, and TOT. For some cities, short-term vacation rental platforms are a way to boost local tourism, and some have even reported a direct correlation between short-term rentals and job creation in the tourism sector. However, there can also be a negative impact. Since as documented in the staff report, vacation rentals are mainly located in residential areas, by renting a short-term vacation accommodation, tourists are using up space that otherwise might be used for long-term rentals and/or opportunities for future home ownership. Penetration of short-term rentals can change the character of a neighborhood and impact quality of life. We are losing traditional neighbors with, per the staff report, more than 2/3 of the listings being for full residences, not a room or studio or separate area in a home. As I go through Sharp Park, it's difficult to see buildings that previously housed residents, my former neighbors, are no longer available for long-term housing and are often vacant to accommodate tourists. I'd like to request that this program receive appropriate ongoing focus in the year ahead. With staff challenges in planning and STR's relationship to tourism and city finances, maybe this is a topic for finance, administration, and economic development to study how other coastal communities are responding to the growth of this sector and bring forward recommendations. And I'd like to ask that in future reporting and review, that the city report information and impact by neighborhood versus on a basis of the entire city. Thank you so much for this conversation.
Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you, Cindy. There's another hand raised from Christine Bowles. Christine, you may now unmute yourself to speak.
Good evening, Council. And first, I just want to thank staff for taking this on and doing the first step at trying to understand our situation. I do want to question, first off, the methodology for having found the 103 active listings, and perhaps Mr. Murdoch can clarify. He said that they'd picked mid-May 2022. I'm not sure when that was picked, but my experience, and I travel a lot using short-term rentals, is that if you're looking at specific dates, then you're only seeing the units that are available on that date. So it may be that a lot more are actually there and available, but already booked. So I just want to make sure that the numbers are correct, because when I had looked previously, when I brought this up to your attention, I had found more than 300 listings in Pacifica, and that was with not searching any specific date. And to Sue Vaterloss's point, some of those said Pacifica-San Francisco, but that's really for tourists who know San Francisco more than Pacifica. And I actually went and looked at the photos of those, and they were in Pacifica. Those in particular were in Sharp Park. To building code issues, zoning code is one thing, but building code is another thing. And that's where we really need to inspect these larger multi-unit buildings, because exiting and so forth are very different for a commercial building versus a residential building. And when I spoke with code enforcement and the permitting about short-term rentals, I was told that there's never an actual inspection of a unit before a building, before a business license is granted for a short-term rental, and that's really a mistake, because I've been in some where the windows and bedrooms don't meet basic code, basically, and so we're creating dangerous situations. I am concerned about the impacts of the housing stock, and especially the small studio and one bedroom, because those are typically our low-income residents. So if those are, that's something we really want to protect. I just encourage the city to look at Half Moon Bay. They've recently put in new policies because they are seeing that as a coastal city, there's just more push for more short-term rentals because it's desirable because of our proximity to the ocean and trails and so forth. In terms of benefits to residents, San Francisco also has really good policies where it's okay to rent a room, but renting a whole unit, you can't do it all year long. They limit it to 3 months. So that helps preserve housing stock as well.
Thank you, Christine.
Thank you, Christine. Madam Mayor, there's no more hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you. We'll close public comment and bring it back to council. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with everything Sue Beckmeyer said. I actually agree with a lot of what Christine Bowles said. Something that really concerned me while I was listening to the report had to do with the apparent fact that 50% of our studio or one bedroom stock in town is being used for short-term rental units. So first of all, I got that right. I did hear that correctly, right?
Mayor Pro Tem, I think I need to clarify what the data are stating. It's stating that of the short-term rentals operating, 57% are studio or one bedroom. That's not the same thing as 57% of the city's housing stock of studios and one bedroom units are being used as short-term rentals.
Okay, so I read it correctly. I just misheard you when you spoke. Okay.
Yeah, if I didn't say it clearly, I apologize. But
no, it's getting late, and I heard it the way I heard it, and I apologize. So
I think the point I tried to emphasize was that a disproportionate number of short-term rentals are studio and one bedroom units when you look at the city's housing stock overall. And so if you're looking at impacted unit types, you might want to look there first. And I agree, those also tend to be the most affordable for long-term occupancies. And so there could be a more acute relationship there between the impact of the housing stock and short-term rental operation.
And that's my more acute concern, although I don't have to look at as an emergency quite the way I was conceptualizing it as I was mishearing you. But I'm somebody who's very concerned about having livable opportunities in our community, especially for any youth who might ever want to stay in Pacifica for more than 5 minutes without a gazillion-dollar job. That would be their only opportunity if it existed independent of a short-term rental taking it up. So all of this is to say that I absolutely favor more robustly regulating this any way that council would see fit. If that boils down to goal setting is the appropriate time to meditate on it, I'm fine with that. If anybody wants to take a stab at it sooner than that, I'm fine with that too. But I think that Council Member Beckmeyer mostly elucidated my concerns.
Thank you. Yeah, I absolutely have the same concerns, definitely about the studio and 1 bedroom, because it's not just youth who rent those, but like people like me, right? So we really need those units available, and so that's concerning to me. I was also surprised that the number seemed low to me, but that's just my perception. Again, like I haven't done the research, so I'm not debunking the research at all. I think the notification is really important. I think that it's time, for us to look at this again. When the right time is, I think we can talk about that, but there's definitely concerns. And I like the idea. So I agree with everything our caller said, like really looking at how it's impacting the neighborhood instead of the entire city. I think that's going to be important data to look at too. Councilmember Vadalos.
I also want to mention that I know 2 specific people who are Pacifica residents and got to stay in their residences because of short-term rentals. And one was a person divorcing and couldn't keep her house without it. And the other was just a person who was going to lose his house, but turned it into part-time short-term rental. He still lives in his house, but he used it as short-term rental to make the funds to pay for his payments. So it does also keep people in town who would have had to move out. So there's 2 sides, but I do see that maybe they're concentrated in certain areas, and the notification of the neighbors I think is pretty good too. So I think there maybe down the line too, we make additional rules. I do know that Tahoe has a rule that only 2 cars can be parked at the property. That's in certain locations. So I think that limits the number of people, because I think the parties are a big problem. Although it's surprising that it was so little that because we hear the stories, and I would have thought that the incidences of parties and getting out of hand was more than was reported. Thank you.
Maybe I should start calling. They're so loud. Mayor Pro Tem.
And I feel like a lot of what Council Member Vaderlaus was saying harkens back to what Council Member Beckmeyer was saying, in that she conceptualizes it as 2 distinct groups. And what you were describing, I think that there are some STRs that are regulated, such as the owner has to remain on premises. So they're not in our community. I'm saying that in other. So these are the kind of deliberations that when this topic is brought up, I'm kind of chomping at the bit to have that greater discussion. And again, I'll wait till the appropriate time at a later date. But.
Madam Mayor, if you would allow, I just wanted to touch on one point from one of the public commenters. Thank you. So generally, yes, it sounds like there's interest from the council, and I'll talk with the city manager about how that takes shape. As far as the data, as we mentioned, One of our objectives moving forward is to continue to take a closer look and gather more data. We brought the consultant online relatively recently, and so we are continuing to learn more about the capabilities the consultant can bring, the data that they can gather, and the analysis that that data can support. To one point that we had heard as well, going into our assessment here, there are hundreds of STRs if you go on Airbnb or whatever sites. We had that impression as well. And speaking with the expert, the consultant that supports many communities in California and elsewhere with their short-term rental programs, at first blush, it can look like there are hundreds of listings. But when they refine the data and really do the analysis, many of those properties, which was unknown to me, list multiple times even on the same site. And so you could see a listing, for the same property 3 or 4 times or whatever number of times. And so it artificially inflates the number that appear to be active when in fact there are some smaller number. And so when they crunched the numbers and did the boiled down analysis for us, we came up with the 103 active figure. And again, that number fluctuates, and I can't tell you that's the highest number that will ever be active, but it's perhaps not 300 or 400 based on the information from our consultant.
Thank you, Acting Planner, Director Christian Murdoch. Thank you. I'm getting tired. Can you tell? Councilmember Vadalos.
I'll be quick. I had a short-term rental in Arizona, and I listed it on 4 sites. I didn't list it multiple times on each site, but so therefore, if you're taking VRBO, Airbnb, Glamping Hub, and whatever the other one was, it would look like there were 4 listings when there really was only 1 house. So just another story.
I see you, City Manager Woodhouse. Would you like
Sure.
to say something?
I'm actively thinking my role in coalescing input from the council. Short-term rentals are a complex topic. Acting Director Murdoch didn't even mention the Coastal Commission aspect to regulation of short-term rentals and revising code. They're complex enough that changing the code would require a significant amount of staff time, research between primarily planning and the city attorney's office. And as the council is aware, we have a really heavy workload in getting through the housing element approval in January. So there were some questions about what I'm hearing council members say, this was the first, annual kind of summary report about how this evolving program is doing. The data is surprising. There's not as many as maybe perhaps people thought. There's not as many complaints or real enforcement required as maybe it seems like. And so question about timing, when to revisit it. Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick asked if, during goal setting would be the appropriate context next year for, updating the data and seeing if council wants to look at that. So mainly what I'm looking for tonight is, because of our work plan impacts, I wasn't, and what the data shows, I wasn't recommending that we revisit ordinance revisions at this point in time. So concurrence from the council, if that's true, that you don't want to direct revisiting ordinance aspects at this time, it'd be good to hear that. And then, or alternatively, if you did, we would want to know specifically what we should be researching and when we should bring it back. And if you didn't at this time, then the concept of, next late winter, let's bring back updated data. One thing that I do want to mention is Airbnb has really cracked down on the parties. So you can't have a gathering of more than 16 people. My understanding of the regulations, you can't have a gathering of more than 16 people. Otherwise you'll lose your license, your ability to be an Airbnb. And, that has maybe been updated even more recently. I'm not sure, but So those are just kind of some of the comments I've heard, and getting specific direction about what to do is what I'm looking for.
All right, so we should give specific direction.
Which can be, thank you for the update. And
thank you for the update.
let's continue to monitor, and maybe prior to goal setting next year, we'll get another update of data.
Agreed. Thank you very much. Thank you, Christian, so much. We are going to go to item number 15 now, which is the program options and proposed budget for the years 2022, 2023. Hold the public hearing and review and discuss the fiscal year proposed general fund and other fund budgets, and provide additional policy direction on the desired budget options and strategies for the upcoming budget. And we have City Manager Woodhouse and Assistant City Manager Julia Carter.
And I'm going to just promptly forego any introductory comments and turn it over to Assistant City Manager Carter to dive in.
I'll be happy to do that. I know it's getting late, so I'll try to bring us along very fast through this. And tonight we are continuing our conversation on the fiscal year 22-23 budget recommendations. So essentially, we are bringing you the proposed budget for the upcoming year. And Sarah, can you go to the next slide? So tonight we'll briefly touch base on a few minor adjustments that we've made to the base budget. And we'll mostly focus on the program budget recommendations for the upcoming year. And as you can see it here, we structured them in priority orders of the city manager's priorities, and he categorized it in priorities A, B, and C. And we'll talk about that a little bit later in the slides. Then we'll discuss the general fund, projected fund balance structure, and budgetary reserves, and quickly touch base on the other funds and recommendations that are included in other funds. Next slide. So as you can see, we are nearly at the finishing line here. So today we are holding the budget session 3. So we'll review the approval of proposed, we'll review the proposed recommendations, and hopefully you will give us your direction on whether you want to proceed with those recommendations, and we'll bring the budget back to you for formal adoption on the 27th of June. And all related resolutions will go the same day as well. Next slide. So very quickly, a few modifications just procedurally, and for the purpose of transparency, I just want to highlight that we've done a few refinements of the second year ARPA allocation. And those are the items that you approved last year when you adopted the budget. Those are the items that had 2-year term. So we just made sure that we defined all the personnel, the equipment, the personnel changes, and incorporated all of this for the year 2. But the most exciting news is that since the last meeting, we received the joint legislative budget amendment that recommended that the access returned ERAF and VLF shortfall trailer bill that we discussed last time with you will be rejected. And that means that the ERAF, return ERAF, will not be capped anymore. And as a result of this, we reversed the negative budget impact that we already presented to you, and we originally included in the base budget for the city of Pacifica. It was $216,000 for the coming year. So we reversed this action, and the disaster accounting fund is now accounting for these funds as revenues. So that's definitely great news, and the result of the city's individual and collective advocacy efforts. And we really appreciate all the efforts that were done by the mayor and by the city manager and staff in this respect. Next slide. I just want to tie it back to our new methodology, since we're using a little bit different process this year. Again, you remember in the previous meetings, we discussed the base budget methodology, how it applies, and what we're doing differently. So very quickly, as a recap from previous meetings, we established the base budget at the current level of services And we developed base budget assumptions. We described them in details in the previous meetings, in the last meeting specifically. And we determined, if you remember, surplus when we included ARPA funds for the year. And we artificially excluded ARPA and showed you the deficit at the time. So what we are discussing tonight is all the items highlighted in red. So the next steps in the process is developing decision options for service changes in the budget. So we are not talking about the base anymore. We are talking about the changes. What new services we are going to propose for the upcoming year's budget. And as part of this process, all departments developed and ranked the decision packages, and all of them are included in your packets. Those are attachments 2 to 6. And the city manager ranked his prioritized decision packages citywide in 3 priority categories and included them in the proposed budget as well. So just a snapshot of all these options are in attachment 1. So if you want to kind of see the quick view of what are those attachments are. But each option has its own budget form, and all of them are included in the packets. Now, next slide. So now I very quickly go over those proposed changes or proposed recommended options. I'm going to just highlight them, so I'm not going to focus on describing them, but we'll be happy to go back to them. And if you have specific questions, we can specifically talk on any one of them. And staff is here to assist with that as well. So all of them are listed by city manager's priorities categories. And we'll start with priority 1, or A. Those are non-discretionary legal or safety matters. Here you can see anticipated additional legal work related to upcoming labor negotiations. So here we go again. So all our contracts expire on June 30, 2023. So that means that by January, February, we need to start working on the new agreements, and we wanted to include this additional legal cost to cover for that. The next item is additional contract services to ensure OSHA and safety compliance. This is an ongoing item, and we are thinking about a safety contract that will keep us up to date, compliant, and relieve some of the duties from city staff. Additional budget allocation for citywide elections. Again, this is one-time cost, and obviously we are in election year. New fire station alerting system implementation. So that's something that fire department has already in the plans. Housing element update and ADA transition plan update. So all of these items are non-discretionary. We have to do it. Next slide. So priority B, this category includes recruitments, retention, and overall organizational capacity. And on this list, you can see reorganization of the city manager's office. That includes number of items and including kind of our retention and recruitment strategies. We had some challenges with recruitment, and we are adding a few positions to hopefully be more successful to fill those vacancies. Additional professional services to increase capacity in human resources department. Again, speaking about capacity of organization, we have a human resources department of staff of 2 to serve nearly 175 employees. That's a huge workload. So adding these contractual services will help increase this capacity so that we can outsource some of the easily outsourceable items like recruitments, for example, and that will bring more capacity to HR staff to focus on more day-to-day operations and important strategic items like labor relations and things like that. Childcare staffing adjustments and organization. So there is no fiscal impact for this item. But again, if you look at the budget form, you will see that the proposal includes hiring 3 new teachers. But again, this cost will be fully offset by increased reimbursements for these positions as well. And the last 3 items are reclasses. And again, all of this you've seen before in the previous budget report. We just put in dollar figures to these recommendations here. Next slide. So now let's talk about priority C. This category includes organizational planning, financial efficiency. And the first item on the list is recommended new policy statement, not the policy itself, but the policy kind of long-term vision for the unfunded pension liability. And we've done some number crunching as we promised that we would do. Last year, during the budget season, we identified this problem because you may remember we always report when we close the year, we always report the huge increase in unfunded pension liability and unfunded OPEB liability. So you may remember that in the base budget, we included 200,000 allocation to the OPEB trust to help maintain that liability. And the new item here before you is kind of a policy statement. How can we get to the 85% funded status in 20 years? And when we approach it from this point, so the number came up is about 167,000. Again, we will revisit this next year. We'll see if, depending how financial situation will change. So this is not a definite commitment, but we do want to acknowledge that this is the ongoing expense that we need to start allocating this money and setting them aside.
Yulia, I have a question on this item. You mentioned that it's not new money, I think. I just want to clarify. There was a $200,000 item. Maybe it was a placeholder or an estimate. And so is this 167.5? Is that in addition on top of the 200?
It is. So 200,000 was allocated for OPEB liability, and 167 addresses unfunded pension liability. But keep in mind, this money is not something that we are paying to CalPERS or somebody else. We are just setting it aside in another trust account.
And then the other thing I just want to clarify, I think Mike has brought this forward before. The more we are able to set aside money and show that when we are doing things like getting our bond rating and seeking financing for various things, that actually helps us. Is that not?
Not only that, it will help you reduce the unfunded liability on the books. So when we come back to you with the next annual comprehensive financial report, you will see that by doing that, we can take advantage of the higher return rate, and we will be able to reduce this liability from accounting standpoint.
Got it.
And I'll be really happy to write that self-report at that time.
Thank you.
But again, this money will stay as city assets, right? So it's a city trust account that we are moving money aside for that purpose. If we ever need to tap into this money, there is a mechanism to do it too.
Okay.
So additional budget for citywide records management and scanning services. So this work is already ongoing and progress, and City Clerk has been working really hard on making progress here. So we just need to continue with this efforts. The additional contract help for part-time hourly help with help desk tickets, specifically in police department. Again, that speaks to organizational capacity. It's a relatively small amount, and we're just hoping to get some additional help to just handle tickets. We are partially restoring the building repair and maintenance emergency fund in fire department. This is something you may remember in the last year budget adoption. We actually reduced that budget. It was originally meant to be for emergencies in the fire department, because typically the fire department takes care of all emergency services within the department. So we are not using public works resources. And this budget was reduced by about 67,000, so we are bringing 30,000 of that back to this account. And two one-time items at the bottom of the list: comprehensive zoning ordinance update, Rockaway Beach specific plan update. Well, I think if you have any questions, Christian will be happy to provide additional details here. Next slide. So this slide shows additional program requests funded by ARPA funds. And again, the first box on top, you've seen it already in the previous reports. We are adding a 2-year limited term Clark technician in police department, and 2-year limited term senior accountant / project manager position in finance to assist with the ERP implementation. Again, all of this one time, they are not continuing positions. And last item in this category is business assistance allocation to Shop Pacifica program. And this ties really nicely with the presentation that you've heard earlier this evening from Economic Development Committee. They really started this program for us, and we played with some promotional opportunities with Valentine's Day. They outlined all the work that was done. So keep in mind that Shop Pacifica program was really, really young. So we really need to launch it in a much larger scale. And this money will help us do this. And we've seen very successful examples from other cities like Benicia, Pinole, and a few other cities that have actually launched citywide. So it will, and we have great plans how to integrate all the programs that we've discussed, like Workation and Shop Pacifica, and keep this money local and keep them going local. So because every investment of this money will return back to the city in the form of either TOT or sales tax. And another good news, so any promotional opportunities that are not used or utilized are also staying within the city budget, so it's not lost, like for the gift cards and things like that. So in the revenue enhancement category, PB&R department refined the revenues and also shared very good news with us since the last meeting that they had a high rate regulations for the higher rate reimbursement on the federal revenue reimbursements. So together with two grants and reimbursements, we were able to increase revenues by almost a little bit over than $500,000. So that's huge help with the budget. And two transfers listed below in the box below, also new. One is restoring annual contribution to the vehicle replacement fund. We put the placeholder here of 100,000. And again, the city has not made any contributions to the fund for several years. So we just need to start doing it and restoring it on a regular basis. And the second transfer is just a change in accounting. So we recommending creating a new fire equipment replacement fund. And again, there is no fiscal impact on this for this request because we are just replacing capital outlay account with the transfer to the separate fund. So we are just doing different accounting structure, but it goes back to limitations of our financial system. And this structure will be easier to maintain and easier to keep in line with the intended purpose. Next slide. So if all programs that we identified for you, attachments 2 through 6, if all of them are approved by you today, you can see that we have a little bit of ending surplus of about $3,000 here. And the good news is that we will be able to maintain all previously identified reserves. And we also included one-time contribution to the CIP into the account here, and you can see that 655. So we are not, with all these recommendations, we are not tapping into reserves at all. So all of this coming from our most surplus, mostly provided by ARPA. Next slide. And this is our bottom line kind of slide for the general fund. After factoring in all restricted reserves, operating contingencies, all the policies together, so you can see that the ending unrestricted general fund balance is projected to be close to 5.5 million. It's circled here before you, and this is about 12% of the general fund operating expenditures if we exclude again all the capital transfers. So we're comparing it to operating expenditures only. So this balance is a little bit lower than the GFOA recommended guidelines of having no less than 2 months of regular general fund operating expenditures. So if you do the math, it will be about 7.8% million for fiscal year 22-23. But again, if we combine it with the policy level 10% reserve here of 4.6 million, you can see on the assigned reserves, the first line. So together, these two represent about 10.1 million, which is above the GFOA minimum recommended level. So we are still compliant with the best practices. Next one. Now let's move to other funds. We presented base budget assumptions for other funds at the last meeting. Sorry. And as far as the new program options, there are 3 options that are presented here for your consideration, and all of them are related to personality classes and new positions, and all of them are in sewer fund. So these options are supported by sewer rate study that you've already heard in previous meetings, and additional details on these personnel changes are included in attachment 6 to your report. Again, each one of them has its own budget form. Now let's go to the next slide. And this is just a quick snapshot, like what your total budget looks like. But again, we collapse it. It's a little bit bigger attachment, and you can see it in your packet. But all city funds are combined in these 5 categories. And again, this, if you adopt the budget as recommended, these are projected fund balances for each category. Again, all of them are presented in attachment 7, I believe. Next slide. And that brings us to the next steps. Again, finish in line. So hopefully by the next meeting, we will bring you the full recommended budget for adoption. Once we receive your feedback tonight, of course, and incorporate all the changes that you want to make. And at the next meeting, we will formally adopt the budget and all related resolutions. And that concludes my presentation. But I'm happy to go back to any slides and answer any questions.
Thank you so much. I have questions from council? Seeing none, we can open up public comment.
Madam Mayor, there are no hands. Oh, there is one hand raised by Christine Bolt. Christine, you may now unmute yourself to speak.
Thank you. This is Christine Bolt. I just have a couple of quick questions, and mostly because I'm focused on the general plan right now. But what I'm hearing in the Planning Commission meetings is that there will be later updates needed. 1, the landslides, and 2, the fire maps. The fire maps are waiting for new information from CAL FIRE that so that might need a separate update later in the year that will affect more than just the safety element, but also possibly land use and other things. So I didn't see anything in the budget for that. And then I saw there was $20,000 in the budget for the housing element, which seems low to me. Maybe staff expenses aren't included in that, but I just want to remind you all that this particular housing element process is very different than what has happened in the past, and there's very strict requirements about public engagement and reaching out to communities that aren't typically involved in these processes, like the disabled, low income, people of color, and so forth. Sure what the city's plans are in relation to that. And then also because the EIR only analyzed 990 units where the housing element needs to allow for 1892, there will be CEQA review and changes needed too. And so again, just want to make sure that you have enough money set aside for that. Thank you.
If you allow me, I just wanted to clarify one item. So when I listed the budget options, you see net impact of the budget options. So sometimes you may see the grant money allocated for the specific purpose, but with the city expense and net revenues, that's what you saw on the slides.
Yeah, Mayor Beer, if I could just chime in, that was a good question received by Ms. Bowles regarding the housing element, and I see Acting Director Murdoch Azani could clarify. The update is grant funded. The 20,000 recommended there, I specifically am recommending, and that's related to enhanced public engagement as part of the housing element update process. So Mr. Murdoch could speak to the larger budget that is already grant funded for that process.
Thank you, City Manager Woodhouse. The city did receive what are known as LEAP and REAP grants. Those are grants that assist the city in its local planning activities to advance housing development. And so we were fortunate to receive, as mentioned, over $80,000 in funding through those grants to support our housing element activities. And I can also speak to the other points about planning related actions if it's of interest to the council.
Yeah, please do.
Thank you. And so there was mention of the general plan update process and fire hazard maps as well as landslide maps. So the details of those are really best discussed in the process for the general plan update, but at a high level, we hope to have resolution to the landslide mapping questions prior to adoption of the general plan. We don't have any control over the fire map updates, which the state is preparing. The best information we have is sometime within the next year, release of those maps indicating local responsibility areas. So we haven't forecast budget amounts for updating the safety element in response to the fire map release. We will identify any need for that in the future, but the timing of that is so speculative right now that we didn't have enough information to budget for it.
Thank you so much, Shin.
And Mayor, I forgot to also mention, we have budgeted funds to perform additional CEQA analysis as part of the housing element update. We expect to be able to tier off of hopefully the certified EIR as part of the general plan update process, and then to do further focused environmental review, specifically to the additional housing units for which we have to plan.
Thank you, Christian. Okay.
Madam Mayor, there are no more hands raised.
Oh, thank you. We're going to close public comment now and bring it back to council. Anybody have any comments or direction? Go ahead.
I just have a question. If Ms. Carter could explain something to me in the report, I can find it. Oh yeah. So it's on packet page 464, and it's, I think I'd call it the second to last paragraph where the bullet points are, the little arrows. And it speaks to GASB statement 54 requiring designations of contingencies. And I just want to check those parenthetical numbers. That's just telling us what the amount is, or is that a negative? Like, are we reducing that amount or?
Well, no, that just tells you what your reserves are.
That's what I thought.
And that's what you had on the table that I had in the presentation.
Right, that's what I thought. But what was throwing me was that where it's the facilities maintenance and replacement, one-time policy reduction of 150,000. I was getting confused by that.
And that's the only, I was about to add to my statement, that's the only reduction that we're proposing for the budget. And we mentioned it, I believe, when we talked about CIP. So we are funding this CIP project by reducing one-time reduction of these reserves.
I see.
And the next year we'll revert it back to the policy statement.
And while we're on that line item, I just wanted to point out that I believe that 0.55 million is a typo. I think it's 0.055. Is that correct, Ms. Carter? I think the facilities maintenance and replacement reserve is just at the 55,000, not 500.
Yes, it's 55,000. I'm sorry.
So zero.
Yes, so we reduced the, yeah.
So move the decimal point.
It's a typo. Yeah, I apologize.
Got it.
If we have more questions, we might consider extending the meeting.
I don't have any other ones.
Anybody else have any questions? Any direction? Right directions, no vote required. All right, so we are happy with this budget. Great.
Well, I would like to see more positions in Department of Public Works, not just the lead ranger, the reclass of ranger to lead ranger. I would like to see more field services staff. I would like to see tree, an arborist or tree work. I'm not seeing that, but I understand I'm seeing a balanced budget. And if I said, hey, put in an arborist and an additional field services person, that would have to come from somewhere else. And I'm trusting staff is bringing forward and the city manager is recommending what we need to do to keep moving forward for this year, 2022-23. And, in light of our potential revenue measure, et cetera, hopefully the future will be more flexible than where we are right now. So that's my comment on that.
City manager, do you need anything else from us?
No, I think I've gotten the input, and Councilmember Beckmeyer's comments are accurate there and noted. There are some limited term ARPA positions from last year that are continuing in Public Works, and in terms of tree related, we're engaged in the update to the program, so more information to come about what's necessary on that, but also given our impending structural deficit issues that we need to look at for the future after ARPA money runs out. That's some of the constraints there. And again, this is our recommended budget, sort of forward looking, and will evolve as we move through the year and priorities are identified. So I think we have the direction.
Okay.
And we look forward to bringing back the final package.
Thank you so much. And Councilmember Beckmeyer, I know you wanted to adjourn the meeting in honor of someone.
I just noticed as I was reading the paper over the weekend that Mary Milliken passed away. It sounds as though she had a short illness, a cancer illness. Mary was very active for decades in AYSO soccer in Pacifica. When I met her, when my children were, let's go back 15 years ago, she'd already been very active in AYSO soccer in Pacifica. She was the go-to and knew everything. And so when I saw her name, I thought, I'm sure that's our Mary Milliken. I mean, how many Mary Millikens are there, right? but you never know until you read the obituary and then you see. And so I just wanted to comment on her, and I had requested of the mayor that maybe we could adjourn the meeting in her memory and in honor of the service that she gave to our community and to the youth of Pacifica.
Be happy to do that. So we'll adjourn the meeting in honor of Mary Milliken. And now that you say that, I remember seeing her name on those forms.
Yeah.
A long time ago. Yeah. All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night.